Shadow Slave Audiobook by Kevin Chapter 901. Degrees of Danger. Well, actually, it was black. Shrouded in the darkness of the long night, Sonny rode north through the wailing hurricane of snow. To his eyes, which could see through any shadows, the snow appeared as light gray, bordering on white. The way back was not long enough to deal with thoughts and emotions raging in his heart, but luckily, Sonny had too many worries about the future to drown in the regrets of the past. Doesn't matter anyway. Vern was dead and everyone else was also dead. None of the people Sonny had come to know in the past weeks survived. Now, all he could do was make sure that his soldiers, Professor Obel and Bate, did not share their fate. That was not going to be an easy task. Soon, the wreckage of the old war machine appeared in view. Sonny dismissed nightmare, walked into the rusted metal frame and lingered for a few moments in front of the rhino. Then, he opened the hatch and climbed inside. Quentin, Samara, and Belle were keeping watch, each of them tense and ready for battle. Noticing him, the irregulars sighed with relief. "Captain, you're back," Sonny nodded. "Did anything happen in my absence?" Quentin shook his head. There were no nightmare creatures yet. Professor Obel and Miss Bate were both exhausted, so they're sleeping. We settled the professor in your quarters. I hope you do not mind. He remained silent for a moment, then added with a hint of melancholy in his voice. Of course, we are keeping an eye on them, in case one or both have become carriers of the spell. Sonny did not particularly care about the accommodations at that moment, so he simply nodded. The first point of Quentin's short report was the most important. No nightmare creatures yet. That could change at any point. In fact, he had taken a risk by allowing his soldiers to sleep and leaving the rhino, even if one of his shadows had stayed back to observe the surroundings and be a potential exit point of Shadow Step. Out here in the wild expanse of the Antarctic Center, it was nightmare creature country now. Hordes of them moved through the mountains, many spilling down onto the coastal plain. A transient swarm could have stumbled on the cohort's camp at any moment, so it was not secure. But security was a thing of the past now. Before, he had had choices that were safe and choices that were dangerous. But after leaving the protection of Low 49 and its thick walls, he could only choose between different degrees of danger. It was all about calculating the probable risk. Even then, with his faded attribute, such calculations were more or less useless. Grimacing, Sonny covered his face with a hand and then rubbed it. He was too tired and numb to care right now. He needed rest too. "Well, I am going to take a nap then. Wake me up if there's movement outside." Since his comfortable bed was currently occupied by Professor Obel, Sonny climbed into one of the free sleeping nooks and closed his eyes. How risky was it to fall asleep right now? Before letting his consciousness plunge into the comfortable embrace of darkness, he summoned Saint and ordered her to guard the rhino from the shadows. That was all Sonny could do. The night never ended and morning never came. When Sonny woke up, the world was exactly the same as it had been before. The raging blizzard enveloped the world, obscuring the cold, dark sky. He had been pulled out of his dreamless slumber by the wholesome of a sleeping pod opening nearby. Opposite him, a panel on the wall of the rhino slid away, revealing a sleeping niche hidden behind it. Dorn's massive figure could be seen inside. The giant man had drawn a short straw when they were assigned the transport vehicle, since standard pods were a little bit too small for his prodigious body. Watching him climbing out of one was slightly comical every time. Sonny did not smile, though. Making sure that his shadows and Saint did not perceive any threat, he left his niche. Soon, Luster and Kim woke up too. "Quentin, Belle, Samara, you turn." The three irregulars could not wait to get some long-awaited rest. Their exhaustion and desire to sleep were so overwhelming that they did not even linger to listen to the report that their colleagues had brought from the dream realm. A minute later, all three were gone into the sleeping pods. Sonny studied Kim, Luster, and Dorn. They looked much better than they had yesterday. Even though one night of rest was not enough to remove all the accumulated fatigue, awakened were resilient creatures. Sonny, who had only slept a few hours, felt utterly broken instead of rested himself. However, that feeling would pass soon. So, his soldiers glanced at each other. After a few moments, Dorn was the first one to speak. "It's not good, Captain." This time, Sonny did smile. "Wow, who could have thought?" The giant man nodded awkwardly and then started the report. "From what we were able to find out, East Antarctica is still under human control, but the Antarctic Center, it's all a big mess." His face darkened. "The Saints were eventually able to kill one of the Titans, but two more remain. A chunk of the mountain chain was destroyed in the battle too, but that's not the worst of it." Sonny let out a frustrated sigh. "Tusk come clean with it." Dorn looked down. "The siege capital that our division was supposed to establish. It is gone, wiped out of the map completely. The survivors, whoever remains, both soldiers and civilians, are in the process of trying to retreat to other strongholds. There's no organized First Army force left from here to Mount Erebus, sir." Sonny remained silent for a long time, a resentful expression appearing on his face. Just like that, their 400 kilometers journey seemed to have just turned into a 1,000 kilometers journey. Chapter 902. State of Affairs. Dorn, Kim, and Luster brought other news from the dream realm too. All of it was fragmented and chaotic, since the First Army itself did not seem to have a strong hold on what was happening throughout the Antarctic Center. With all modern forms of communication down, whatever information trickled in and was disseminated through the dream realm was doomed to be incomplete, and often became obsolete on arrival. The lack of reliable intelligence was the worst fear of all armies. The strange blizzard raging across the Antarctic Center was the cause of the collapse of the interaction network. It was attributed to one of the Titans that had emerged around a month ago, designated as the Winter Beast. The Titan's current location was unknown, but its impact could be felt throughout the region. The field army tasked with evacuating the Antarctic Center was in a rough spot. The southern reach of the landmass, where Sonny and his cohort were currently stuck, was lost and all but abandoned. People were scrambling to preserve the remaining 6 siege capitals, not knowing when and where the Titans would strike next. Even worse, the Titans were merely the harbingers of a new phase of the chain of nightmares. The frequency and potency of the opening gates seemed to have increased drastically, and countless nightmare creatures were pouring into the waking world every day. In other words, humans in the Antarctic Center were in trouble, and Sonny was in the biggest trouble of all. Wonderful! His soldiers had not only received information, but also reported the cohort's current status and location. The information was going to take some time reaching Master Jet, and then more time would pass to get her response back to Sonny. For now, he had nothing to do. Sonny contemplated for a few minutes whether he should start moving north immediately, or remain in place for a few days to give his soldiers time to recuperate and learn more about what was happening in the region. In the end, he decided to postpone the decision for when the second shift of sleepers returned from the dream realm. Keeping the rhino static in the open was not an ideal situation, but neither was blindly venturing into the mountains. Either way, there was a big chance that a disaster would find them, but at least the former choice gave his soldiers a chance to get back to their peak battle states. There were also the 2 civilians to think about. After Kim, Custer, and Dorn finished their report, Sonny moved to the compact kitchen of the large vehicle, summoned the covetous coffer, and concentrated on preparing a hearty breakfast for the crew of the Rhino. Cooking always made him feel calmer. He wondered about a lot of things. How close was the Second Army to being assembled? What were the great clans doing? How hard would it be to reach the distant siege capital which stood near Mount Erebus? That city was famed for its well-off geothermal fields. At least they would not be cold anymore after getting inside its walls. He also wondered how Rain was doing. Was she worried about his long silence, perhaps? Was she in the midst of a first nightmare? He could visit the ivory tower and ask one of the cohort members to check up on her. Effie was quite close with Rain, and so was Nephi's. Kai kept in touch with Aiko, who was responsible for taking care of Rain in Sunny's absence, and Cassie seemed to know everything about everyone in general. But no, he could not go right now. There was a difference between taking a nap and leaving for the dream realm. The former would make him several seconds late to react to danger, but the latter would make him miss it completely. With how dire the situation was, he could not allow himself to be absent. Soon, the smell of cooking food brought everyone inside the Rhino to the lounge area. Even Professor Obel and Bate woke up because of it. Sunny secretly studied the old man, trying to ascertain his condition. The professor seemed to be holding up well, considering how sudden their departure had been. He still seemed ancient and fragile, but there were no signs of a sudden deterioration of his health. Nevertheless, Bate used a portable medical scanner to take a few readings, and then produced a batch of medicine pills and supplements from her bag, acting like a concerned nurse. Sunny placed plates of fragrant curry on the table, as well as a pot of coffee and several bars of dark chocolate for the dessert. Considering their situation, this modest meal seemed strangely opulent. Before eating, Professor Obel looked around with curiosity, then smiled and uttered in his usual friendly tone, "That is an impressive machine you have here, Master Sunless." Luster, who was already bringing a spoonful of curry to his mouth, paused and grinned. "It is, isn't it? Of all the vehicles I've driven, our Rhino is the most fearsome. This one time we had to plow through a whole swarm of low-rank nightmare creatures. Ah, it was spectacular." The old man smiled. "It's conducive to see this design still being used and kept up to date. I knew the engineer who initially created this apt concept, you see. Of course, back then it was far less advanced. Spelltech was not even in its infancy, so the solutions she proposed to make such a massive vehicle move at an acceptable pace were nothing short of revolutionary." Sunny tilted his head, trying to imagine it. A world without Spelltech. It was hard to conceive of such a thing. And yet, Professor was obviously right. Just half a century ago, it had not existed. Huh. Everyone ate, knowing that they would need a lot of energy to face what was about to come. At some point, though, Bate threw a complicated glance at Sunny and asked, "Now that things seem to have calmed down a bit, can you finally explain what prompted this sudden turn of events, Master Sunless? Why did we have to leave Low 49 in such a hurry? Not that I am doubting your decisions, though." He remained silent for a bit, sipping his coffee. What was there to say? Sunny shrugged. "Its begive rise to the Ariadne was bestrode, and Low 49 is gone. Everyone back there is dead. The 9 of us are the only ones who survived." Chapter 903. Abstract numbers. His words caused a dead silence to settle over the Rhino. Luster, Cum, and Dorn froze, grave expressions appearing on their faces. Professor Obel looked down, suddenly appearing even more fragile and old. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Bates' eyes widened. What? What do you mean dead? That is impossible." Sunny looked at her silently and then shook his head. "This is the era of the nightmare spell. Anything is possible, and terrible things are doubly possible. In fact, they are all but inevitable. We were lucky to get out in time, but the others were not. That is all there is to it." His voice was full of grounded confidence, but in fact, Sunny felt very unsettled. He was not entirely sure if he was trying to convince Bate or himself. Professor Obel, who had been born during the dark times and lived through the horrors of the first generation, seemed to understand what Sunny was trying to say. He must have experienced many such calamities throughout his long life and lost a lot of friends. His young assistant, however, did not. Looking at Sunny with a pale face, she forced out, "But," he interrupted her, "don't think about it too much. Concentrate on your own survival instead." We are not out of the woods yet, and what is to come is far more important than something that is already over. And it is over. With that, the conversation died down. The previous lively atmosphere disappeared as if it had never existed. Sonny studied the faces of people gathered in the lounge area and then stood up. He did not really want to console and manage anyone's feelings right now. They were all adults. Actually, he was the youngest person here, so why was he the one who had to take care of everyone? Well, because he was in charge, both in terms of power and authority, and with those uninvited also came responsibility. How irritating. Sonny hesitated for a few moments and then said, "The best way to honor those that are gone is to make sure that we don't follow them, so rest well and gather your strength. I'll keep watch outside." He sighed and walked away, leaving them behind. Climbing to the roof of the Rhino, Sonny commanded Saint to dismiss Morgan's warbow and summoned it into his own hands. Then he shivered, enveloped by snow. Chilling wind howled through the rusted frame of the ancient war machine, the remains of which rose from the ground like the bones of a giant beast. Even though staying outside was cold and uncomfortable right now, he preferred it to being in the company of other humans. There was a lot for him to think about. Observing the surrounding area through the senses of his shadows, Sonny closed his eyes. There was no way back, and the path ahead was dangerous and unclear. Remaining in this spot was not at all safe, as well. Funnily enough, the unnatural blizzard not only made it harder for humans to see the approaching nightmare creatures before they launched into a frenzied attack, but also hid them from the sight of the abominations. Unless a swarm stumbled directly on the rusty wreckage, it would pass by this shelter without catching the smell of human souls inside. That at least played in Sonny's favor. Before he knew it, his thoughts wandered back to the lost personnel of Low 49. 1,400 people. 16, even if he counted those that had died in the weeks before. Just like that, so many lives had been lost. It was expected, actually. With a strange grimace, Sonny remembered hearing about the chain of nightmares from Master Jet for the first time. Back then, he was rather callously indifferent. What did the fates of humans in Antarctica have to do with him? Their number was much higher than 1,400 too. There were 700 million people living in the southern quadrant, and he had not been inclined to give a damn about a single one. At least not enough to risk his life over it. He was still indifferent. 700 million was too large of a number to conceive of. It was too distant and abstract. When speaking about millions of people, people stopped being people and turned into numbers. Sonny did not wish them ill, but he also could not bring himself to care about mere numbers. But soldiers and civilians that had died in Low 49 were different. Even though 1,400 could not compare to 700 million to him, they were real. He had lived with them, shared bread with them, and fought side by side with them. He had come to know them as people, and not numbers. So their deaths affected Sonny much more than the potential evisceration of the whole quadrant. Knowing what he knew now, he couldn't help but see the First Army and its mission in a different light. There would be much more death, for sure. The government had an ambitious goal of evacuating the whole continent, but their plan was already bursting at the seams. Many more people were going to die. Millions of them. In the end, how many of the 700 million would be saved? 600, 5, even less, of course he had no way of knowing. So, how did it make him feel? Was he outraged, motivated, burning with resolve? Did he find conviction? Not really. Letting out a bitter breath, Sonny whispered, "Such a waste." All he felt was contempt. It was such a waste, all of it. Of human lives, resources, and potential. It made him sick to know that the world was gobbling up so much, while the people who could have prevented it from happening were too busy fighting among each other. Those bastards. In the end, all Sonny could do was follow his advice and concentrate on himself, and that which belonged to him. He couldn't save 700 million people, but he could make sure that he, his soldier and civilians in his care would make it to the other side of this disaster alive. That, at least, he could possibly manage. Chapter 904. A journey of 1,000 miles 2 days later, they finally received a word from Master Jet. The message, which had passed through several people before reaching Sonny, was simple: retreat to Erebus and rendezvous with Davis and his cohort of irregulars there. Godspeed. Sonny took a deep breath after hearing the news. It was as he had expected, even though a small hope that some miraculous help would be sent to assist them on the 1,000-kilometer journey had been still somehow aflame in his heart. Now, it was completely extinguished. With that, the cohort's short period of rest was over. It was a good thing, too. Over the past couple of days, Sonny killed several nightmare creatures that had wandered close to the camp. Strangely, there had not been as many of them as one would have expected, and he was quick to dispose of the bodies. Still, the smell of blood was slowly permeating the area, and pretty soon it was bound to attract bigger threats. The blizzard was still raging outside the wreck of the old war machine. Piercing the swirling snow with beams of light, the rhino growled as it drove forward and abandoned its temporary shelter. Accelerating, it then moved north, toward the slopes of the towering mountains. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense, but as minutes passed without anything lunging an unexpected attack on the APC, everyone calmed down a little. Except for Sonny. He had no plans of calming down until they safely reached the stronghold of the 1st Evacuation Army. In fact, he would prefer if his people remained tense and paranoid as well. But there was such a thing as too much pressure, too. People tended to break if subjected to persistent and overwhelming stress without any chance to take a breath. Actually, his soldiers were holding up surprisingly well, considering everything they had gone through in the past 2 months, and for a good reason. One of the criteria he had chosen these particular awakened by was their mental resilience, after all. Even Luster, who seemed like a carefree fool most of the time, was enduring the rigors of the calamitous Antarctica campaign with a surprising tenacity. Maybe it was exactly that light-hearted and frivolous personality of his that made the young man so immune to despair. Do I need to learn from Luster? That was something Sonny had never expected to think about. The rhino drove forward, and, hidden by the veil of snow, Saint and Nightmare followed it from a small distance. Even though the mountains were obscured from view by the snowstorm, the jagged peaks were getting closer and closer. Sonny's shadows prowled outside, scouting the path ahead. Just before they reached the terminus that separated the coastal highway, which stretched along the whole length of the Antarctic center, from the road leading to the former Low 49, and the path that took a turn to climb high into the mountains, one of the shadows noticed something strange in the snow. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, frowning. Then he moved closer to the pilot's seat and spoke calmly. "Turn to the left a little and slow down. We are going to take a stop in a couple of kilometers." Luster obediently followed his instructions, gradually slowing down. Eventually, the massive vehicle came to a halt. Sonny opened the hatch and dove into the blizzard, the polished black wood of the cruel sight's shaft falling silently into his hand. Struggling against the wind, he then walked forward and stopped in front of a tall pile of snow. Less than 100 meters forward was the terminus of the coastal highway, with several empty buildings standing with their doors ajar. Some distance away to his left was the ocean, which made Sonny feel very tense. Right now, however, his attention was concentrated on the tall mound in front of him. Under a thick layer of snow, portions of a massive carcass could be seen. The nightmare creature had not been dead for long, a day at most, maybe 2. From a cursory look, it had been a demon, probably of the awakened rank. Judging by the vicious wounds covering its body, it had not been killed by human weapons, and as if to illustrate that point, large sections of the carcass seemed to have been devoured. Strange. Nightmare creatures were known to fight amongst themselves on occasion, but only in the dream realm. Out here in the waking world, there were too many human bodies for them to tear apart, and too many human souls to devour. So even when different tribes of abominations collided with each other, they rarely showed any sign of hostility. Hunting down much tastier prey always took precedence. However, with how many nightmare creatures were currently rampaging across Antarctica, and how concentrated the human population had become due to being moved to a small number of siege capitals, things could have changed. If there were instances of infighting between the abominations, it could potentially help the mission of the First Army tremendously. Of course, Sonny prevented himself from becoming too optimistic about that prospect. He had more important and immediate concerns anyway. A nightmare creature capable of slaughtering an awakened demon had to be sufficiently strong, and it could still be near. What kind of abomination was it, and where had it gone? Was it alone or accompanied by a whole swarm of other monsters? If he managed to deduce something about the nature of the enemy from the corpse, he would be able to better prepare to deflect the threat. Sadly, the dead demon did not offer any clues. The only thing Sonny found out was that the killer was not too fearsome, since there were signs of a furious confrontation all over the place. If the other party was truly powerful, their victory would have been entirely one-sided. Waste of time. Shaking his head, Sonny was just about to turn back when he sensed something through his shadows. One of them had glided a bit further up the highway and was currently observing some disturbances in the blizzard. He slowed down, turning to the north. "What is that?" A moment later, a troubled expression appeared on Sonny's face. Chapter 905. Bearer of bad news. The shadow hid on the slope of a tall cliff, observing the wide highway that stretched north between the mountain and the ocean. The world was obscured by a white wall of snow, but it could feel slight tremors running through the ground. Something was approaching. A few moments later, two bright dots appeared inside the blizzard, slowly growing larger as their source drew closer. Then, powerful beams of light cut through the snowstorm, making the shadow shift its position. Several kilometers away, Sonny frowned with a troubled expression. People. What approached from the north was not a swarm of nightmare creatures or a lumbering monstrosity, but a small procession of civilian transports, accompanied by a handful of military vehicles. They cut through the blizzard, rolling down the highway at a slow speed. Several of them appeared battered and barely functioning. Soldiers could be seen manning the turrets, shivering in the vicious cold. His scowl deepened. "What are they doing here?" "Luster. Bring the rhino to the edge of the coastal highway, leaving the carcass of the dead demon behind." Sonny walked forward. A few minutes later, he was standing on the snow-covered surface of the highway, with the rhino positioned behind him. His silhouette was drawn against the backdrop of the blizzard by the beams of two powerful spotlights. The convoy was already close, but they did not notice him yet. Striking the butt of the cruel sight into the ground, Sonny hesitated for a moment, and then activated the Light Eater enchantment. Immediately, the silver blade of the spear shone with brilliant light. It was as though a small sun bloomed in his hand. Somewhere behind, Bell and Dorn emerged from the apk, carrying their weapons with guarded expressions. Samara had climbed to the roof of the vehicle and was now laying on it, resting her chin on the stock of her rifle. The other three irregulars remained inside, protecting Professor Obel and Bate. The radiance of the cruel sight was too intense to not be noticed. Finally, the soldiers protecting the small convoy reacted, turning the turrets in the direction of the unknown threat. Their faces were tense and frightened. The lead vehicle slowed down. "I hope those fools don't start shooting blindly." Using the extraordinary rock and its sonorous enchantment, Sonny augmented the volume of his voice. Calm and oppressive, it rolled across the highway, easily breaching through the howling of the wind. This is Captain Sunless of the First Irregular Company. Think twice before you shoot." Luckily, the soldiers seemed to have preserved at least some of their composure. No bullet flew in his direction. Not that a mundane bullet would be able to do him serious harm, let alone scratch the surface of the undying chain. A few minutes later, the lead vehicle of the strange convoy came to a screeching halt not too far away from the Rhino, forcing the transports to follow suit. A figure in a military uniform emerged from it, hesitated for a bit, and then headed toward Sonny. Judging by the lack of an armor-type memory and the way the man was holding to the collar of his coat, shivering in the cold, his was a mundane human. While the soldier walked, Sonny's shadows got closer to the convoy and studied it. The transports were full of frightened civilians, and their military chaperones were few and far between. Everyone seemed to be in a rough shape, tired and numb. There were women, children, and elderly among the refugees, all scared and exhausted, but not a lot of men. And there was not a single awakened among them. Sonny's mood turned darker and darker. Finally, the soldier walked close enough to see him. Raising a hand to shield his eyes from the Rhino's lights, he mumbled in a startled voice, "It really is the devil." Sonny looked at him with a frown. "I can hear you, you know." The soldier flinched and then lowered his hand, trying to stand at attention. "Oh, sir, sorry, sir." His voice, despite the effort to sound professional, sounded haunted. Sonny sighed and shook his head. At ease. Then he looked past the man's shoulder at the battered convoy, wondering what it was doing here. "Please explain who you are and why you are in this area. I thought that the First Army abandoned the southern reach of the Antarctic Center." The soldier remained silent for a while. Eventually, he said, "Sir, you must know that our division suffered heavy losses when the siege capital we were building was destroyed. A sufficient number of us had time to evacuate, taking the civilians with us. However, the aftermath was chaotic." Sonny did not know the details of how the city had been obliterated, except for that it had been done by a Titan. Nevertheless, he could imagine the panic and mayhem that had ensued in the aftermath. He nodded. The man let out a heavy sigh. "Most of those who escaped retreated north, but for many of us, that direction was cut off. We gathered as many people as we could and eventually headed south." Something about that story did not sit right with Sonny. He interrupted the tired soldier. "You made it all the way here driving on the highway. Staying so close to the ocean was too dangerous." Even Sonny did not dare choose that convenient but dire path. How did a bunch of mundane soldiers survive it? The man's face grew bleak. He lingered for a while and then said grimly, "There were a lot more transports in the convoy at the start of it, Captain. This is just the ones that remain. I have 340 free civilians in my care and 40 soldiers." Sonny sighed. "Ah." Now things were making much more sense. Put in a somber mood, he asked, "There were no awakened assisting you?" The soldier shook his head. "There were. They stayed back to buy us time. That was a week ago, sir." Sonny thought that he understood the full picture, except for one most important thing. "Why come so far south?" He stared at the man for a bit and then asked directly, "But why would you head here of all places? Why not circle back and head north to one of the remaining siege capitals?" The answer soon came, making the corner of his eye twitch. "Evacuation, sir. After the initial chaos died down, the awakened escorts, they were still alive back then, received orders through the dream realm. We were to proceed to a facility called Low 49, rendezvous with the battleship Ariadne that is supposed to be waiting for us there, and escape. Although, we are a little late, just by a day or two." Sonny stared, lost for words. The soldier suddenly seemed excited. "Captain Sunless, sir, have you come from that facility? Were you sent to escort us the rest of the way?" Exposed to that hopeful gaze, Sonny felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He lingered with the answer, but his flaw only allowed him to remain silent for so long. Eventually, he opened his mouth and said simply, "No. The Ariadne was destroyed and Low 49 is lost." I am sorry to say this, soldier, but you and your men have made it all the way here for nothing. Chapter 906. Moral Conundrum. Sonny had never seen a few words crush a man's spirit so thoroughly. Except for maybe himself, when Nephi's had spoken his true name and commanded him to leave her for dead on the forgotten shore. The soldier managed to remain standing, but he looked like a marionette with its strings cut. All light was extinguished from his eyes. He remained motionless for a while and then turned slightly, throwing a forlorn glance at the small, battered fleet behind him. Sonny could imagine how he felt. After surviving the cataclysmic destruction of the siege capital, these people weathered untold horrors to make it this far alive. What had kept them going was probably the hope that salvation was drawing closer and closer. And now, when they almost reached the destination, that hope was cruelly crushed. He sighed. It just happened a few days ago. The news would not have reached you. My people and I are the only ones who survived. The soldier looked down, silent. Eventually he asked, "If I may ask, what are your plans now, sir?" Sonny looked at him with a deadpan expression. "My orders are to proceed to the Erebus Field siege capital to rendezvous with another cohort of the 1st Irregular Company." Suddenly, a tentative spark appeared in the soldier's eyes. "Master Sunless, sir, will you consider?" Sonny knew what he was going to say. It was not that hard to guess. He wanted to laugh. In fact, he almost did. It took a lot of self-control to remain outwardly calm. A bitter, familiar, unhinged laugh got stuck somewhere in his throat. Of course, Sonny knew. The soldier was going to ask if the irregulars would escort the civilian convoy to safety. Why wouldn't he? They had persevered for the last week without any awaken to protect the handful of transports from the rampaging nightmare creatures. And even though their hope of sailing to safety aboard the Ariadne was gone, there was an actual master standing in front of them. And not just any master, but one of the most deadly ones in the First Army, accompanied by a cohort of absolute elites. The irregulars were the cream of the crop of human forces. Surely, they wouldn't leave defenseless civilians behind. Surely. The problem was that this decision was not an easy one. Heavily armored and exceedingly maneuverable Rhino could potentially make the 1,000-kilometer journey to Mount Erebus. The flimsy and damaged civilian transports, however, their ability to traverse the mountains was doubtful. At the very least, they would slow down and limit the versatile APC, which would put its crew in danger. By agreeing to take charge of the convoy, Sonny would not only make his task several times harder, but also drastically increase the chance of his own soldiers dying. That was why he wanted to laugh. In Sonny's last conversation with Vern, the stalwart master had told him that it was impossible to get hundreds of civilians through the mountains alive. Back then, Sonny had responded by saying that people could not know what was impossible until they tried it. And now he had to either leave these people to die, or eat his own words and put his money where his mouth was. "Oh, this is a good one. This one is great. I see you, faded." The soldier's words died on his lips as he watched Sonny's unmoving face. Sonny remained silent. So, what was he supposed to do? Was he supposed to take responsibility for hundreds of refugees at the expense of his soldiers and Professor Obel, or follow cold logic and do what had to be done, abandoning them to fate? No, but there was no need to hide behind words. There was no fate in this case, only death. What was the right choice? A strange smile appeared on his face. What would a man of conviction do? A man of conviction would have probably stayed at low 49 and died. How complicated. Despite his aspiration to find the elusive thing called conviction and grow stronger through it, Sonny had not had any success in that regard yet. He still stood for nothing and was as unmoored as he had been at the start of it. Some people might have had an unwavering moral compass, but he was not one of them. Sonny mostly acted on a whim and pursued his own narrow interests. In fact, simply hearing someone speak about morality always filled him with suspicion. So he did not have a straightforward answer to what was the right thing to do in this situation. However, Sonny might not have known what he believed in if there even was such a thing, but he knew what he despised very well. Just a few days ago, he had sat on the roof of the Rhino, full of contempt for the bastards who could have saved countless lives in Antarctica, but decided not to. The damned sovereigns. So, following that logic, wouldn't he be doing the same by leaving the refugees to die in order to serve his personal convenience? What a weird and perverted way of thinking about things. Sonny was honestly nor sure about the validity of that conclusion, or if it even made any sense. But it was the best one he had managed to come up with. So after a long stretch of silence, he said, "How much food and clean water do you have left?" The soldier did not seem to understand his question. He stared blankly at Sonny for a few moments and then perked up a little. "We have a large surplus of both food and water, sir. That is one thing we don't lack. We also have a working water filter." Sonny remained silent for a little while and then nodded. "All right. Then you will follow us to Erebus Field. Do note that we will be moving through the mountains. Do not worry, though. My cohort has scouted the road networks in this region of the Antarctic Center extensively. We'll guide you well." The soldier took in a shaky breath and saluted. "Yes, sir." Sonny lingered for a few moments, then asked, "What is your name and rank?" The man responded after a short pause, fidgeting with the collar of his coat. "It's Sergeant Gier, sir." Sonny glanced at the caravan of battered vehicles behind him and sighed. "Here's my order, Sergeant Gier. From now on, I'll be assuming command of this convoy. You did well getting them here. Leave the rest to me." Chapter 907. Burden of Command. As expected, the refugees were devastated by the news that their salvation had slipped away from their grasp at the last moment. Many of them looked like they were about to give up, but strangely, the terrible change did not end up being as crushing to their already crumbling morale as Sonny had thought it would be. The reason. He was the reason. Or rather, his status and reputation. Although being found by a master was not really comparable to boarding a rescue ship, ascended were a kind of symbol among humans. Saints were too mysterious and distant, so it were the masters that dwelled in the human subconscious as the epitome of valor, achievement, and might. Sonny did not know about valor and achievement, but ascended were indeed immensely powerful, and he was more powerful than most. So, when the refugees learned that Master Sunless of the First Irregular Company had taken command of the convoy, many of them were elated despite their extreme exhaustion. He had a fearsome reputation, after all. In fact, Sonny felt that the mundane soldiers had gone out of their way to embellish his achievements as much as they could when they delivered the news. Their purpose was transparent. The soldiers, too, wanted to keep the morale of the civilians from reaching the very bottom of despair. As a result, the refugees regarded him as some sort of intrepid hero, who was both the scourge of nightmare creatures and a dauntless savior of men. When they looked at him, their eyes were full of hope and reverence. Sonny was weirded out by these gazes. Fools, how easy are you to deceive? Did they not hear the part of the story where a whole settlement that he had been stationed at was completely destroyed? But no, they didn't. People just wanted to believe in something that would give them solace, no matter how far removed from the truth their belief might be. It was strangely easy for them to ignore anything that conflicted with such a belief. In the end, making people lie to themselves was the best and most effective kind of deception. Regardless, Sonny was not going to dispel their mistaken impression of him. Not only did it make the refugees easier to control, but there were other things to consider. Namely, the spreading plague of the spell. Now that Sonny knew that a first nightmare was born of a tiny seed, as well, he couldn't help but feel that it could only be planted into fertile soil. Wouldn't a soul that was full of fear and despair be more fertile, while one illuminated by hope less so? If he thought about it like that, It was no surprise that the nightmare spell had descended during the height of the dark times. Back then, the whole world had been drowning in desperation. Maybe by managing the morale of the convoy, he would be able to reduce the number of mundane humans succumbing to the nightmares. Look at me, thinking strategically. Shaking his head, Sonny walked back to the rhino and climbed inside. Remembering the mangled corpse of an awakened demon that rested under the snow less than 100 meters away, he wanted to leave the terminus of the coastal highway as soon as possible. But there were a few things he had to do before that. "Professor Obel, can I speak to you?" The old man had lived through the havoc of the first generation, so he would have valuable insight about the task facing Sonny, without a doubt. And indeed, speaking to the professor gave him a few good ideas. However, something like the chain of nightmares had never happened in the history of the world before, so there was no handbook on how to survive it. He had to come up with his own solutions. 10 minutes later, Sonny gathered his cohort, as well as Professor Obel, Bate, and Sergeant Jeer in the command suite of the Rhino. He didn't waste any time and got straight to business. "The situation is far from being perfect, so I'll be brief. Our first task is to inspect the vehicles of the convoy and service them as needed to make sure that they will be able to make it across the mountains. However, we can't do it here in the open. There is an abandoned military bunker not too far from our position. If all goes well, we will reach it within a day and make camp." His thinking was rather simple. He couldn't have the civilians sleeping in the cramped transports, since the consequences of someone turning into a nightmare creature inside one would be devastating. So, ideally, they needed to find a well-protected campsite every time they needed to rest. The old bunker, which had stood empty since the dark times, was hidden in the mountains at a sufficient distance from the ocean. It was a conducive place to achieve a lot of pressing tasks. Sonny paused and looked at his subordinates with a grim expression. "For now, we'll assume a standard march formation. Our immediate task is to reach the bunker without suffering any losses. There are two types of threats we need to be wary of, those from beyond and those from within. I won't say anything about the former since they just mean that we must enter battle with the enemy. The latter, however, I desire soldiers keeping eyes on the civilians at all times. Don't let anyone fall asleep." He lingered for a moment and then added, "Clear one of the transports completely and move all passengers to the other four. That will be our mobile infirmary. If someone does fall asleep, wake them up. If they don't wake, transfer the sleepers to the infirmary and get ready to put them down, should anyone fail the first nightmare." Sergeant Jeer shivered but remained silent. It was not easy for mundane soldiers to fight nightmare creatures, especially not without working exoskeleton armor suits, and inside a moving transport with no space to retreat and maneuver. Sonny had thought about it in advance. There were 5 civilian transports and 4 smaller army vehicles escorting them, so the math wasn't too hard. He looked at his soldiers. "Luster will drive the Rhino, while each of you is to be stationed inside one of the transports from now on. Keep the refugees safe and observe your surroundings. If the convoy is ambushed and the enemy gets past me, it's your job to make sure that no one dies, or at least as few of them die as possible. Bell, you will watch over the infirmary. The others divide the transports among yourself. Sergeant Jeer, the crews of the military vehicles will be responsible for themselves. The same protocol applies." The soldier nodded. "Yes, sir." After that, they all stared at him in silence. Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What are you waiting for? Go. I desire to get off the coast as soon as possible." Chapter 908. Delegation. After a short stop, the battered convoy started moving once again. The Rhino was driving at the front, followed by the 5 civilian transports. 2 military vehicles flanked them and 2 more protected the rear. It would not be possible to maintain the formation higher into the mountains, but for now, the roads were wide enough. Taking a turn, they drove away from the coast. slowly climbing higher and higher into the outskirts of the mountains. Observing the multitude of screens in the command suite of the rhino, Sonny felt thankful for the fact that he had scouted this whole area with his shadows a month ago, while en route to Low 49. He roughly knew the twists and turns of the mountain roads, the shape of the slopes and the deep canyons, and what path to take. He knew where the most dangerous spots were, where a large-scale ambush could be waiting for them, and where it was possible to make camp. This stretch of the mountains was like a maze, and with civilian transports following the rhino, its mobility was severely reduced. There were only so many paths the convoy could take. Luckily, Sonny remembered them all. Of course, a lot of things could have changed in a month. The devastating battle between the three saints and an unknown titan had destroyed a few mountain peaks further up north and caused a powerful earthquake. Although only a weak echo of that clash had reached this region, it was still enough to potentially change the topography. There would be rockfalls that had blocked previously clear roads, while some roads would have simply broken down and collapsed. A glacier or two could have come undone, obliterating everything in their path. And of course, there were swarms of nightmare creatures lurking in the dark. There was also snow. The blizzard seemed to be growing weaker, but it had already covered the world with it. As a result, the rhino was forced to lower its wedge-shaped ram and clear the path forward for the convoy. Just like that, the proud war machine was reduced to playing the role of a snowplow. The progress was tortuously slow. Sonny had to simultaneously scout ahead and think deeply about how to manage the convoy. He wanted to consider as many problems as possible before they actually happened, to hopefully prevent them. It had been easy to command a small cohort, but now hundreds of people were depending on him. The complexity of the task and the amount of moving parts comprising it were giving him a headache. Not to mention the daunting trial of daring to guide a caravan of refugees through a war-torn, apocalyptic expanse of the continent that was being slowly devoured by the inescapable tide of darkness. At least there is no giant tower this time. Sonny smiled bitterly and turned his head, staring at Bate, who was looking at the external camera feed with a detached expression. Feeling his gaze, she looked back. "What?" Sonny studied her for a few moments. "Bate, you have administrative experience, right?" The young woman frowned in confusion. "Sure, I used to do that sort of thing on behalf of the professor. Running a research facility demands a lot of paperwork, you know." He nodded. "Good. Then congratulations, you're in charge of the refugees now." Bate blinked a couple of times. Wait, what do you mean?" Sonny shrugged. "I mean that you are responsible for their well-being. Food, water, health, morale. Find responsible people among the civilians and coordinate with them to solve any problems that you can handle yourself. Report the rest to me. You will be a filter between me and the civilians, understand?" She scowled. "I do, but my priority is the professor." Sonny shook his head and waved a hand dismissively. "He's a civilian too, is he not? Now that we are escorting a convoy of refugees, it's in your own interest to make sure that everything is running smoothly. The safer the convoy is, the safer the old man will be as well. In any case, I need to delegate these things to someone. Otherwise, I won't be able to concentrate on the military side of things, and our safety, including the professors, will be compromised. Would you prefer I entrust the civilian side of things to someone who does not care about him as much?" She glared at him for a few moments, then scoffed. "Fine. I guess I'll be the housekeeper then. You be the guard dog." Sonny grinned. "That sounds swell. From what I hear, all dogs do is sleep all day and get treats. Who wouldn't want to live like that?" The young woman gave him a strange look and didn't answer. Above a mountain road that clung to the side of a canyon, a tall cliff stood, covered in snow. On a deep ledge cutting into its face, veiled by darkness, a dozen monstrous forms lay as they hid from the howling wind. The nightmare creatures were resting, their bloodshot eyes staring aimlessly into the blizzard. Then something changed. As if catching a faint smell, the abomination stirred. The maws opened and their muscles rolled under the desiccated hides. One by one, they rose from the snow and listened. From a distance, a barely audible hum of engines and the rustle of wheels could be heard. Frenzied flames ignited in the eyes of the vile creatures, and hoarse growls escaped from their maws. Using their powerful limbs, the nightmare creatures moved toward the edge of the ledge, lusting to sink their fangs into human flesh. Before they could, however, a shadow suddenly moved between them, and something landed in the middle of the pack, sending snow flying into the air. The abominations only had a moment to see what it was. There between them a graceful knight in intricate onyx armor stood, raising a beautiful jade giant. A split second later, the white blade flashed. Back inside the rhino, Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, listening to the voice of the spell whispering into his ears. The convoy was climbing higher into the mountains. They moved slowly but had not encountered any serious problems yet. A few minutes later, he suddenly received a radio transmission from one of the flanking vehicles. Stir Sunnel. SS, sir. Sergeant Jeer's voice came through, marred by interference. Sonny manipulated a few switches to improve the quality and asked, "What is it? Is there danger?" The man answered after a short pause with doubt in his voice. Yes, I don't know, sir. It's just that the cliffside ahead, there's blood flowing down it." His voice sounded nervous. The response came a second later, startling the soldier. "Don't mind it. The situation is under control. Keep your eyes open and move forward." Jeer stared at the radio in his hand and then glanced at the soldier near him. "He said that the situation is under control." The other soldier shivered. "Then I guess it is." They approached the cliffside, what seemed to be seeping blood, and drove past it. Nothing happened. A few more hours passed, full of similarly strange events. However, no abomination had managed to get close enough to the convoy to pose a serious threat to it. In the evening, when the blizzard had grown thin enough to see the stars in the sky, they finally reached their destination. Up ahead, hidden between tall cliffs, was the entrance to the old, abandoned bunker. That was going to be their base for the next couple of days. Chapter 909. Underground Nest. During the dark times, humanity had come to the brink of destruction. A series of cataclysmic natural disasters had brought it to its knees, causing several waves of mass migrations, each of them accompanied by plagues and famine. Previously arable lands had turned into wastelands, and many resources that had previously been the lifeblood of civilization were suddenly running dry. There had not been enough food for everyone, not enough livable space for everyone, and not enough power source for everyone. So humans had done what they knew best. They had turned to war. The marks left by those devastating wars still haunted the planet. From the polluted air to the derelicts of broken military machines, they littered the earth like scars caused by a deadly infection. The old bunker Sonny was facing right now was one of those scars. He knew neither what army had built it and for what purpose, nor what had happened to those people and why the bunker now stood abandoned. He also did not care. There were always stories about terrifying doomsday weapons hidden in such places, waiting to be unleashed by a carefree explorer, but most of them were just that, stories. In reality, places like that one were usually empty for one simple reason. Everyone had died or left, and those who survived had no need and no capacity to return. Plus, the bunker had already been unsealed a long time ago. Its massive blast doors stood open, covered with snow. Sonny was much more worried about the present than the past. Anything could have made its way inside during the chain of nightmares. If a tribe of nightmare creatures had made a nest in the narrow underground passages, laying siege to the bunker would not be easy. In fact, it was as tough of a task as a military unit could get. But he could not turn back. The civilian transports were crowding the mountain road behind him, with nowhere else to go. The vehicles needed maintenance and repair, and the people inside needed rest. It was his obligation to provide for them. Looking at the dark entrance gloomily, Sonny turned and addressed his cohort. "Prepare yourself. The 7 of us will enter the bunker in 15 minutes. Sergeant Jeer, who stood nearby, hesitated for a few moments. "Sir, what if there are nightmare creatures inside?" Usually, the task of clearing an underground nest would only be entrusted to a much larger and better prepared force. Sonny stared at the soldier silently and then shrugged. "There are. So what?" His shadows were already creeping through the dark bunker, scouting its many chambers and passages. There were indeed abominations hiding underground. A lot of them. They had turned the abandoned complex into their lair some time ago, and its nature was going to make any potential assault both hard to pull off and bloody. For a regular military force. Sonny and his people, however, were elites. He was confident in their ability to clear out the bunker without suffering any losses. They had no other choice anyway. Most of his confidence, though, came from himself. As minutes passed by, Sonny used his communicator to project an image on the snow and started to slowly fill it out as the irregulars watched attentively. Passage after passage, room after room. Soon, a detailed map of the bunker was projected in front of them. Then, Sonny marked every nightmare creature and its position on the map. Lastly, he sketched a rough figure of a snake-like monstrosity and drew several red dots on its body. Those were the weak spots he had observed with Kim's help. Sergeant Jeer stared at the projection, dumbfounded. Not paying him any attention, Sonny addressed the irregulars. "There are 94 nightmare creatures inside the bunker as well as several hundred eggs. The plan is simple. We'll go in and clear them all out level after level. The first 2 levels only have awakened abominations, and the heart of the nest seems to be situated on the 4th, with several fallen protecting it. There's not a lot of room to move, so mind the walls. Sam, leave the rifle behind. It won't be of any use underground anyway." He spent the remainder of the 15 minutes going over the important points and explaining what kind of enemy they would be facing. Then, without any fanfare, the cohort brandished their weapons and entered the bunker, disappearing into the darkness without a single radiant memory illuminating their way. Hidden in the shadows, Saint and Nightmare remained outside to guard the convoy. An underground nest was always a dire target. The lack of light, the unpredictable nature of the terrain, the twists and turns of narrow passages that could lead to an ambush at any second, the limited space that made it hard to move and fight. It was a nightmare for a cohort of awakened, especially if the abominations had both the numbers and the home ground advantage on their side. It wasn't too hard for the irregulars, though, because they knew where the enemies were, what the lay of the land was, and had already developed an optimal plan of attack. Even if something unexpected happened, Sonny's shadows were keeping an eye on everything, so the cohort would know about any potential attack in advance. Swiftly moving from room to room, from corridor to corridor, they methodically slaughtered the nightmare creatures. Despite being inside a beast lair, it appeared as though the abominations had found themselves inside an enemy stronghold instead. The awakened seemed to know the structure of the bunker better than its current inhabitants, as well as how to separate, flank, and box the monsters in. There were no avoidable movements, no words spoken. The irregulars were fast, efficient, and deadly. Bell especially seemed to be born for this type of assault, since he could freely phase through walls and attack from any angle. His sword made short work of the monstrous snakes, striking precisely at the vulnerable sections that Kim's aspect had pointed out. Sonny was in full control of the situation. His shadows spread throughout the underground complex, informing him of the movements of the enemy. Whenever there was a possibility of danger appearing, his spear lashed out, obliterating the threat. Whenever there was a change, he adjusted the plan on the fly and informed his soldiers. They went through the first level like the Reaper's scythe, cutting down all living things on it, then did the same on the second. Then the third. In the end, not even the fallen abominations could do anything. The last rabid assault of the nightmare creatures was completely dismantled by an essence trap that had been set up by Samara. Whoever survived the blast was finished off by the melee fighters. Just like that, the deadly nest of powerful abominations was obliterated. As soon as the last of the creatures lost its life, shadows surged across the underground complex, dragging the corpses away to hide them out of sight. About an hour after the cohort had entered the bunker, Sonny emerged from the darkness and breathed in the cold air. Then he looked at the soldiers waiting outside and calmly said, "Bring the transports inside." The soldiers stared at him for a few seconds in silence, then turned around and walked toward the vehicles without saying anything. What was there to say? Chapter 910. Master of cartography, the old abandoned bunker was not exactly the best place for a few hundreds of exhausted refugees to rest, and that had been before Sonny and his cohort had smeared monster blood all over the place. It was dark, cold, and in no way suited for people to live in. And yet, there was no other choice. They needed a temporary shelter to prepare for the journey ahead, and there was nothing better than this derelict facility for dozens of kilometers around. In the end, the civilian transports and the military vehicles entered the large hangar behind the blast doors, and the refugees disembarked, throwing frightened gazes at the dark interior of the bunker. The rest was both simple and demanded a lot of work. 6 comparatively clean rooms were designated as living areas, each welcoming around 70 residents. Lighting fixtures were installed, and heater elements were taken off the vehicles and placed in the corners to chase away the cold. Awakened were assigned to the living quarters to keep people safe. There was so much to do that Sonny was momentarily at a loss. People needed blankets, food, medical care, and 100 other things that he had not stopped to think about. Luckily, he did not have to solve all these problems alone. Sergeant Gier already had sufficient experience taking care of the refugees, and Bates seemed to have taken on her responsibility as the civilian representative with zeal. After about an hour of working things out, Sonny was left mostly alone. In the morning, there would be a lot to do, but for now, people just wanted to rest. No one knew when they were going to get a chance to leave the transports again. Sonny himself chose to watch over the infirmary, sending Belle away to a less stressful post. Currently, there were 3 people inside, 2 refugees and a young soldier. All 3 slept as their souls wandered in the first nightmare. Their shallow and rare breaths were almost inaudible. Glancing at them, he summoned his chair, sat on it, and prepared for a long night. Unlike the rest of the convoy, Sonny would not be resting any time soon. There was too much for him to do. He closed his eyes. Above ground, the blizzard finally subsided, and the dark canvas of the mountains could be seen once again. The eerie lights of the aurora danced in the black sky, making it seem as though it was aflame with ghostly fire. Distant stars burned coldly up above. What a sight! Sonny relaxed as his shadows climbed 4 different peaks. Now that the blizzard was gone, he could finally observe the surroundings. He could control his shadows from as far as 13 kilometers or so. Of course, that number seemed small compared to the 1,000 kilometers the convoy had to travel to reach the Erebus Field siege capital. But here in the mountains, where the terrain was rough and uneven, that was enough. One could see a lot if they just climbed high enough. Naturally, trying to study the landscape from the summit of a tall mountain would have been hard for most people, considering that the whole continent was obscured by the veil of impenetrable darkness. The long night of Antarctica was still lingering and would be for several more months, but Sonny could pierce through that veil with ease. To him, that darkness was an ally. As the first shadow reached sufficiently high, he sighed and opened his eyes. Then he activated his communicator and projected the map of the area from its memory storage. So outdated. If Sonny wanted to guide the convoy through the mountains, he had a lot of tedious work to do. First, he recalled the journey to Low 49 and started to mark all the old roads that he had scouted back then on the map, as well as their condition and degree of disrepair. Some were too damaged for the civilian transports to drive on, some were comparatively fine, and some could be used, but only if there was no other option. In the process, Sonny also marked all points of interest: potential campsites, possible ambush spots, entrances to the old tunnels that could be hiding untold threats, and so on. The process was long and boring, but the result was going to allow him to plan a good route. After a while, feeling tired, Sonny glanced at the map and sighed. Its current state was satisfactory as the starting point. Then came the harder part. Relying on the four shadows looking at the world from high above, he started to add changes to the map. Some roads had been destroyed in the past month. Some were blocked. Whole areas were buried under ice after several glaciers rolled down from the mountain peaks, and everywhere, nightmare creatures prowled. Due to his credentials as an academic explorer, Sonny was not a novice to drawing maps, although they had all been that of the dream realm in the past. The more he filled in the current one, the more bleak his expression became. Things were not looking good at all. There were too few paths the convoy could take, and none of them was particularly easy or safe. The sheer number of abominations flooding the mountain range was appalling. Even though Sonny could not judge their exact numbers and power from afar, there were too many. They were like maggots swarming in dead flesh. Nevertheless, he diligently marked the larger swarms on the map, as well as the direction they seemed to be heading in and their approximate speed. After hours of arduous work, the projection in front of him looked like a piece of psychedelic art, with a chaotic net of lines and symbols of different colors covering its surface. The most prominent color, however, was red. With a sigh, Sonny leaned back and remained motionless for a while. What a disaster! It would have been much easier to slip through the hordes of nightmare creatures if he only had to worry about the rhino. The app could conquer all types of terrain and was as durable as they came. The vehicles of the convoy, however, Sonny felt as though he had gone into battle with his hands tied behind his back. Curse it all! As Sonny was pondering the optimal course of action, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor outside, and the door of the infirmary slowly opened. Behind it, Professor Obel stood, holding a plate of food in his hands. Sonny raised an eyebrow, surprised by the unexpected visit. "Professor, what brings you here?" The old man smiled. "Ah, don't mind me, Master Sunless. I just noticed that you have not gotten your portion of the food the soldiers had cooked for us, so I thought to bring you some." Sonny hesitated for a few moments. What a thoughtful old man! Something told him that the professor had not just come here to give him food. Considering how much time had passed, the old man should have been asleep. It was also strange to see him without Bait, who always followed him like a shadow. The question was, what did Professor Obel want? Chapter 911, Question of Value, Come In. The old man entered, closing the door behind him. Then he looked around, found a rusty stool and sat down, handing Sonny the plate. "Sorry, it's not much." Indeed, it wasn't. The broth the soldiers had cooked was made out of synth paste, monster meat, and spices. It was a common army dish that could be made with all kinds of ingredients, as long as there was water and basic rations at hand. This particular version looked almost edible, too. Sonny shrugged. "That's all right. I'm from the outskirts of NQSC, so I'm not a stranger to synth paste." Professor Obel nodded, then curiously studied the map Sonny had created as he ate. After a while, the old man said, "It is in moments like this that I am reminded of how potent utility aspects can be. Their wielders tend to be overlooked in favor of combat specialists, who get all the glory. but your ability is truly incredible. Someone more versed in battle would have been able to kill a few dozen more nightmare creatures, maybe even 100 or two. But with this, we will be able to sneak past thousands of them and defeat those that we do encounter with minimal losses or none at all. This map will vastly increase our chances of survival, more than any warrior would be able to. He paused for a moment and looked around. This bunker, too. Your soldiers are a fearsome bunch, Master Sunless, but without your sight and awareness, liberating this outpost without casualties would have been a tall task even for them. You seem to be able to see everything and be in several places at the same time. I think I owe my life to that last ability of yours, actually. Remembering the bloody incident that had happened in the safe room of Low 49, Sonny swallowed a spoonful of broth and nodded. That is a lot of compliments. Don't be mistaken, though. I am a menace in battle, too, Professor Obel chuckled. I am just giving credit where credit is due. You might have not realized it, but you are uniquely suited to lead this convoy, Master Sunless. Still, it is a lot of responsibility, especially for a young man such as you. How are you holding up? Sonny stared at him blankly. I am fine, thank you. I've been through worse. The old man sighed. I'm sure that you have. His tone seemed strangely regretful. What is he getting at? Sonny frowned, then asked frankly. Professor, I am sure that this is not just a social call. What is it that you want from me? Professor Obel remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, he smiled. I guess I am really easy to read, huh? Comes with the territory, I guess. At my age, people don't have time for pretense. Yes, you are right. I wanted to talk to you about something, Master Sunless. Or rather, I have a favor to ask. He looked at Sonny with a fatherly expression, which was an entirely new experience for Sonny, and said, There is a long road ahead of us. In the future, you will have to make a lot of decisions as the leader of this convoy. Our lives are literally in your hands, Master Sunless. So, I wanted to ask you in advance. If a time ever comes when you have to decide between saving my life and that of someone else, especially my assistant Bait, that stubborn child, I want you to choose against me. Keep someone else alive and leave me behind. Sonny stared at the old man for a while, perplexed by the sudden request. With all due respect, Professor, I can't agree. My orders are to deliver you safely to a siege capital. You, and you alone, everyone else is just a bonus. They don't have the same value. Professor Obel simply shook his head. Value? You are wrong, Master Sunless. I am old and don't have much time left. It is young people like you and Bait that hold true value. I might have done a few worthy things in the past, but you are the ones who will accomplish great and amazing feats in the years to come. You will carry the flag of humanity into the future, not old fossils like me. If a species starts to cannibalize its young to prologue the lives of the old, there's no value in that, none at all. Sonny looked away. That's great, but I am not even sure if humanity has a future. The old man laughed. Oh, forgive me, young man, but I've been hearing these words for almost a century. When I was young, many people were convinced that we were all going to go extinct soon, but we didn't. Then they went around saying that if things did not change for the better, humanity would surely be doomed. Things changed for the worst, but humanity still persisted. Then the nightmare spell appeared, and it seemed like all their fears came true. And yet here we are, still kicking. Humanity is far more tenacious than you think, Master Sunless. That it was. Humans were incredibly adaptable, resourceful, and stubborn creatures. They tended to cling to life so ferociously that eradicating them was often a futile endeavor, but not always. Sonny glanced at the professor darkly. Humans that used to inhabit the dream realm were tenacious, too. Where are they now? The old man did not seem to have an answer, so he just sighed dejectedly. After a while, he asked, So, are you going to grant my wish or not? Sonny remained silent for a bit. Then he scoffed. Why do I have to choose whom to keep alive? I'll just make sure to save everyone. There's no need to decide between you and Bait, so why would I? Professor Obel looked at him with a slightly somber expression. That might be an unreasonable ambition, young man. Sonny shrugged, his expression nonchalant. This whole campaign is an unreasonable ambition. Should we just give up? The old man studied him for a while, then suddenly smiled. His smile, for some reason, seemed a bit brighter than usual. Indeed, that is also true. At that moment, Sonny glanced at the three people sleeping in the infirmary and frowned. His eyes seemed to grow a little darker. Deactivating his communicator, he looked at Professor Obel and said in a calm tone, "I think it's time for you to go, Professor. I have some matters to attend to. Thanks for the food." The old man lingered for a moment, but then nodded and stood up. As soon as the door closed behind him, Sonny summoned the moonlight shard and walked over to the sleepers. It seemed that two of them were about to wake up, whether as people or nightmare creatures, though. That Sonny did not know. Chapter 912. Soul of a Man. The first infected was a young soldier from Sergeant Gier's unit. The other two were refugees, a man in his 30s and a woman who seemed enough to be Sonny's grandmother. All three were outside the usual age for a sleeper, but the soldier, at least, was young and strong. He had a higher chance of survival from what Sonny could tell. Not that anyone knew a lot about how and why people survived the first nightmare. It was a mystery why the spell had eventually settled for teenagers of about 16 to 18 years old after devastating the first generation indiscriminately. But even back then, younger people had been more likely to survive. Humans might have not known the reason, but they were very good at gathering statistics. Perhaps it had something to do with the soul. Some believed that it was hard for a soul to form a stable core after becoming set in its ways. So, a situation was possible where an older person could survive their nightmare, only to die anyway after their soul collapsed while trying to create a core. That hardly seems fair, but fairness was a human concept in the end. The spell had its own principles, which did not always coincide with what humans considered just. Currently, the soldier and the male refugee were stirring, as if on the cusp of waking up. Sonny observed them from above, holding the moonlight shard in his hand. He was strangely fascinated. To his eyes, the changes happening to the souls of the sleepers were revealed in detail. The weak, faint golden light inside them was swirling and moving, caught in the throes of a growing turmoil. Sonny had gone through the process himself many times. However, he had never seen it happening in front of him to someone else. Right now, the souls of the two humans were weak and insubstantial. They were more like an idea of something than an actual thing. They were alive and had shadows, but that was pretty much it. However, through a mysterious process, the formless state of a mundane soul was being galvanized, slowly creating a more solid shape. A soul core was not a soul. Rather, it existed within the soul, serving as both its fulcrum and nexus. At least that was how Sonny perceived it. Encompassing a core granted a lot of benefits to a soul, but it also placed a burden on it. Not every soul was powerful and vast enough to sustain one, let alone several. The proof of it was the terrible pain he went through every time his class rose. Regardless, both the soldier and the civilian seemed resilient enough for the task at hand. The faint golden light saturating their bodies grew slightly brighter, and in it, streaks of a stronger radiance appeared. These streaks flowed to their chests and swirled, slowly merging into spheres of brilliant light. The whole process seemed miraculous. As the two spheres grew fuller and more defined, the familiar shapes of two soul cores started to emerge from the brilliance. But then, there was a change. The nascent soul core of the young soldier exploded with a flood of ethereal flame, which rolled through his body as a radiant wave, rejuvenating it. The civilian, however. As Sonny watched with a bleak expression, a seed of darkness appeared in the center of the forming core. It quickly expanded, spreading like a cancerous growth. Repulsive veins of darkness spread through the dying light, consuming it. The more of the light was consumed, the faster it spread. Corruption. Sonny was almost certain that this was what he was observing, a living being succumbing to the corruption. The corruption had existed long before the nightmare spell, and although he did not know its source and purpose, he knew that it was an enemy. The enemy, perhaps. Sonny suspected that he had once come very close to becoming corrupted himself, on the second level of the Ebony Tower. The terrible rot that had eaten through Weaver's arm and forced the cunning demon to sever it. Had it not been the same thing, only in a far more pure and harrowing form? As Sonny watched, revolting tentacles of the corruption spread through the body of the man, becoming one with it. Then the body started to change. The skin turned dark and the teeth suddenly elongated, piercing through his lips. The bones cracked, rearranging themselves. Before anything else could happen, though, the narrow blade of the moonlight shard pierced the man's chest, going straight through his heart. The forming soul core, now parasitized by the corruption, was torn apart. The grotesque body convulsed and grew still, its last breath escaping as a hoarse groan. Sonny sighed and looked at the dead man with regret. After a while he whispered, "Rest well now, your nightmare is over. Find peace within me." Sonny lingered for a few moments, then glanced at the other one. Everything seemed to be going fine for the young soldier. His soul core was all but formed, as there were faint streams of weak essence coursing through his body. The body itself was being rebuilt by it, growing healthier and stronger, getting one step closer to perfection. Before too long, the convoy would welcome another sleeper. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then dragged his chair closer and sat down, dismissing the moonlight shard. Several shadowy tentacles rose from the ground and dragged the corpse of the unfortunate refugee away. Come to think of it, they were not too practical for such tasks. A simple tentacle was the easiest shape to create and demanded the least essence to maintain, but came short in terms of function and versatility. Maybe he needed to come up with a better shape. In any case, for now, all Sonny could do was wait. Suddenly, he felt very tired. By that time, the first of the shadows had already returned from its trip to the peak of a nearby mountain, so he closed his eyes and observed the infirmary through it. A minute passed by, then another. Then, a few more. Everything was quiet. Sometime later, the soldier slowly opened his eyes. A hint of consciousness returned into them, and the young man looked around in confusion. The scarcely lit room, the rusted metal walls, the three makeshift cots, one of them drenched in blood, and a pale youth sitting on a luxurious wooden chair as if on a humble throne. The youth seemed almost like a human. Was he human? His eyes were closed. Was he alive or was he a corpse? Was he both alive and a corpse? And that moment, Sonny said, "What are you looking at?" The soldier flinched away. Then, shivering, he asked something stupid. "Am I dead?" Sonny frowned. Well, it was not surprising that the guy was confused. He had been lost in the first nightmare for several days. For all the poor fool knew, the convoy should have been still driving toward Low 49, racing to rendezvous with the Ariadne. He had slept through the meeting with the irregulars, Sonny assuming command, and the short journey to the bunker. To him, everything would appear strange and frightening. With a sigh, Sonny opened his eyes, leaned forward, and then slapped the soldier across the face. Not too hard, but just enough to feel it. As the young man yelped and grabbed his cheek, Sonny shook his head. "Would it hurt like that if you were dead? You're not lucky enough to die, fool. Welcome back to the waking world, sleeper. Whatever your name is." Chapter 913. Lucky sleeper. The devils were the only awakened in the convoy, so the newly returned sleeper had no one else to learn from. After finding out that the young soldier's aspect had to do with melee combat, Sonny sent him to Bell and told the swordsman to show him the ropes. The sleeper was in a strange position. He was not a mundane soldier anymore, but also not a true awakened. He had an aspect, an ability, and was capable of summoning memories. However, his power was barely enough to face a dormant nightmare creature, and potent memories with active enchantments were wasted on him. Whatever. I was killing fallen devils left and right as a sleeper, Sonny sneered. Of course, no matter how much he wanted to, he could not hold everyone to the standards of the Forgotten Shore survivors. Everyone who had escaped from that hell was abnormal, and for every one of them that had, there were hundreds of those who had not. In any case, the sleeper was at least capable enough to watch over the refugees, lessening the burden on the irregulars. To make his task easier, they had bestowed a few memories to the young man. Now, he was wearing sturdy snakeskin armor and wielding Bel's spare sword. He even had an enchanted bow and a quiver of poison arrows, as well as a magical lantern and a charm that protected him from cold. If there was one thing the irregulars did not lack, it was memories of lower ranks. Pretty much every battle they fought resulted in one or two of them receiving something. Most of these memories were useless to the members of the cohort, whose equipment had been of high quality even before Sonny improved it, but they were just right for a new sleeper. There was enough to arm several more even. Come to think of it, Sonny had been mostly paying attention to the human toll that the rampant proliferation of the spell had levied, but there was another side to the epidemic devouring Antarctica as well. Before too long, there would be a lot of sleepers like that one on the continent. So many, in fact, that their numbers could potentially rival that of the evacuation army in the future. That belated realization gave him pause. Those were thoughts for the future, however. For now, he only cared about the convoy and its fate. The convoy was not going to have thousands of sleepers protecting it anytime soon, but there might be enough of them to form a cohort of their own one day. Well, I better tell Bell to do a good job of mentoring that guy then. With that, he threw the thoughts about the sleeper out of his mind for now. There was a lot to do and not enough time to do it all. In the morning, Sonny sent Quentin, Samara, and Kim to take a look at the vehicles of the convoy. Each had to be inspected, serviced, and hopefully repaired well enough to make the journey to Erebus Field in one piece. At the same time, he assigned Dorn and 20 of Gyr's soldiers to explore the bunker and see if there was anything inside that could be recovered and used for their benefit. The underground complex had stood abandoned for half a century, at least, but there was a possibility that a few intact pieces of machinery remained, ready to be cannibalized to repair the vehicles. There could also be untouched caches of preserved provisions, and so on, not to mention the carcasses of nightmare creatures that needed to be dressed and dismantled. Every member of the cohort already had their cores saturated, so there was no better use for all the remaining soul shards than to feed them to the rookie sleeper. Just like that, the young soldier was going to consume hundreds of soul fragments in his very first day after returning from the nightmare. What a lucky bastard! Recalling how arduous it was for him to get even a single fragment on the Forgotten Shore, Sonny listened to Bate with a dim expression. She was in the process of reporting what state the refugees were in, which, if put succinctly, was not too good. Well, what else had he expected? It was already a miracle that these people were holding on to their sanity. Many of them were the most vulnerable members of humanity, too, children and elderly. The shock of watching their whole continent go up in flames right in front of them was not something one could endure without paying the price. With a sigh, Sonny summoned the covetous coffer and started unloading the precious things he had stored inside in preparation for the Antarctica campaign. Quality food, sugar, salt, spices, dried fruit, chocolate, tea, coffee, toiletries, expensive alcohol for special occasions, and much more. He had prepared a lot, thinking that this stash was going to last the cohort at least a year. There was even foldable furniture, a spacious field tent, and a few things to make leisure time between missions more enjoyable. Bate watched more and more items appear from an average-sized chest with wide eyes. Sonny, meanwhile, felt extremely bitter. The mountain of supplies was large enough to fill an entire room, Not too long ago, it seemed like a lot. But with hundreds of mouths to feed, it was barely enough to sustain the refugees for a few days. However, the supplies were not meant to sustain them. Sergeant Jeer had that covered, even if all the civilians had to eat was synth-paste broth, and all they had to drink was filtered water. Rather, Sonny's pile of treasures was supposed to achieve something different, improve their mood, even if just by a bit. Enduring the apocalypse was much more bearable if you had some toothpaste and a clean toothbrush. Although that statement seemed nonsensical and foolish, it was nevertheless somehow true. Sonny had experienced the fact himself. Here, talk to Jeer and distribute this stuff among the civilians. Tell the cooks to step up their game, too. I want the next few meals to be really tasty, until we leave the bunker at least. Bate, who was staring at a pack of cheap scented soap as if mesmerized by it, slowly nodded. Ah, yes, I will. Huh. Sonny sighed and clicked his fingers a few times, fruitlessly trying to get the young woman's attention. Damn. Do I need to slap her too? Chapter 914. Moving on in the end, they stayed in the derelict bunker for 3 days. The vehicles of the convoy had turned out to be in a worse state than Sonny had thought, so it took a lot of work for Kim and Samara to get them in shape with Quentin's help. The patchwork repairs they implemented were not pretty, but at least the transports were not going to fall apart on the road, stranding dozens of refugees and bringing the convoy to a halting stop. In the freezing cold of the polar night, stopping meant death. That was without even considering the swarms of nightmare creatures prowling in the dark. The world itself was more than happy to kill them. Throughout these few days, Sonny continued to monitor the surroundings and diligently updating his map. The four shadows spent a lot of time either climbing mountains or hiding on their icy summits. He knew for a fact that shadows did not experience getting cold, and yet Sonny could not shake the feeling that the gazes they threw at him from time to time were less friendly than usual. Tough. Do as you're told and don't complain, bastards. He was not a very friendly person himself. The days spent in the bunker were strangely uneventful. There were no large hordes of nightmare creatures in close proximity to it yet, and whatever small swarms passed by were not strong enough to pose a serious threat. If they did attack, the abominations would have a hard time assaulting the underground complex. Its defensive capabilities, which Sonny and his cohort had braved themselves while clearing out the snake monsters, were now on their side. No one would find it easy to get to the civilians. Unless they were capable of burrowing through the ground, of course, like the monstrous lieutenant of the stone hive that had almost buried Sonny in solid stone. If they were, the bunker would become nothing short of a free buffet for such a nightmare creature. After thinking about that, Sonny ordered Luster to remain in the Rhino and monitor the seismic sensors like his life depended on it. But no dangerous abomination appeared. When Sonny was free, he silently patrolled the bunker, studying the refugees. These people seemed strange to him. After losing their homes, loved ones, and having the promised salvation be ripped out from their hands twice, he would have expected many to break, and some did. But very few. For most, life simply went on, especially the children. The last thing Sonny had expected to hear in the gloomy corridors of the abandoned bunker was the sound of laughter, but nevertheless there it was. Kids were playing around, watched over by the elderly. They ran around, made friends, and invented various games to chase away the boredom. One even had the gall to slam directly into him while chasing after their playmates. The boy let out a startled yelp, then looked up with wide eyes and mumbled, sorry, Uncle awakened." With that, he rubbed his forehead and dashed away, giggling. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Uncle, the nerve. Who was he calling an uncle? Kids were doing fine, but even the adults, pressed down by the burden of knowledge, showed pale smiles from time to time. They were warm, had both water and food, as well as a temporary but safe shelter. That was all it took for the human spirit to hold on, it seemed. Maybe Sonny himself had something to do with their mood as well. The refugees decided to trust in the competence of the master who had taken charge of their survival. They surrendered their fates into his hands and, unburdened, found enough strength to believe in the future, even if only a little. Strange, so strange. I would never entrust my life to anyone. At the end of the third day, Sonny gave the command to start preparing for an immediate departure. That decision was met with a lot of turmoil, both from the civilians and the soldiers. Even his own men spoke up. "Sir, if I may." Samara gestured to the ramshackle vehicles, slight concern apparent on her usually nonchalant face. "We have done a lot, but I am not sure how well our repairs will hold. If you give us 2 more days, maybe even 1, we'll accomplish much more." Bate and Sergeant Jeer were similarly in favor of postponing the departure by a few days. The people are just starting to come to their senses. A few more days of rest will do wonders for both their mood and their health. "We have a lot of old people here, you know. They require care." But Sonny was adamant. He simply shook his head. "You don't get it. We must leave now. There is a huge horde of nightmare creatures moving in from the east and another one coming down from the north. If we go now, we'll have a chance of slipping past them before they arrive. If not, we'll simply drown in abominations. Do you actually think that they won't find us underground, or that 7.5 Awaken can stop them? Wake the hell up and start loading people into the transports. That's an order." No one could challenge his authority, and no one had any reason to. While hard to accept, his words were true, which was to be expected, considering that Sonny could not lie. He would have loved to lie and manipulate these people, but sadly, he could only manipulate them by telling the truth. Weirdly enough, he was starting to earn a reputation of a rough but fair leader as a result. Who could be more dependable than the devil, after all? After 3 days of rest for some, and backbreaking work to prepare the convoy for the journey ahead for others, the small fleet of vehicles finally left the hangar of the old bunker. The blizzard had yet to come back, so their position was instantly revealed to everyone who would bother to look. Cutting the darkness with beams of bright light and tearing the silence apart with the rumbling growls of powerful engines, the convoy moved north. Their long journey had begun. Chapter 915, Fool's Errand in the Cold Darkness. A small procession of vehicles was climbing an old and battered mountain road. The road clung precariously to the stone slope, so narrow that the wheels of the transports barely fit on its cracked surface. Looking through the windows to their right, all the refugees could see was a sheer drop. It was as though they were driving on nothing, a few centimeters away from plummeting to their deaths. From time to time, a stray rock would be pushed off the road by the wheels of the slowly moving vehicles and then fall down, ricocheting off the cliffs with startling clangor. The sound traveled far through the deep gorge, reflecting from its stone walls as it grew louder and louder. For the frightened refugees, it seemed as deafening as thunder. Their fear was only made worse by the darkness. The headlights of the transports cut wide swaths through it, but beyond that, the night was impenetrable and oppressive. The drivers were already struggling with keeping the vehicles on the narrow road, and with most of it obscured by the chilling gloom, their task seemed all but impossible. Traveling through the mountains at night was an ill-advised and perilous affair. It was a fool's errand. Who's the fool, then? Studying sensor feeds in the command suite of the Rhino, Sonny was mentally calculating the rate of their progress. No matter how he thought about it, the convoy's speed was appallingly slow. Sadly, it couldn't be helped. The powerful app was moving at the head of the column, clearing the path for the other vehicles. Its ram was lowered and once again serving to push through the snow. From time to time, the Rhino had to remove other obstacles from the road, as well as stone debris, large boulders, and massive chunks of ice that had split from the glacier at the peak of the mountain. It was doing a good job of it, for the most part. Very rarely did they stumble on something that the rhino could not move through or push away. In these instances, the whole convoy had to come to a halt and wait for Sonny to remove the obstacle that the ape could not handle safely with his own two hands. The rhino was a powerful machine, but it could not compare to the might of a master. There were very few things that Sonny could not throw off the road, and even if there were, he would simply cut through them with the sin of solace. The jade blade of the beautiful giant was sharp enough to cut through granite as if it was water. Not that he enjoyed listening to its invasive whispers. In any case, each such stop made their already slow progress even slower. The darkness, the cold, the precarious nature of the old mountain roads, the rough state of the area after the recent earthquake. None of it was making Sonny's life easy, and that was just the natural side of things. Of course, there were other threats around them as well. The whole region was teeming with nightmare creatures. For now, Sonny had managed to lead the convoy past the large swarms of abominations, but it was only a question of time before they had to fight. With how much noise they were making and how much light they were producing, it was inevitable for something hungry to notice them. Some already had, of course. However, Saint had been able to kill the few solitary nightmare creatures without drawing too much attention. Sonny was using her as an outrider, so she traveled apart from the convoy to intercept any emerging threats before they could deal damage to the transports. He did not know how long her protection would last them, though. Sonny felt as though the envelope of safety around the convoy was getting smaller and smaller. At least he and his soldiers could see through the darkness. If they were as blind as the mundane soldiers protecting the convoy, Sonny would have probably gone mad by now. As it was, he remained surprisingly calm and analytical. To him, the situation was both simple and unreasonably difficult. There were two types of things at his disposal. One of them was Asset's Saint and Nightmare, himself, the irregulars, and the mundane soldiers. The other was dependents, the refugees, as well as Professor Obel and Bait. There were also four types of danger facing him. One was the nightmare creatures, whom he had to track through his shadows and either avoid or slay. The other was the threats from within, people succumbing to the spell or going mad, which he could mitigate through various measures. The third was the environment itself. The world could easily kill them without even needing the help of the abominations, but that could be dealt with as well. And finally, there was the fourth kind of danger, the most dire one, the unforeseen threats. That one could not be preempted, dealt with, or mitigated. Sonny's task was simply to apply his assets in the correct way in order to protect his dependents from the danger. However, even if he made all the right decisions, nothing stopped a new gate from opening right in the middle of the convoy, so there was that to think about as well. Great. And on top of it all, we're too slow. Not only was the convoy too slow to escape from an attack if need be, they were also desperately behind schedule. At that rate, the refugees would have to spend a night or two inside the transports instead of a comparatively safe campsite. Well, there's nothing I can do about that for now. If he had better vehicles, if he had more awakened, if there were more tools at his disposal, Sonny sighed. There was no point in thinking about such things. At that moment his expression slightly changed. Sonny looked to the side as if piercing the hull of the rhino with his gaze. There, several kilometers ahead, the slopes of the gorge came together, forming a small valley with a frozen lake taking most of its surface. A swarm of nightmare creatures had just appeared from behind a tall rock protrusion and was descending toward the lake. And on the other side of the valley, still hidden from sight by the slope of the mountain, there was another swarm, this one smaller, but composed of much more powerful abominations. They were heading in the same direction. What Sonny had feared came true. The convoy could not turn back and would not be able to avoid colliding with the two swarms. A fight was inevitable. The corner of his mouth twitched. Standing up from his seat, Sonny stretched his limbs and then glanced at the irregulars with a deadpan expression. His people instantly tensed. "Summon your weapons. It's time to get some fresh air." Chapter 916. Divide and conquer. From what Sonny had seen, each of the two groups of nightmare creatures was about as strong as the swarm of eyeless abominations his cohort had eradicated at the very start of the Antarctica campaign. The first swarm consisted of about 200 creatures, most of the awakened, with several dozen fallen leading them. The second was further away and much smaller, with no more than 50 creatures comprising it. However, all of them were fallen, and there were 4 corrupted among them. Fighting each of the swarms separately would have been hard, but not impossible. But if they were allowed to join forces, Sonny did not know what would happen then. There was a faint hope in his heart that nightmare creatures would obliterate each other, but he knew that it was too improbable at that stage. Whatever animosity there was between these two tribes of abominations could not compare to their frenzied desire to devour humans, and with hundreds of defenseless civilians close by, that bloodlust was already starting to flow like fire through their veins. A battle was inevitable. The question was, how was he supposed to go about fighting that battle? The best possible solution would have been to stop the onslaught of abominations near the convoy, on the narrow mountain road. There was no space here for the enemy to exploit their overwhelming numerical advantage, so the defenders could face them a few at a time. However, nightmare creatures were not known for their reason and strong sense of self-preservation. They would madly press on, potentially burying Sonny and his cohort in an avalanche of bodies. It would not matter how many of them ended up being cut down or falling into the abyssal chasm of the mountain gorge, as long as some could sink their fangs into human flesh. Additionally, he did not know what strange powers the abominations possessed, so he could not guarantee that the convoy would not sustain damage. But most importantly, Sonny simply could not let the two swarms merge. The only chance of a swift and decisive victory he saw was to obliterate them before that happened, which meant that the irregulars had to advance and face the enemy on the wide, open battlefield of the valley ahead. They had to either destroy one swarm before the second arrived, or somehow engage both at the same time. Otherwise, a lot of people would die. Curses! The rhino had already stopped, forcing the vehicles moving behind it to follow suit. The app's width blocked pretty much the whole road, so they couldn't move past it even if they wanted to. Sonny and his people had to climb to the roof through one of the upper hatches and then jump down. Before too long, Jeer's distorted voice came through the speakers of a portable radio. "Captain Sunless, is there another obstacle?" Sonny lingered for a few moments, then responded in a measured tone. "Negative, there's trouble ahead. Deploy your soldiers and prepare to defend the convoy. My cohort will advance to engage the enemy, but if something gets past us, it will be up to you and your men to stop it." Sadly, Jeer couldn't do much. There was the lone sleeper, and a small amount of charged ammunition that Samara had supplied to the soldiers before leaving the bunker. The charge wasn't supposed to dissipate completely yet, so they had a few hours left to make use of the few enchanted bullets. However, that was pretty much it. Without even the powered exoskeleton armor suits, mundane soldiers were no match for nightmare creatures above the dormant rank. Jeer's answer came after a few seconds of silence. "Understood." What to do, what to do? Looking ahead, Sonny feverishly went through numerous scenarios, calculating risks and trying to come up with a way out of the dire situation, one that would not spell disaster for the convoy. No matter how he looked at it, something had to be sacrificed to balance the scale in their favor. His mind was running on all cylinders but failing to come up with a decision. Soon, he gritted his teeth and commanded the irregulars to advance. They dashed forward, braving the snow in cold silence. It did not take long to reach the small valley. They managed to arrive at its edges before the first swarm of nightmare creatures had time to descend from the mountain, but just barely. There was maybe a minute or two left. The second swarm was still some distance away, hidden behind a tall slope. In front of them was a large, empty space. It was covered with snow and almost perfectly flat. That was because most of the valley was taken by a mountain lake, which was frozen now that the long night had come to Antarctica. This was where they were going to fight. Soon, the pristine surface of the snow would be painted by blood, hopefully, of nightmare creatures, but maybe that of humans too. Sonny ordered his soldiers to hide behind tall boulders and climbed on top of one. Then, he summoned Morgan's warbow and closed his eyes for a moment. He was just not strong enough. There were just too few assets at his disposal. This damned war was just too unfair. Someone had to stop the larger swarm, and someone had to stall the smaller but more powerful one. Someone had to advance, while someone had to stay back and defend the convoy. There was simply no way to achieve all these goals without suffering a loss of something, and even though Sonny knew what decision he had to make, it was not easy to make it. Sorry, Saint. His loyal demon would have to pick up his slack and face the second swarm with just Nightmare by her side. He could not even spare a shadow to reinforce them. One was watching over the convoy, and he needed the other three himself. Saint had always been an outstanding warrior, but even she was not capable enough to handle 50 fallen and 3 corrupted abominations alone. The black steed would be of help, of course, especially now that he had subjugated a lot of nightmares, but still. The odds were not in their favor. If left to face the enemy alone, both shadows would eventually be destroyed. That was why speed was of the essence. If the irregulars handled the larger swarm fast enough, they would be able to come to Saint's rescue. If not, Sonny would have to either risk losing his shadows or dismiss them and compromise the lives of the irregulars, who would then be attacked from 2 sides. Kim, I need your help. With a grim sigh, he raised his bow and pulled on its string. Chapter 917. Black tongues. A black arrow noiselessly flew through the darkness of the moonless night and disappeared into white snow without a trace. Then, another. Sonny tried to send as many arrows flying as he could before the swarm arrived. In the end, he managed to draw his bow 14 times. Knowing that he would have to, and hopefully, have time to rescue Saint, he had chosen to wear the mantle of the underworld into the upcoming battle. The dying wish was already fused with it, but Sonny had not poured his essence into the transcendent charm yet, not wishing to draw attention to himself. For now, he was just a black silhouette on the dark backdrop of the night, almost unnoticeable if not for the pale radiance of the crimson aurora that swirled above, devouring the skies with its ghostly light. Soon, the swarm descended into the valley. The nightmare creatures were bestial in appearance, with dirty fur and emaciated, gaunt frames that brimmed with feverish power. Their snouts were long and narrow, revealing hungry maws with black tongues and countless fangs, all sharp enough to cut through metal. The fallen abominations were especially ferocious. Their lean bodies were twice the size of Nightmare and had bloody bone protrusions rising from the patchy fur, like morbid armor. Their tails resembled slithering snakes, and their long black tongues were dripping with venomous saliva. Sonny had not encountered this type of abomination before. 2 months into the Antarctica campaign, the First Army had learned a few things about the chain of nightmares. Despite all the precautions, many awakened had been pulled into the dream realm by the call. Most of them never returned, but 2 or 3 managed to locate the seed and survive its trial, thus becoming masters. They had all brought the same story back. There was a previously unknown region of the dream realm where countless nightmare seeds seemed to be blooming, sending myriads of nightmare creatures into a frenzy. It was a vast desert covered by eerie ruins, with a giant black pyramid sometimes appearing on the horizon like a terrible mirage. Considering that most of the gates originated from the same cursed land, it was no surprise that the nightmare creatures arriving into the waking world through them were also often similar. The first evacuation army had battled the same tribes of abominations many times. The eyeless, for example, were a common sight throughout Antarctica, so humans had developed methods of dealing with them. But these black tongues were new. Sonny had never seen or heard about them before. "Come down, you bastards." Lowering Morgan's warbow, Sonny crouched and disappeared into the embrace of the shadows. Surrounded by them, he was all but invisible, which was good, because he did not want the abominations to notice him yet. Following his command, the members of the cohort were also hiding, even if it meant giving up the opportunity to bombard the nightmare creatures with ranged attacks during the approach. Sonny had ordered them to wait for his signal. Seconds passed torturously slowly. The wind howled through the mountains, bringing with it the fetid smell of blood and rot. Cursing silently, he gritted his teeth. Somewhere not too far away, Saint and Nightmare must have already engaged the second swarm. Sonny had expected to hear a litany of furious howls, but to his surprise and unease, all he could hear was the wind. 3 of his shadows were with him, wrapped around the bow, while the 4th one was with the convoy, so Sonny could not ever see what was happening behind the mountain slope. The lack of information was driving him insane, and his muscles ached, begging him to explode into action. But following the plan, he forced himself to remain motionless. Sonny needed the whole swarm of black tongues to descend into the valley before he launched his attack. "Hurry, you damned wretches. There is no way you have not seen, heard, or smelled the convoy. Aren't you hungry for some delicious human flesh?" After a minute or so, the last of the abominations finally reached the flat surface valley. The mass of bestial bodies flowed south, aiming to cross the frozen lake. They're clearly moving with purpose, aware that there was prey nearby. "Nearer than you think." Sonny waited until the swarm reached the middle of the lake and then finally started to act. Concentrating, he poured his essence into Morgan's warbow. However, he did not draw the string again. Instead, he activated the Burden of Peace enchantment, causing the 14 arrows he had sent flying earlier to suddenly become unbearably heavy. Maintaining and controlling so many arrows at the same time was not an easy task, even for him. Sonny had to test the limits of his essence control and concentration to achieve what he wanted. It felt like he would cough blood and faint soon. But in the end, Sonny had passed that test. Each of the arrows had sunk into a weak spot of the ice sheet covering the lake, which he had found with Kim's help. Now that all 14 of them were suddenly bearing down on the ice with crushing weight. The ice started to crack. Slow at first and then faster and faster, a net of cracks spread under the snow, as if a massive pane of glass was breaking. An indescribably beautiful wholesome of shattering ice drowned the howls of the wind for a few moments, and the nightmare creatures tensed. But it was too late. Before they could do anything, the surface of the lake beneath their feet broke, sending hundreds of abominations into freezing cold water. Instantly, the vast space of pristine snow was no more, replaced instead with a scene of utter havoc. Massive pieces of ice were collapsing and overturning as countless nightmare creatures fell into the utterly black, unbearably cold water below. They struggled to climb back onto something solid, but there was nothing to support their weight anymore. The whole swarm was being swallowed by the lake. Of course, cold water was not going to kill a nightmare creature. They weren't going to drown either. If need be, the abominations would swim to shore or simply walk on the bottom of the lake until they reached the surface again, breaking through the ice on the other side. For monsters like these, being thrown into a freezing lake was a small hindrance at most. Letting out a low growl, Sonny rose to his feet and drew Morgan's warbow once again. This time, a different kind of arrow appeared on its string. A strange arrow that looked like a caged bolt of lightning. Wrapping 3 shadows around the strike of thunder, Sunny did not bother to aim and simply let go of the string, sending the ascended arrow into the middle of the lake. The moment the furious bolt of lightning touched the surface of the water, there was a blinding flash and Sunny was momentarily blinded. Before he regained his sight, the voice of the spell spoke into his ear like a choir. "You have slain a. You have slain a. You have slain a. You have received a memory. You have received a memory. You have slain a. You have slain a." Chapter 918. Voiceless wraiths. The spell kept whispering, the rich tapestry of its voice creating a strange harmony with itself. The result was almost distracting. Sunny instantly lost count of how many creatures he had killed with that single arrow, but it seemed to be close to 100 at least. The swarm was nothing short of decimated. Half of the black tongues were dead, and the remaining half were fried and damaged to different degrees. The water of the mountain lake, which had been freezing cold just a few seconds ago, seemed to be boiling. He had also been lucky enough to receive a bunch of memories, even if most of them came from awakened abominations. Saint was definitely going to eat well tonight. If she survived, that is. Before Sunny could come back to his senses, the familiar electric whine reached his ears. Samara was already aiming her heavy rifle. Its muzzle flashed, and in the next moment, the head of a wounded fallen abomination that was trying to climb onto a large piece of ice exploded into bloody chunks. A split second later, Kim's carbine was firing too. Right. Any other master could have probably spared a few moments to appreciate the unbelievable feat of slaying 100 powerful nightmare creatures in less than a second, but Sunny did not have such luck. He was still racing against time, and there was still an entirely different swarm of abominations for him to fight. The pristine white expanse of the mountain valley was gone. Instead, all he could see was black water with charred corpses floating in it, and scores of viciously burned nightmare creatures feverishly trying to get to the shore. Abandoning their attempts to climb onto the ice, they were diving down into the lake instead, to travel across its bottom. Since electricity only spread over the surface of water, summoning the strike of thunder for the second time was not going to do him any good. Glancing at the macabre scene, Sunny turned his head and spoke. "Dorn, I'll leave you in charge. The bastard sustained a lot of damage and will be vulnerable while trying to break through the ice. Have Samara take out the strongest ones and finish off the rest as they come up with Bell and Luster." The giant man nodded, staring at him with a very strange expression. "Understood, but Captain, what about you?" Sunny was already jumping off the boulder. "I'll go deal with the second swarm," Dorn blinked. "There is a second swarm." Sunny did not hear it, though. Turning into a swift shadow, he flew through the darkness as fast as he could, rushing to the spot where he had sent Saint to. "Hold, hold, hold. Hold just a little bit more, Saint, I'm coming." Soon he crested the sheer wall of the mountain slope and froze for a moment, looking down. Far below, in a narrow ravine, a furious fight was taking place. The nightmare creatures resembled grotesquely tall humans with inky black skin, sunken eyes, and motionless faces. They're wearing strange armors forged out of dark metal and wielded no weapons. However, Sunny had a strong feeling that being touched by their empty hands would be the end of him. Their mouths were also sewn shut. No wonder there were no howls. Saint was the silent type, and these wretches were the same. She was currently facing 3 of the 4 corrupted abominations alone. Corpses littered the ground, and the sin of solace danced, deflecting one blow after another. The taciturn demon had abandoned her usual grounded style, and was not fighting with composed but desperate urgency. Looking at it, Sunny could not help but be reminded of the first time he met the living statue, back on a barren plaza of the Dark City. Back then, the original Stone Saint had slain several creatures of a higher rank at the cost of her life. The 4th corrupted was wandering aimlessly, straining to rip the black threads piercing its lips open. Inky blood was smeared all over its eerily still face. The creature's mind seemed to be gone, shattered by the cursed blade. However, Saint was also wounded, ruby dust flowing through the cracks of her onyx armor. She was slowly losing strength. Some distance away, Nightmare was holding back dozens of fallen abominations. The black steed rampaged in their midst, using its iron hooves, bestial strength, and wolfish fangs to tear them apart. His body was wreathed in shadows, with two crimson flames glowing furiously through the haze of darkness. The black steed looked like an incarnation of terror and dread, but he was not doing well either. For now, Nightmare was able to stay ahead of the enemy due to his overwhelming speed, but he could not allow the abominations to swarm Saint from the back. Every time they tried, the dark courser had no choice but to give up his advantage and put himself between the voiceless and his rider. His sides were torn, and there were strange marks lingering on his sable coat, glowing with ghostly blue light. Around these marks, Nightmare's flesh seemed to be rotting. The two shadows were no match for the swarm of terrible abominations, which seemed to have come from a Category 3 gate. They could escape from the voiceless wraiths, but they could not defeat them, only be defeated. Saint and Nightmare only lasted this long because of the perfect combination of their innate abilities and the memories Sunny had entrusted to his shadows. Saint was using the broken oath, which continuously weakened and damaged the corrupted. She also wielded the Sin of Solace, which was a transcendent weapon that possessed an insidious power. That power came at the cost of dealing mental damage to its wielder, which Saint was immune to. A combination of soul damage and mind damage was truly a formidable one, especially when paired with her sublime mastery of the sword. Additionally, the Sin of Solace possessed the omen of dread, enchantment, which caused terror to poison the minds of its enemies. That enchantment augmented the potency of the mantle of fear and dreadlord that Nightmare possessed, making the black steed more powerful the more he was feared. In the past, that seamless synergy had never failed, but today it was not enough. Well, that was before Sunny himself was added into the equation. Dashing toward the ravine, he sent his senses forward. The voiceless abominations were strong enough to bully his shadows. But how long would they last now that the master of the shadows had arrived? Chapter 919. Defying gravity. Flying down the slope of the mountain, Sunny left the shadows and did something that would have usually been considered a very stupid move in a battle. He leaped into the air, soaring high above the ravine, and then plummeting down. Experienced warriors all knew that performing a jump in combat had no benefit, and instead left one open to a potentially lethal attack. Worst of all, the jumper had nothing to use as support, so dodging or changing direction to avoid the strike was all but impossible. It even prevented one from performing a truly powerful attack, since power was born from the ground beneath the soles of one's feet and traveled all the way up through their body to the tip of their blade. However, desperate times demanded desperate measures. Falling, Sunny strained his muscles and drew his bow. Even that was much harder in the air, but he managed somehow. As wind whistled in his ears and the ground rushed toward him with frightening speed, he opened the floodgates of essence and activated two enchantments. One was Death Dealer of Morgan's Warbow. The other was Feather of Truth of the Mantle of the Underworld. Below, Saint was desperately fighting three corrupted abominations. Her armor was covered by a net of cracks, and fine ruby dust was flowing through several of the breaches. The enemy was on the verge of overwhelming the stalwart knight. But then, an arrow that seemed to be forged out of pale gold flashed through the air and struck one of the tall nightmare creatures in the shoulder. The force carried by it was so great that his dark armor exploded into shards, and the arrow's sharp broadhead sunk into the flesh beneath. No more than that. The abomination's whole arm was cleanly severed, taking a big chunk of the shoulder with it. Dark blood splattered on the snow as the corrupted was thrown off balance, staggering back. The sight of it was both gruesome and spectacularly morbid. And a moment later, Sonny landed on another voiceless like a cannonball. There was no sophistication in this attack. He had simply turned himself into a living, breathing torpedo, making the mantle of the underworld weigh several tons with the help of the feather of truth, and enlisting the help of gravity, he fell from high above and crashed right on top of a corrupted demon assaulting saint. The result was earth-shattering. The towering abomination was not exactly flattened, but it did topple like a house of cards, its armor bending and breaking. Both of them hit the ground with a deafening bang, Sonny on top. Something snapped with a nauseating crunch. The stones beneath them violently cracked, and a cloud of snow was thrown into the air by the shockwave. Sonny was tossed aside and bounced off the ground before coming to a halting stop. If not for the bone weave, his neck would have been twisted at an unnatural angle. But he was seemingly alive and even in one piece. Ouch! Just like that, in less than a second, two of the three corrupted abominations were severely wounded and debilitated. However, that was just the opening act of Sonny's arrival. Luckily, what came next did not require his active participation. It was a good thing, too, since he was not capable of doing anything at the moment. He needed a second or two to come back to his senses. Maybe three. Two shadows burst from his body. One of them wrapped itself around Saint, while the second one flew toward Nightmare. The next moment, Saint's armor shone with dark radiance, and the ruby flames of her eyes slightly changed hue. Although Sonny was momentarily stunned, she was not. More than that, she did not waste even a split second, using the opening he had created for her to instantly launch a ruthless attack. Radiating a sense of newfound power, the taciturn demon exploded forward. Before the disoriented nightmare creatures could react, she descended upon the voiceless that Sonny had sent crashing into the ground. The sin of solace flashed, sliding through the wide crack in the damaged armor and piercing the demon's heart, then emerged from his back in a rain of blood. As Sonny was struggling to stand up, the spell whispered, "You have slain a corrupted demon, voiceless prelate. Your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory." That was all he needed to hear to regain his bearings and shrug off the disorientation. The world had stopped spinning. Everything hurt, but what else was new? The cruel sight was already weaving itself from a tenebrous mist, a second or two away from manifesting into reality. Sadly, he did not have those seconds. A black hand was already stretching toward him, its grasp promising nothing but suffering and death. Ghostly blue light was swirling beneath the inky skin. Instead of Sonny's throat, the hand was met by the blade of the moonlight shard. The long stiletto pierced the palm of the abomination and then twisted, tearing it open. The ghostly light flowed out of the wound, clinging to the transparent blade, but failed to do any damage to it. The cadence of the battle had drastically changed. Before, Saint was fighting alone against three corrupted abominations. Now only two of them remained, and one was missing an arm, bleeding profusely from the terrible wound. She was also not alone anymore. Sonny was by her side, and the two of them. Sonny pitted the fools who would choose to oppose them. The corrupted were strong and menacing, but they lacked the skill and tenacity of the master and his shadow. They also lacked a crucial quality, the ability to fight as one, seamlessly cooperating to achieve the result that was larger and more lethal than the sum of its parts. Sonny and Saint, though, they had that quality in spades. They knew each other so well that there was no need for trivial things like words between them. Sonny did not even have to use shadow dance to understand his loyal demon's combat will perfectly. She was his shadow, after all, and also one of the masters from whom he had learned the most. Fighting back to back with Saint. He had missed that feeling. She had been forced to act independently by the circumstances as of late, so they rarely received opportunities to enter battle together. "Let's kill these wretches fast and go help Nightmare." Brandishing the cruel sight and the sin of solace, the two of them faced the towering corrupted. They wasted no time to attack. Chapter 920. Some of its parts it had not been too hard to cut down the two corrupted abominations. Well, of course it was. Both were terrifyingly powerful and vicious. A single creature like that could have decimated a whole brigade of mundane soldiers and erased an entire human citadel from the map. The smallest touch of their hands was enough to obliterate the soul of a powerful awakened. But Sunny and Saint were stronger. Not in the literal sense, since both were lacking in terms of physical strength when compared to the voiceless. However, their skill, synergy, and murderous resolve were unrivaled. Luring the abominations into a trap after trap and helping each other avoid the retaliatory strikes, they swiftly cut the looming creatures down. The fact that one of the creatures was missing an arm and losing rivers of blood helped, too. In a sense, it was similar to facing carapace centurions back on the Forgotten Shore. Those monsters had been higher than Sunny in both class and rank, and yet he had killed his fair share. These ones, even though corrupted nightmare creatures were much more powerful, he was not a sleeper anymore, either. Sunny's own power had grown immensely in the past years. In fact, he could have dealt with the two voiceless abominations even faster, but his mind was also preoccupied by manifesting shadows to help Nightmare hold on. With a swarm of black tentacles supporting him, the dark courser managed to last until Sunny and Saint were done with their prey. The rest was simple, if not at all easy. Facing dozens of fallen abominations was a daunting task, as well. It took all Sunny had to obliterate them while keeping his shadows alive. The battle was arduous, brutal, and bloody. His body was full of holes but the end of it, and his mind was on the verge of collapse due to exhaustion. However, the three of them were a harrowing threat to oppose. Without the corrupted leading them, the rest of the voiceless had no choice but to succumb to the aura of fear emanating from Nightmare, Saint's merciless blade, and his shadows. The sin of solace severed their bodies. Nightmare's hooves and fangs tore them apart. The cruel sight burned them down, and the swarm of manifested shadows restrained and blocked them to make the killing easier. By the end, the narrow ravine was all but buried in corpses. The last one to die was the corrupted whose mind Saint had destroyed before Sunny arrived. Feeling a sense of dreadful threat from the tall abomination, Sunny chose not to approach it and summoned Morgan's warbow once again instead. The creature turned out to be incredibly resilient. He had to sink dozens of arrows into its flesh to kill it. The corrupted eventually fell to its knees, burdened by the weight of them. But even then, it did not die for a while. The black threads piercing its lips did not give until the very end, no matter how much the abominable creature clawed at them with its immense strength. Through all of it, the emotionless expression on the gaunt face of the corrupted had disturbingly not changed once. But eventually its hands fell down and it grew still kneeling. Only then did the spell speak. "You have slain a corrupted devil, defiled herald. Your shadow grows stronger." Letting out a heavy sigh, Sunny lowered his aching arms and sunk to the ground, utterly spent. At long last the battle was over. He had survived, and the convoy had too. He could see the transports through the shadow that had stayed back. They were safe and sound. Numb, Sunny stared at the ghostly flames of the aurora burning in the black skies above. His mind was empty. Who could have thought? On the shore of the lake that had turned into a scene of slaughter, Luster was sitting on a shard of a boulder, breathing heavily. In front of him, countless corpses were floating in the black water, and a mess of severed bodies and limbs littered the icy shallows. The smell of it all was truly revolting. Ah, what a disgusting sight. He was alive, at least. So were the rest of the irregulars. After Captain had somehow obliterated half of the swarm with a single arrow, and acted as though that was a perfectly normal thing to do in his usual manner, they had fought the remaining nightmare creatures and prevailed. Are all masters insane? No, that shouldn't be the case. Captain had to be extra insane. If everyone was that bizarre, humanity would have collapsed a long time ago. The captain was alive as well. Luster had no idea how he was dealing with the second swarm, which was out there somewhere close by, but the simple fact that Kimmy was still able to channel his dark vision to the irregulars meant that their leader had not died. Yet, someone that evil probably can't even die. I bet he's immortal. And yet, Luster found himself a little worried. For his own skin, of course. If Captain died, how would Luster himself survive? And if Luster died, how sad would all the beauties in the world be? What a tragedy. For their sake, I must live on. Yeah, robbing beautiful women of my company would be too cruel, like Samara or Miss Bate, or that pretty soldier he had gotten to know in the bunker, or those refugee sisters in the 3rd Civilian Transport. The list went on, not Kimmy, though. Well, she can't help it, poor thing. Being unattractive must be her flaw. So sad. And yet, the thought of dying on Kimmy made him especially upset for some reason. Who else would spare her the time of day if I die? Therefore, Luster had to live. At that moment, he saw a familiar silhouette appear from the darkness. Flinched, Luster hurriedly stood up and took a step forward. "Captain, sir, you're back. Ah, I am so glad." However, something about the silhouette was wrong. The armor seemed about right. But since when was Captain so tall and feminine and cool? Luster stared at the approaching silhouette for a few moments, dumbfounded. What the? Then another figure emerged from the shadows, wearing a very similar suit of fearsome black armor. That was the captain. Staggering back, Luster tripped and fell on his down. His eyes widened in horror. Gods, there's 2 of them. Chapter 921. New Pet Sonny stared at Luster for a few moments, then sighed. What is wrong with that guy? The young man seemed unsure where to look. His startled gaze jumped between Sonny and Saint, full of confusion. Then strange sparks ignited in his eyes. "Ah, I see, so that is." Sonny did not let him finish. "You are alive, good. I take it that the swarm is dealt with." By that time, the other members of the cohort approached as well, so it seemed that all of them had survived. They looked relatively unscathed, too, which couldn't be said about Sonny and Saint. Both were in a rough shape, the taciturn demon worse off than he was. Nightmare was severely wounded, too, so Sonny had dismissed him. Now, the black steed was being nurtured back to health in the dark flames of Sonny's soul. He could not let Saint go, though. Not yet. He needed her strength to keep the convoy safe. If a shadow sustained serious damage, it would enter a slumber once dismissed. That slumber would last until the damage was sufficiently repaired, which meant that Sonny would not be able to summon the sleeping shadow for some time. Since Saint's wounds, while plentiful, were not life-threatening, he hoped to find a different solution, one that would keep her by his side in the coming days. Luster was not the only one who stared at the graceful knight with curiosity. The other irregulars seemed to have a lot of questions as well. Some of them had known that their captain possessed a hidden ace, but none of them had seen her before. Surprisingly, usually quiet Kim was the first one to ask. "Captain, sir." Who is that?" "Oh, sorry, ma'am. It is nice to meet you." Saint remained silent and indifferent like always. Her aloofness seemed to give Kim pause. The timid girl looked at the demon awkwardly. Sonny tilted his head a little and glanced at her with confusion. "Ma'am, what's up with that tone, and why do I feel that she's being more respectful to Saint than to me?" Frowning slightly, he said, "This is Saint. She is an echo of sorts." Luster's eyes turned into circles. "Wah, a saint, Captain." "You have a saint as an echo." Sonny grimaced as an especially strong pulse of pain rolled through his body, stifled a groan, and shook his head. What kind of idiot would believe something like that? Gods. No, she is merely an ascended demon. She's just called Saint. In any case, Saint has been warding off a lot of threats before they had reached the convoy, but now she'll be traveling with us for a bit. So, get used to it. The irregulars did not mind. His use of the word merely had not been entirely appropriate. An ascended demon was an ascended demon. Facing one would give most masters a lot of trouble. Having such a powerful creature fighting on their side was an incredible boon as far as the members of the cohort were concerned. At that moment, Quentin suddenly spoke, his usually gallant voice sounding a bit haggard. "Oh, I need to report something, Captain. We received a few memories after wiping out the swarm as usual. But this time there was something else." He looked at Samara and then a whirlwind of sparks appeared around them. Sunny blinked. "Is that what I think it is?" Soon, two shapes appeared from the storm of sparks. Both were monstrous in appearance, resembling nightmarish hounds. One was about the size of a large wolf, while the other was larger than a PTV. Black tongues hung from their ferocious maws, dripping with venom. Quentin smiled brightly and patted the smaller monstrosity on the head. "We also received two echoes. This one is Blackie, an awakened beast. The other one is an ascended monster, and, oh, I am actually not sure what Sam called it." He glanced at the giant abomination and then looked at Samara questioningly. Her face remained as deadpan as ever. She remained silent for a few moments and then uttered laconically, "Abomination." Quentin cleared his throat. "And the other one is called Abomination." "We were bound to get an echo sooner or later, of course, but two at the same time. Isn't this great news, Captain?" Sonny tried very hard to appear calm. His expression was perfectly composed. "Are you, goddamn, kidding me? What the hell? How could they get two whole echoes while he had not received even one after Nightmare, despite slaughtering literal thousands of enemies? What rotten luck was that?" Suddenly, the transcendent memory he had received and could not wait to study did not seem as that much of a jackpot anymore. A shaky smile appeared on Sonny's face. "Yeah, great news indeed." He glanced at the two monstrous hounds, one small, the other one large, and swallowed his bitter envy. Then Sonny turned to Quentin and said, "In any case, I want you to see if you can use your ability to heal. Repair. Treat Saint. I do not know if it will work, but do your best. We'll need her strength soon." Sonny had a good reason to believe that Quentin's healing aspect would be effective in helping Saint, at least to some degree. The graceful knight was a strange creature. Her body was different from that of a human or most nightmare creatures for that matter. It was not exactly made of flesh, but it was also not really stone. Instead, it was something in between, having characteristics of both. Applications of modern medicine would obviously not work, since even the greatest surgeon would be utterly lost at what to do with Saint's mysterious anatomy. Healing aspects might not be of any use either, since most of them were aimed at mending flesh. However, Quentin was a bit special in that regard. His ability was not actually to heal, but instead to restore. It was slower and less effective than more straightforward healing powers, but also more universal. Sonny had seen Quentin treat people, repair machine parts, and even mend cracks in the hull of a ship. In battle, he used that ability to keep his armor from breaking apart no matter how much damage it sustained. So, since the chivalrous healer could restore both living organisms and inanimate objects, was there anyone better suited to treat Saint, who seemed to be a bit of both? That was what Sonny was thinking about as they walked through the snow, returning back to the convoy. Luckily, his guess turned out to be correct. Although slowly, Saint's broken armor started to mend under Quentin's touch, and the flow of fine ruby dust that served her as blood was stemmed. For now, she would still be able to help him defend the refugees. But how many battles like the one they had won today were there ahead? How many would it take to kill them all? Chapter 922. Little by little back in the Rhino, Saint remained in the cargo hold, standing near the engineering workstation while Quentin continued the slow process of mending her armor and stone-like flesh. If people did not know better, they would have thought that she was an actual statue. Since the healer was busy with the captain's echo, the rest of the irregulars found themselves robbed of his care. Although no one sustained serious wounds, except for Sonny. There were still a few scrapes that had to be tended to. Unexpectedly, Bate volunteered to administer first aid. As it turned out, she had some medical knowledge. The members of the cohort did not care too much about who treated their wounds, really. Well, except for Luster. The fool seemed very excited for some reason. Sonny himself had long ago dismissed his battered armor and was sitting in the lounge area, looking at his black bodysuit with some regret. The uniform was truly the result of a magnificent design. Among other features, it was even able to repair itself. However, everything had its limits. With how much abuse he had put it through, the bodysuit was definitely a goner. It was full of holes, looking like a set of rags. His body beneath hurt all over, too. Well, figures. At least there was good news as well. The convoy was already moving forward. After reaching the valley, the mundane soldiers and the civilians had been shocked to see the scene of slaughter there. They were even more disturbed after witnessing the narrow ravine where Sonny, Saint, and Nightmare had fought the Voiceless. In fact, even the members of the cohort seemed a bit pale. Regardless, the battle had gone surprisingly well for the convoy. Not only had they survived without suffering any losses, but the irregulars even managed to acquire 2 echoes. The monstrous hounds were going to be of great help in their long journey. Sonny's list of assets was slowly growing. He had made use of the echoes right there and then, commanding his soldiers to send them to recover soul shards from the corpses of the fallen and corrupted abominations of the Voiceless swarm. Fishing out the black tongues from the water was too much trouble, so he had just left them there. Soon, the lake would freeze again, encasing the mangled corpses of the nightmare creatures in ice. That would probably be a macabre sight. Sonny had kept the soul shards of the corrupted to himself while sending the rest to the lone sleeper, whatever his name was. Just like that, the lucky bastard got even closer to fully saturating his core without ever lifting a finger. At least he was getting stronger. Sonny needed all the strength he could get. Still, he was a bit infuriated by how easily his subordinates were getting the good stuff. Was there no justice in the world? At least there were the memories he had received. Before Sonny could summon the runes, however, Bate approached him, carrying one of the unreasonably expensive medkits he had outfitted the rhino with. He looked at her in confusion. "What?" The young woman frowned. "What do you mean, what? I'm here to treat you. Come on, get out of that raggedy uniform. I don't have all day, you know." Sonny stared at her for a bit. "No need." Bate let out a heavy sigh. "Let's not do that whole bravado thing, okay? Even if you are a master, you are still going to bleed to death if I don't administer the clotting agent with all these wounds. I need to clean them too, unless you desire to risk going into septic shock, of course. In that case, be my guest. Stay where you are." Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head. "I don't bleed." The young woman blinked a couple of times. "Huh." He waved his hand and pointed to his body. Indeed, although there were plenty of holes in the bodysuit, there was very little blood. "Bleeding is too pedestrian, so I do not bleed." He vet his hand and pointed to his body. Indeed, although there were plenty of holes in the bodysuit, there was very little blood. "Bleeding is too pedestrian, so I do not bleed." Bates stared at him, lost for words. He shrugged. "If that's all, go away, I'm busy." She gritted her teeth and glowered at him. "Oh yeah, what are you so busy with?" Sonny silently studied his bodysuit for a few moments and then answered in a somber tone. "Being miserable." Bate flung her arms up, turned around, and walked away. Finally, left alone, Sonny summoned the runes, looking up his shadow fragments first. Shadow fragments, 1601/4000. His progress had slowed after being dispatched to L049, but now its speed was picking up again. Still, he had a long way to go. Next, Sonny checked on Saint and Nightmare. Shadow fragments, 146/200. Nightmares required, 333/1000. Once he fed the memories received from the black tongues to the taciturn demon, she would finally cross the 150 fragments mark. 3/4 there. If Saint became transcendent, his power was bound to increase drastically. However, progress on that front was tortuously slow. With how many soul shards he now had access to, Sonny could have tried to create a few memories himself. But weaving memories required a lot of time, and even more essence, and while the former was scarce, it was the latter that was truly precious. Essence was the most valuable thing in Antarctica. There was never enough of it, and since Sonny did not know when the next battle would come, he could not allow himself to waste it on weaving ethereal strings. Making Saint a transcendent in the future was not going to help him if he died today, starved for essence and unable to fight well. On the other hand, his steed was collecting nightmares with an extraordinary speed. It was probably because the dark destrier was harvesting the seeds that he had planted into the souls of abominations during the last 2 months. That was good, too. Sonny could not wait to learn what Nightmare's terror ability was like. Lastly, he studied the runes describing the mantle of the underworld. Vanquished foes, 5,732/6,000, so close. If things did not go well, he would probably fill the counter of the Prince of the Underworld enchantment before arriving to Erebus Field or very soon after. Good. I mean bad. I mean good. I do hope that we won't have to fight battles like the last one often on the way to safety, but if we do, at least I'll get something from it. The problem was that the mantle was currently damaged and needed some time to restore itself. He could have summoned it and activated the Living Stone enchantment, but once again, that would consume a lot of essence, and Sonny was already dangerously short on it after slaughtering 2 entire swarms of abominations. Let's see the main prize then. He inhaled deeply, and then looked at the list of his memories. Among them, 2 new ones especially attracted his attention. One was called Bitter Cusp. The other was called Stifled Scream. Chapter 923. Secret of the Estuary. Sonny shifted a little, trying to find a position that caused him the least pain. His wounds were already healing, so to add insult to injury, he also felt itchy all over. Masters were vastly more resilient than mundane humans, and their bodies could naturally recover from being severely damaged, and that was without even counting the onto potency of the blood weave. However, the process was still not pleasant. Trying to ignore the discomfort, Sonny decided to take a look at the Bitter Cusp first. It was one of the memories he had received after decimating the swarm of black tongues, and while all the rest would be best used to feed Saint, he felt like holding on to that one. The reason was very simple. Unlike the other memories, Bitter Cusp was of the ascended rank. Concentrating on the runes, Sonny read, Memory, Bitter Cusp, Memory rank ascended. Memory tier, memory type, tool. A tool, huh? What kind of tool would the monstrous beasts have left behind? Sonny knew not to underestimate the value of utility, but still, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The usefulness of this type of memories was often situational. The autumn leaf he had used to change the color of his hair was also a tool. Hopefully, this thing will be more practical. He continued to study the runes. Memory description. They entered the beautiful halls of the Jade Court harboring venomous desires in their black hearts and hiding rapacious snarls behind their admiring smiles. The mistress of the palace herself presented them with a cup of the sweetest nectar. No matter how much of the sweet nectar they drank, the cup remained full. The more of it they consumed, the more of it they desired. Soon, there was nothing but bestial need left and nothing but bitterness remained. Sonny scratched the back of his head. Well, that's one weird description. I do wonder if the Jade Court has something to do with that beetle I fought, though. He turned his attention to the enchantments. There was only one. Enchantment, Black Venom. Enchantment description, this cup overflows with a bitter venom. Do not drink it. Huh. Sonny hesitated for a bit, then summoned the Bitter Cusp. Soon, a beautifully engraved chalice of white jade appeared in his hand. Indeed, it was full of a perfectly black liquid. Yeah, not drinking that. Definitely. For some reason, Sonny had a strange compulsion to take a sip. Maybe it was because the spell had straightforwardly instructed him not to. However, his intuition was telling him that the black liquid was, indeed, a deadly poison, and if it felt deadly to him, then it had to be rather potent. Politely asking an enemy to have a drink did not seem like a good idea, which was not to say that there was no use for the ascended toxin. Smearing the black venom on a blade was one of them, for example. It would also not be a problem to stealthily add a drop or two into someone's food or drink. Not that he would do such a thing, of course. Satisfied, Sonny dismissed the bitter cusp and concentrated on the second memory that had caught his attention. He had high hopes for this one, considering that it came from a corrupted demon, voiceless prelate. The runes read, memory, stifled scream. Memory rank, transcendent. Memory tier, Roman 3. Memory type, charm. Jackpot. Charms were rare and extremely useful, and it was especially so for Sonny, considering that both Saint and the mantle of the underworld had the ability to fuse one into themselves. He already had one transcendent charm, but a second one was most welcome. He continued to study the runes. Memory description. A great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. When doom came, many entered to seek shelter from it, and many had come to seek the truth. That was because the great river existed outside time, and so it was said that a dreadful secret was hidden at its estuary. Few of those capable dared to approach it, and none of those who had returned. Mysterious. That description really had not told Sonny much. Perplexed, he remained motionless for a few moments, then shook his head and continued to read the runes. Enchantments, echoing silence, word of power. Echoing silence, enchantment description. When wearing this charm, the physical power of its master is augmented, but only as long as they remain silent. The longer their silence lasts, uninterrupted, the greater the boon of power they'll receive. Sonny tilted his head. Interesting. So it was a comprehensive physical boost. It started off modest but would slowly grow for as long as the person wearing the charm did not speak or use their voice in any kind of way, be it to scream, laugh, or groan. The stretch of silence also had to be uninterrupted, meaning that the augmentation would be reset both if the condition was broken or if the charm was dismissed. Of course, there was a ceiling to this augmentation, but considering the transcendent rank of the stifled scream, that ceiling had to be a rather high one. That did not seem too useful for Sonny at the moment, since he constantly had to talk to people and give orders. However, it was simply perfect for Saint, who was either incapable of speaking or chose not to. Even after all this time, Sonny still did not know whether it was the former or the latter. Thoughtful, he glanced at the second enchantment. Word of power, enchantment description. A word spoken by the master of this charm is a command. If born of great silence, the word of power can hardly be ignored. If not, it has no worth. That one was different. The enchantment was extremely powerful, since there were few limitations attached to it, commanding the enemies to kneel or turn on each other. Sonny could imagine many great uses for such an ability. However, its compelling power also depended on how long the wearer had remained silent before uttering the command. Ironically, this enchantment was extremely useful to Sonny, but utterly useless to Saint. What a complicated memory. With a sigh, he dismissed the runes and then stood up. Walking to the communication suite of the Rhino, he then hailed Sergeant Gier on the radio. A few seconds later, Sonny heard a response. "Yes, Captain." Sonny summoned the bitter cusp, placed it on the surface of the terminal, and stared at it with a pondering look. He had a great idea on how to use it. "Ah, yes, Sergeant Gier. Listen. When we reach our next stop, I'll give you a very pretty cup. Be sure to have all our ammunition be treated with the black liquid from that cup." A tiny bit of an ascended poison smeared across the blade of the sin of solace, or the cruel sight would have very little effect on his performance in battle. considering that the only nightmare creatures that gave him enough trouble to require additional solutions would be all but immune to a negligent dose of the black venom. The only abominations such a small dose would kill were of the lower ranks, and he could already dispatch those easily. That was not the case for the mundane soldiers, however. To them, even dormant nightmare creatures were a great challenge, not to mention the awakened ones. The bitter cusp could potentially change that situation entirely. Grinning ominously, Sonny lingered for a bit and then added, "Oh, but make sure to not touch the liquid. If even a single drop gets on your skin, you'll die, in gruesome, terrible agony, so wear gloves, I guess. Better yet, use a long stick." Chapter 924. Wear and tear. The convoy moved forward in the darkness, climbing the slopes of icy mountains and navigating the complicated network of old, forgotten concrete roads. They traveled north in a desperate hope to survive the calamity of the chain of nightmares. A day after the battle on the frozen lake, the convoy reached a derelict meteorological station and made camp. Military vehicles were arranged in a circle, with turrets facing out. Food was cooked and distributed to the refugees, and tired people settled in the half-collapsed buildings to sleep and rest. Sonny used that time to make his plans of coating the bullets of mundane soldiers with poison come to fruition. The process had turned out to be harder than expected, but they managed to find a solution in the end. The task of handling the bitter cusp was entrusted to the convoy's lone sleeper, whose green snakeskin armor imbued the young man with a high enough resistance to toxins. The old woman who had been going through her own first nightmare quietly passed away during that night. The fact that her body did not turn into a frenzied abomination proved that she had passed the trial of the spell. However, it seemed that her weary soul was unable to form a stable core, and so it collapsed, turning the woman hollow. Sonny took the dark responsibility of disposing of the body upon himself. In the morning, they held a somber funeral under the eerie lights of the aurora, and then dove back into the bitter cold of the twisting roads. The small column of vehicles continued to struggle against the rough terrain and the dreadful conditions of the polar night as it slowly ventured deeper into the mountains. In the next few days, they had to fight against several more packs of prowling nightmare creatures, but none of them were as large and threatening as the two swarms the irregulars had eradicated before. The battle readiness of the convoy had increased due to Sonny's efforts and a bit of luck. The two new echoes served as forward scouts and provided invaluable support in combat. The ascended one, Abomination, was especially fearsome. The sleeper Bell was growing into his power too, and his core was well on its way to being fully saturated. The mundane soldiers were now capable of dealing with weaker nightmare creatures thanks to the bitter cusp. Saint was slowly growing stronger as her wounds healed and the echoing silence, enchantment of the stifled scream continued to accumulate power, little by little. To the people of the convoy, things appeared to be looking up. However, Sonny knew that it was just an illusion. In truth, their situation was becoming direr with each day. The further north they moved, the more nightmare creatures there were. Navigating between powerful swarms of them was getting harder and harder, and so was avoiding the truly overwhelming hordes. The amount of small skirmishes the irregulars and their echoes had to fight was growing in both frequency and ferocity. For now, they were handling the pressure fine, but their fatigue continued to mount, while their physical condition deteriorated. Small scrapes and injuries they received were bound to add up, sooner or later. Their reserves of essence were also getting closer and closer to not having enough time to replenish between fights, even with Luster's help. Additionally, the deeper they went into the mountains, the more signs of destruction caused by the earthquake they encountered. Many roads were completely destroyed by rockfalls or buried under countless tons of glacial ice. Increasingly often, The rhino could not handle clearing the path through the roads that remained. All of that meant that there were more and more enemies around, with less and less suitable paths to take. Sonny felt like a noose was being drawn tighter around his neck with each day. As a result, he had to lead the convoy forward using more risky routes. A few times, the civilian transports were very close to falling off the crumbling roads and plummeting into the deep gorges below, or being destroyed by falling debris. He had to leave the rhino and use shadow chains to secure the vehicles, shield them, or pull them to safety with his own two hands. He even had to resort to coming close to the abandoned tunnels that pierced the mountains here and there, promising convenient shortcuts and shelter from the chilling wind. However, just looking at the dark portals of their hungrily open maws made Sonny shiver. Driving past the old tunnels filled him with a sense of deep, gnawing unease. No goddamn way. The condition of the transports was also getting worse and worse. The rougher of a path he chose, the faster they broke down. Samara and Kim had to administer hasty field repairs more than a few times, but there was only so much they could do. The engines of the vehicles stalled. Their wheels got stuck in the deep snow. The heating elements malfunctioned and filled the interiors with acrid smoke. The batteries cracked and leaked because of being both overheated and exposed to terrible cold. There was no end to the problems Sonny had to solve. Damnation! Sitting in front of a screen in the command suite of the Rhino, he stared at the map. Sonny had just finished updating it with the information his shadows had brought back from a lengthy scouting mission. Many lines had been crossed out, and many red marks shifted position, drawing a narrow net around the convoy. In the absence of the black bodysuit, he was back to wearing the puppeteer's shroud outside of combat. His old and reliable armor possessed an enchantment called Doubtless, but ironically he was full of doubts. Just how am I supposed to? At that moment, one of the transports behind the Rhino came to a screeching halt. The lights illuminating its interior went out, signaling a serious malfunction. The rest of the vehicles were forced to stop, too. Sonny looked down and sighed. What now? Standing up, he stretched, massaged his tired shoulders, and left the app through the main hatch. Darkness and bitter cold welcomed him, and the cutting wind immediately tried to suck all warmth out of his body. Walking through the light snowfall, Sonny headed to the back of the convoy. Saint's silent figure gazed at him from the roof of the Rhino, where she stood with a bow in her hands. Looking up, Sonny found that the stars to the east appeared a bit hazy, as if veiled by something. A resentful frown appeared on his face. Don't tell me, is the blizzard picking up again? This was grave news. Chapter 925. Low growl. Walking toward the broken transport, Sonny was deep in thought. If the blizzard was really returning, things were going to get ugly for the convoy, sure. The snowstorm would hide their location from the roaming swarms of nightmare creatures, but it would also all but destroy his own ability to track the abominations and keep his map up to date. Sonny and his shadows could see through the darkness of the polar night, but they could not see through the impenetrable wall of billowing snow. Additionally, the mundane drivers were going to have even more trouble with keeping their vehicles on the road. The vehicles themselves would suffer more stress, as well. Should he insist on continuing to drive through the blizzard, or find a place for the convoy to wait it out? Sonny did not like the thought of traveling across treacherous old roads in such hazardous conditions, but neither did he like the idea of being stationary, holed up in some cave like a blind rat, with no way to escape should things go south. Damned blizzard. Damned rust buckets. Why can't they all be like the Rhino? Of course, that was not a fair comparison to make. His Rhino was a state-of-the-art military carrier, while the civilian transports were just that. Some of them could barely be used to carry people even, since they had been hastily refitted from industrial cargo vehicles in preparation for the evacuation campaign. It was a miracle that they were able to move, honestly. Approaching the cause of the current setback, Sonny had to walk around the massive body of Abomination, who was laying on the road and staring east. The massive beast seemed to have sensed the approaching blizzard as well, considering how intently it was looking at the sky. Snowflakes were falling on its rugged fur. The smaller Echo, Blackie, or whatever the awakened beast was called, was there as well, leaning against the larger one. It had a habit of following the stronger monster everywhere, while Abomination mostly ignored its existence. Damned mongrels, would it kill you to make way for me? I am the master of your masters, you know. Show some respect. Shaking his head, Sonny reached the transport. Samara, Kim, and Quentin were already there, running diagnostics with grim expressions on their faces. He did not like the look of that. What's the situation? Samara glanced at him with a deep frown. Captain, it is serious this time. There was a charge overload in the hub relay, causing the main battery to be cut off from the rest of the systems. Usually that wouldn't be too debilitating, but this transport already lost both the support battery and the backup accumulator. There's a lot of melted wiring. Quentin can restore some, but other parts will need to be replaced. Sonny did not understand much of what she had said, but then again, he did not need to. That was the whole reason for employing specialists. He had become a big fan of delegation. So, how long is it going to take to get this transport moving again? Samara looked at Kim and Quentin, then hesitated for a bit. About 2 hours if we move fast. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. 2 hours. That was not impossible, although cutting it close. Their window of opportunity to drive past the nearest horde allowed for such a delay, but not much more. If he let the convoy stall for 2 hours, there would be no space for mistakes in the next day or so. Could he afford that? Or should he abandon the transport and relocate people to the remaining ones, thus overloading the struggling vehicles even further and increasing the risk that they themselves might break down in turn? Curse it! Did Nephis have to deal with this amount of nonsense during her short stint as the Bright Lord? Leading 1,000 crazed sleeper through a bloody revolt and a suicidal crusade might have been a bit harder than he had thought. Being in charge of hundreds of people was not at all fun. Sonny was slowly starting to understand why the sovereigns were all suffering from some sort of lunacy. He sighed. I can give you 110 minutes. If it's not done until then, though, we'll load the refugees on other transports and abandon this one. For now, do what you can. Jir will make sure that the passengers aren't cold. With nothing much to do after that, Sonny walked aside and stood in the shadows as his subordinates got busy with their tasks. He thought about returning to the warm interior of the Rhino, but decided against it. He had been cooped up inside it for a while, so some fresh air, even if it was bitterly cold, was a welcome change. The refugees inside the dead transport did not seem too discouraged, especially after soldiers brought a portable heater. The sleeper was there too. His lantern memory chased away the darkness, helping the civilians cope with their fear. And speaking of the sleeper, currently we do not have any more infected, which means that the infirmary transport is empty. If things don't go well with the repairs, I can just reassign the passengers there. That can be a good stopgap solution. There'll be trouble when someone does catch the spell, of course. His thoughts were interrupted by Abomination, who suddenly let out a low growl. Considering the size of the massive monster, its growls reverberated through one's very bones and were not easy to ignore. Sonny turned and looked at the Echo with a frown. What's up with him? Her, whatever, what's up with that thing? Abomination's monstrous snout was gnashed, revealing rows of terrifying fangs. It was still laying on the road, staring at the eastern skies. The Echo looked tense. The other beast by its side was also acting nervous. However, it seemed to be simply repeating after the larger one without understanding the reason. Sonny's frown deepened, turning into a scowl. That cannot be good. He walked over to Abomination and tried to climb on it to get a good vantage point. Don't move, you bastard. Reaching the creature's withers, he looked east, seeing the same thing that it saw. The veil of the blizzard had grown closer, and a large part of the horizon, what little of it could be seen between the towering mountain peaks, was now hidden by it. Sonny did not notice anything else, though. Does it not like snow? Then again, that blizzard was not of natural origin. It was caused by a titan called Winter Beast. From what Sonny knew, the titan was currently being suppressed by St. Tyrus somewhere far to the north. That was why the snowstorm came and went, hinting at who was prevailing in the clash at the moment. Sky Tide's aspect also had to do with controlling winds and storms, so while it did not directly counter the Titan's powers, she could at least challenge its authority. In any case, Winter Beast could not be anywhere near the convoy. Then why? Suddenly, Sonny's eyes narrowed. Looking closer at the distant haze obscuring the cold, dark sky, he suddenly had a very disturbing idea. Was it really the blizzard? Chapter 926. Stormfront Sonny stared at the distant haze for a rare moments, then glanced at Kim, who was busy with repairs. The evil eye memory he had given Nur was supposed to make one capable of seeing things at a greater distance. However, there was an easier way. He called out to Sergeant Jeer, who happened to be hurrying past at that exact moment. "Hey, Sergeant." The man stopped and looked at the captain, who was standing on top of the terrifying monster the irregulars had recently received from the nightmare spell for some reason. Already accustomed to their leader's eccentric behavior, the soldier did not even bother to try and guess the reason. "Yes, Captain." Sonny lingered for a moment. "Do you have, what are they called? Binoculars?" Jeer nodded. "Of course, sir. We have several pairs, one per vehicle, standard military issue." Sonny gave him a tense look, then said quietly, "Go bring me the best ones." Slightly disturbed by that tone, Jeer glanced at the bundle of blankets he was carrying, then dropped them into the snow and dashed toward the tail of the convoy. Very soon, he returned with a pair of modern binoculars and, not daring to approach the monster, threw them to the captain. Sonny caught them, brought the unfamiliar device to his eyes, and looked east. At first, the image was blurry and unclear, but then something hummed softly, and it came into focus on its own. Suddenly, it felt as though he was standing much closer to the slope of a distant mountain. Sonny could even see the individual boulders, as well as mounds of snow between them. Moving the binoculars, he searched for a stretch of open sky. A few seconds later, he finally laid his eyes on the haze that obscured it. Sonny remained motionless for around a minute after that, then silently lowered his hands. His face remained still, but his eyes were suddenly terribly bleak. Feeling something, Sergeant Jeer cleared his throat. "Sir, what is it?" The captain looked at him with those bleak eyes, making the soldier shiver. "What is it?" Sonny repeated the question in his mind. What he had seen was not a wall of swirling snow. Instead, it was a ghastly creature that resembled a mix between a bat and a leech, with leathery wings, a long neck, and a head that seemed to be one giant, fleshy, circular maw. In fact, he saw thousands and thousands and thousands of them. The hazy veil that obscured the sky was not caused by the returning blizzard. It was a horde of flying abominations that was so vast that it resembled a rolling stormfront from a distance. That vast horde of horrid abominations was swiftly moving in their direction. Suddenly, Sonny's mouth was terribly dry. He glanced at the convoy that stretched along the narrow road, a few vehicles blocked from moving any further by the broken transport. "Sir," Sergeant Jeer's tense voice caught his attention. Sonny forced himself to focus on it, pulling his mind back to reality. "Dead, dead. They are all dead." Throwing the binoculars back to Jeer, he threw all unnecessary thoughts out of his mind and issued an order. "Get these people out and load them into the infirmary transport. Do it as fast as possible. No, faster than that." Jeer blinked. "The infirmary transport, but—" Interrupting him, Sonny barked. "Now!" The soldier flinched. This was the first time he heard the usually cool-headed captain shout. Understanding that something had gone terribly wrong, Jir ran toward the broken transport. Move, move, move. A few minutes later, the frightened refugees were being hastily loaded into the infirmary vehicle. The soldiers were running around, preparing for a swift departure. The irregulars were getting ready for a fight. Sonny was in the middle of all this havoc, giving orders. Load the poisoned ammunition immediately, all of it. Empty the reserves entirely. Throw all non-essential cargo out. We need as much speed as we can get. Samara, you have 3 minutes to charge as many bullets as you can. Luster, prepare the Rhino for an all-out charge. We're never going to make it. There's no chance, simply none. The enormous horde of flying horrors was traveling too fast. The fleet would never be able to outrun it, even if they were moving on a flat and well-maintained road. Of course, fighting it was not an option either. If the appalling creatures descended upon the convoy, everyone would be devoured without seconds. Sonny might be able to survive by turning into a shadow, but the rest, everyone would die a gruesome death. And yet, the horde seemed to be traveling from east to west while the fleet was heading north. If by some miracle they managed to escape from the path of the abominations, maybe there still was a sliver of hope for them. Perhaps there even was some shelter ahead, one that Sonny had missed when he was compiling the map. In any case, he could not bring himself to just give up. No matter how small the possibility, he owed it to these people to make an effort to save them. He had taken them under his command, after all. They were his responsibility. Move. Finally, the broken transport was cleared of civilians. Sergeant Jir ran up to Sonny. "It's done, Captain. What do you desire to do with?" Before he could finish the sentence, Sonny grabbed the massive vehicle by the front bumper, strained his muscle a little, and then tossed it over the edge of the road with his bare hands. The transport plummeted into the deep, dark gorge with thunderous clangor. It was so heavy that the road under them quaked from the violent force of the first impact. Sonny glanced at the stunned soldier. "Get everyone inside and start the engines. Hurry." As everyone ran to their vehicles, Sonny stepped through the shadows and appeared inside the Rhino. Sparing a glance at Professor Obel and Bate, he lingered for a moment and said, "Strap yourself in. It's going to be a bumpy ride." They listened without asking questions. Since most of the irregulars were assigned to the civilian transports, the only other person there was Luster. He was already in the pilot's seat, ready to send the app forward at Sonny command. Sonny did not make him wait long. "What are you waiting for? Go." The Rhino shot forward, plowing through snow as it cleared the way for the other vehicles. The fleet followed as they moved across the mountain road with reckless speed, but not enough of it. On the roof of the app, Saint was effortlessly holding her balance. Standing there like a statue, she slowly turned her head east. Then the taciturn demon lingered for a moment and silently raised her bow. Chapter 927. Racing against time, the Rhino flew forward, somehow navigating the twists and turns or the narrow mountain road without plummeting off its crumbling edge. There was nothing but darkness ahead, with snow swirling as it melted in the powerful beams of light that shot from the roof of the heavy vehicle. For once, Luster seemed serious and completely concentrated, his fingers wrapped around the yoke so tight that they had turned white. The convoy did its best to keep up. The civilian transports were sandwiched between the APC and the military vehicles, shaking precariously as they rolled forward at high speed. Sergeant Jir and his soldiers were hastily loading the poisoned ammunition into the feeding mechanisms of the turrets, turning their barrels east and aiming spotlights at the sky. The veil obscuring the horizon was getting closer and closer. Damn, damn, damn. Sonny was standing behind Luster, perceiving the world through the eyes of his shadows. They were gliding far ahead, scouting the path in search of serious obstacles and possible shelter. Shelter. There was none to be found, and the devouring swarm was too fast to outrun. Suddenly, his head jerked sideways. A dozen or so meters ahead, a swift silhouette lunged at the approaching rhino from a deep crack in the cliff's face. All Sonny had time to see was a powerful body, a glint of madness burning in a pair of frenzied eyes, and dozens of sharp claws that shimmered as if made of metal. Before the attacking nightmare creature that had laid in ambush received a chance to collide with the ape, a black arrow pierced its neck, throwing the abomination back and nailing it to the stone slope. Standing on the roof of the rhino, Saint drew the string of Morgan's warbow again as the pinned corpse flashed by. Luster flinched, but kept the vehicle steady. "That was a close one, sir." Sonny had nothing to answer. They had to move with as much speed as they could muster, but advancing in such a reckless manner brought its own risks. Not being able to discover ambushes in advance was one of them, and even then, it would most likely not be enough. Go faster. By now, everyone could tell that the approaching haze was strange and unnatural. They would not be able to see the flying horrors with their own eyes for a few more minutes, but fear was already spreading through the convoy. Sonny did not really need to tell anyone to hurry, but staying silent was too nerve-wracking even for him. Curse it! In his mind was the image of the map of the mountains. Studying it, Sonny was feverishly trying to find a way to escape. He already knew the optimal route to take, but had a sinking feeling that it was already too late. He did not know the speed of the approaching horde, but judging by how fast the distant sky was being devoured by it, their chances were slim. Up ahead, a stray nightmare creature appeared on the road. Before it could react, a massive shape lunged at it from the darkness. Abomination's powerful jaws closed on the monster's throat, and then the echo threw it into the abyssal darkness of the gorge with a powerful twist of its neck. Then the ascended monster dashed forward, followed by the smaller echo. Soon, they reached a fork in the road and stopped, unsure of where to go. Sonny knew, however. His shadows had already explored both roads, confirming the information reflected on the map. A few moments before the rhino reached the fork, he leaned forward and spoke to Luster. "Take the right path." The right path was the only acceptable choice if they wanted to have even the tiniest hope of getting out of the path of the flying swarm. There was one problem, however. A few hundred meters ahead, it was blocked by the bodies of a pack of prowling nightmare creatures. Soon, Luster saw them too. "Captain, what do we do?" Sonny gripped the back of the pilot's seat and leaned forward. "Just plow through them." What else could they do? The wedge-shaped ram of the rhino was already lowered. The abominations were awakened at best. Tons of swiftly moving metal were bound to make short work of them, or if not, at least toss them off the road. Luster gulped and followed the instruction, accelerating toward the fearsome nightmare creatures without even a hint of slowing down or trying to avoid a direct collision. Not that it was possible to maneuver around the abominations on the narrow road anyway, before the creatures had time to properly react. The rhino shuddered. It slammed into the abominations, and its armored windshield was instantly splattered with a revolting mix of blood and mangled flesh. Without skipping a bit, Luster prevented the vehicle from lurching sideways with a small shift of the yoke and moved his gaze to the screen showing the feed from the external cameras. Until the wipers managed to clean the armored glass, looking through it was all but impossible. Just like that, the pack of abominations was either torn apart or thrown off the road, clearing the way for the convoy. Except for one. Clinging to the ram of the rhino, a bleeding beast hoisted its massive body up, a powerful limb rising to strike a devastating blow on the windshield. Before it could, however, the shadows nesting between spotlights on the ape's front surged forward, forming into sharp spikes. They pierced the creature and then lost their solidity, turning into black tentacles. A moment later, the abomination was torn apart from the inside and flung into the darkness below. "Keep going." Sonny gritted his teeth and then flinched as one of the rearview cameras registered a flash of light coming from the turret of Jeer's military vehicle. Turning his attention to it, he saw that the soldiers had opened fire. They were firing at the sky. The devouring horde was still some distance away, but the first straggler had just appeared from the cold darkness and dove down toward the convoy. The creature was not too large, but looked even more terrifying and revolting up close. A rain of bullets tore at its body, delivering the bitter cusp's toxin. It should have been enough to kill the flying abomination, but the effect of the poison was not instantaneous. Either the soldiers had reacted too slowly, or the nightmare creature was too fast. No matter the reason, its mangled, convulsing body kept falling, approaching the windows of one of the civilian transports. That was before another arrow flashed through the air, slicing the abomination in half. The severed part struck the slope and then rolled down, soon disappearing under the wheels of the speeding vehicles with a repulsive crunch. Sonny let out a shaky breath, relieved. The worst was only starting, though, because after that first creature was killed, the turrets did not stop firing. Chapter 928. Devouring Cloud. You have slain an awakened beast, brood of the devouring cloud. The road sloped down, soon reaching the bottom of a deep gorge and continuing forward along its twists and turns. Not afraid of sliding into the abyss anymore, the convoy received some breathing room and accelerated even more. However, despite that, their situation only worsened. By now, the distant mountains had already disappeared, swallowed entirely by the veil of the approaching swarm. Only a few nearest peaks remained visible, but even they were already turning hazy. More and more flying abominations that had traveled ahead of the horde were diving at the convoy, their fleshy circular maws opening wide to bite at the speeding transports and the soldiers operating the turrets. At first, they came one after another. Then, a few appeared at the same time. At some point, the rumble of the firing turrets turned into one continuous, rolling cannonade. The soldiers fought with desperate determination, relying on their spotters to find the targets in time. The murderous darkness of the polar night was cut and torn by the stark beams of powerful spotlights, and tracer bullets painted it with red streaks. High above, the ghostly aurora glimmered among the stars, slowly turning crimson. Sonny was cursing the world. Tired of waiting powerlessly inside the rhino, he climbed to its roof, though the upper hatch, and swayed as a furious wind assaulted him with cutting cold. A few steps away, Saint was standing straight, sending one arrow after another into the dark sky. Each arrow reaped a life, and the bodies of abhorrent creatures were raining down on the snow behind the convoy. In a gun nest on the roof of one of the civilian transports, Samara was discharging her rifle time after time, and somewhere high above, bloody explosions of charged essence bloomed with each shot. The other awakened were assisting the soldiers, as well. However, even though each possessed a memory capable of dealing damage at range, they were less proficient with them. The sleeper, ironically, was the closest the convoy had to a marksman after Saint and Samara. His quiver was full of poisoned arrows. In an infuriating turn of events, Sonny was the only one without a suitable weapon. He only had one bow, and that one was currently being used by his shadow. Curses! The undying chain was already encasing his body, and the dying wish was calling out to the nightmare creatures, compelling the nearest ones to aim at him and him alone. That made the pattern of their attacks a little bit more predictable, causing more bullets to hit their mark. He did not know what else to do. All of it was meaningless anyway. The convoy could kill 1,000 of these flying monstrosities, and it would still be no more than a drop in the ocean. With each minute, the number of attacking abominations was mounting, and with each second, the devouring cloud was drawing closer. Soon, it would envelop the gorge completely, and then all their efforts would end in a gruesome and bloody finale. Sonny did not think for a second that the convoy would be able to fight through countless thousands of the flying abominations. Why did I not account for it? Fool, damned fool. It was not as though he had not fought swarms of flying nightmare creatures before, and yet Sonny had never considered a situation like this one seriously enough to come up with effective countermeasures. What countermeasures were there, though? What was one supposed to do if the sky itself decided to devour them? He gritted his teeth. There was no way out, as far as Sonny could tell. They had already failed to escape from the path of the harrowing horde, and had not found a shelter to weather the heavenly plague. The soldiers continued to fire their turrets, hurriedly swinging the steaming barrels around to catch the brood beasts before they crashed into the transports. Saint and Samara continued their slaughter. But there was no point. Feeling a bitter taste in his mouth, Sonny looked up. The mountains had disappeared completely, swallowed by the seething haze of the devouring cloud. Numerous abominations blotted out the sky, making it seem as though the crimson lights of the aurora itself were spawning the all-consuming deluge of them. A minute or two later, the horde would flood the gorge and descend upon the convoy. His only solace was that not even a fraction of the nightmare creatures would be able to satiate themselves with human flesh. There were too few humans in the convoy to fill their stomachs. Starve, the rest of you bastards. Lacking a suitable weapon, Sonny could not even help his people in their last stand. But that was not his job. His most important job as a leader was to think, and yet Sonny could not think of anything either. The image of the map was still flashing in his mind, almost burned into it. All the potential campsites and shelters he had marked in advance were too far away, and all the convenient roads he had scouted were useless. Saint suddenly stepped back, and in the next moment, a corpse of one of the brood beasts crashed into the roof of the rhino. The ape shuddered, but continued to speed forward. A drop of fetid blood hit the visor of Sonny's helmet. He inhaled deeply and stared at the ugly maw of the dead abomination, numb to its repulsive appearance. Maw, these ghastly, hungry maws would soon be feasting on the flesh of his people. A hungry maw. Suddenly, a grim expression appeared on his face, hidden by the helmet. Turning around, Sonny dove back into the hatch, noiselessly landed on the floor of the ape's floor and dashed toward Luster. Where is it? Where is it? Soon, one of his shadows noticed an old, almost entirely crumbled road that forked away from the main one 100 or so meters ahead. The rhino was just about to reach it. Turn left. Luster's hands reacted faster than his mind, sending the rhino into a sharp turn. The vehicles trembled as its wheels left the somewhat intact surface of the better preserved road and entered the more dilapidated one. The young man spared a glance at his captain. "Sir, where are we going?" Sonny paled a little. Into a hungry maw. He did not need to explain further, really. Now that they had entered the derelict road, there was only one way forward, and there, ahead of them, waited something that he had hoped to avoid at all costs. The dark portal of an old, abandoned tunnel. Not too long ago, Sonny had sworn that he would never enter one, but now he could only pray that they would reach it. Chapter 929. Swarm. As the convoy desperately drove toward the distant entrance of an old tunnel, the devouring cloud finally reached the gorge. The sky disappeared, blotted out by a slithering mass of the winged abominations, and submerged the world into impenetrable darkness. Even the dim glint of the shimmering stars was extinguished. The swarm flowed down the slopes of the mountains like a tidal wave. Penetrating the armored frame of the rhino, a deafening rustle of countless beating wings assaulted Sonny's ears. He grimaced, glanced at the screens one last time, and dashed back to the roof hatch. Once he climbed outside, the noise grew many times more violent, making it seem as though a hurricane was raging around him. The mass of nightmare creatures was seconds from swallowing the rearmost vehicles of the convoy. The overheated barrels of the turrets continued to discharge a barrage of bullets into the rushing wave of abominations, long tongues of flame blooming from their glowing muzzles. At that point, the soldiers did not even have to aim to hit the enemy. However, All their efforts were in vain. Sonny would have needed thousands of soldiers and hundreds of heavy artillery vehicles to put a dent into the swarm of abhorrent abominations, but he just needed to buy a little time. Saint. Following his mental command, the shadow turned and threw Morgan's warbow in his direction. Catching it, Sonny took a moment to balance himself on Theswing roof, and then drew the string with furious determination. All four of his shadows flowed forward from his fingers. A bolt of lightning streaked through the air, striking one of the brood beasts. The creature's body disintegrated in a blinding flash, and then dancing arcs of electricity spread through the swarm, stretching in all directions for dozens of meters. For a moment, the whole world was illuminated by a stark radiance. That bought the convoy a few more seconds at most, not enough. Even if Sonny had essence to spare, he could not use the strike of thunder repeatedly. Like almost all memories, it needed time to be summoned and dismissed. Although the whole process took no more than a dozen of seconds right now, that was enough of a delay to doom them all. If Winter was here, she would have had a solution. But sadly, Sonny was all alone. Well, not quite. On the roof of one of the civilian transports, Samara overcharged her powerful rifle, causing some of the circuitry inside of it to melt in a rain of sparks. The usual electric whine of the activating coil was devoured by the cacophony of thousands of beating wings, but the thunderous roar of the resulting shot was not. A brilliant particle of light traveled toward the swarm at a tremendous speed, and then detonated with staggering violence. A huge explosion shook the ground, swallowing a whole swath of attacking abominations. Samara swayed and spat a mouthful of blood, showing signs of severe essence depletion, but the rest of the irregulars were not remaining idle either. The deluge of poisoned bullets and their memories were doing their job, buying the fleet precious time. The tunnel was getting closer and closer, but it was still not enough. The rearmost military vehicle was already suffering under an onslaught of attacks. Its armored hull was being cut open and peeled off, and blood was flowing down its sides. The soldier that had been operating the turret was nowhere to be seen, but another had already taken his place, only to scream a moment later when the razor-sharp fangs of a frenzied brood beast sunk into his arm. As blood rained down, the soldier gritted his teeth and drew his sidearm, discharging several mundane bullets into the creature's neck without any result. Sonny did not see the rest. The strike of thunder had finally manifested itself back into existence, and the shadows had just returned, so he sent the caged lightning into the swarm once again. Attracted by the dying wish, many abominations were ignoring the rest of the convoy and lunging at the rhino. For now, none of them had gotten past Saint, who brandished the sin of solace as he protected him. However, Sonny knew that he was not going to remain safe for much longer. Their salvation was so close. And yet, their time was up. Despite all their efforts, Sonny and his soldiers could not hold the devouring cloud back anymore. The convoy was already surrounded by the mass of nightmare creatures from all sides. In stunned horror, Sonny watched as the rear vehicle was swallowed by the swarm of abominations. Its armor disintegrated as if made of paper, shredded into nothingness in a mere second. What followed? To hell with this! Before Sonny knew what he was doing, his body moved forward. Dashing to the back of the rhino, he flooded his muscles with essence and jumped. I must have gone crazy. Sonny soared into the air above the convoy, sensing sharp fangs scraping against the bleak steel of the undying chain. On his belt, an attractive lantern cut of black stone suddenly opened, letting out a surge of darkness. Wreathed in that darkness, he plummeted down and landed on the roof of the damaged vehicle. Dozens of tentacles exploded from the kneeling figure that was shrouded in shadows, tearing countless brood beasts apart. More shadows flowed down like water, covering the breaches in the vehicle's hull and solidifying into impenetrable armor. At the same time, black walls rose from the ground, surrounding the convoy. Hundreds of brood beasts furiously crashed into them, causing the walls to shudder. However, at least for the moment, they held. Ahead of the column, the rhino finally reached the tunnel and drove through its entrance, disappearing into the lightless emptiness within. One after another, the other vehicles as well as a few nightmare creatures followed. The abominations were swiftly gunned down or killed by the irregulars. The damaged vehicle that Sonny had landed on entered the old tunnel last, rolled forward for a few seconds, and then came to a screeching halt. He fell down from its roof and hit the ground hard, then stood up with a stagger. Another wall of shadows rose, blocking the mouth of the tunnel behind them, this one much thicker than the previous ones. Instantly, it came under a savage attack. Its black surface trembled, not cracking yet, but also visibly struggling to withstand the never-ending rain of blows. In the echoing silence of the tunnel, Sonny bent over, spat blood, and then tiredly looked up. His voice sounded stifled. Someone better blow up that entrance fast. Chapter 930. Old Tunnel. The convoy stopped soon after entering the tunnel. For a few moments, nothing apart from the muffled blows that continued to rain on the wall of shadows could be heard. Scared and exhausted, the people were all lost and slightly disoriented. Sonny's voice brought them back to reality. Glancing into the depths of the tunnel to make sure that nothing was attacking them from that direction, at least not yet, he backed up a little and studied the cold stones above him. Surely, detonating a part of the tunnel's roof was not the smartest of ideas, considering how old it was. However, the alternative was even worse. They had to stop the brood beasts from following the convoy inside, and his wall of shadows was not going to last long, considering how little essence Sonny had left. He had truly burned through a lot of it during that last desperate dash to save the rear vehicles. Actually, Sonny had not even known that he was capable of doing something like that. The scope and scale of that complex use of shadow manifestation was unlike anything he had been able to achieve before. The urgency of the situation and the raging adrenaline had helped him achieve a new level of mastery over his aspect, and now he was exhausted, so the entrance of the tunnel had to go. I'll feel really awkward if there's a collapsed section of it further ahead. Still, the convoy could find a way to dig through stone debris. They would not be able to resurrect from dead if the devouring cloud swallowed them whole, though. With the help of explosives that Sergeant Jeer provided, Kim's ability to see weak points of both living and inanimate objects, and Professor Obel's knowledge of mundane science, they were able to detonate a few small charges and collapse the entrance of the tunnel, cutting themselves off from the outside world. Now, there was no way back, only forward, deeper into the darkness. Nevertheless, the people were finally safe, relatively speaking, of course. They still did not know what awaited them ahead in the eerie expanse of the old tunnel, so Sonny posted plenty of sentries in front of the rhino. Only then did he have time to assess the state of things. The convoy looked battered. Every vehicle received at least a little damage, and many were splattered with blood of the nightmare creatures that the irregulars and the mundane soldiers had killed. However, almost all of them could still move. The only exception was the rear military vehicle that Sonny had saved. That one was a complete goner. In fact, it looked more like a heap of scrap metal than a working machine now. The fact that it had somehow managed to drive into the tunnel was nothing short of miraculous. Its crew had suffered too. One of the soldiers was dead and the rest were seriously wounded. A few of them would have died from those wounds too, if not for Quentin. Currently, he was trying to stem the bleeding of a turret operator, whose arm was terribly mangled. Even with the healer's abilities, the man's limb was too damaged to preserve. After taking one glance at the terrible mess of torn flesh and splintered bones, Sonny knew that it would have to be amputated. He had already been in a somber mood because of the exhaustion, but now it turned even darker. Perhaps he should be thanking the dead gods that only one of his men had been killed during the desperate escape from the devouring cloud. But Sonny did not feel thankful. Instead, he remembered the brazen claim he had made to Professor Obel not too long ago, a promise to try and save everyone who had entrusted their lives to him. Sonny had already failed that promise twice. The death of the old refugee woman had been outside his control, but the fallen soldier, that one was a direct result of his decisions. Sonny had killed many people in the past, but he had never been responsible for someone's death, or rather had never experienced the death of someone whom he was responsible for. It was a bitter, scathing feeling. Why did he have to bear the burden of some stranger's death? Who asked that soldier to be so weak? Sonny clenched his fists. So annoying. He remained motionless for a while, then winced. In any case, the loss of a military vehicle was painful, but not impactful. Losing another civilian transport would have been much more damaging, not to mention lethal. The wounded soldiers would be out of commission for a few days or longer, depending on the severity of their injuries. But in the end, they're going to survive. All in all, they had all gotten off easy. Sonny had fully expected to watch the whole fleet be destroyed after finding out about the approaching horde of flying abominations. Losing just a single soldier, no matter how resentful he felt about it, was incredible luck. Of course, they were not out of the woods yet. He did not know anything about the old tunnel, but suspected that traveling though it would not be very safe. In fact, his decision to seek shelter inside could potentially result in a fate similar, or even far worse, than being quickly gobbled up by the devouring cloud. Brimming with optimism am I. Any kind of nightmare creatures could have built a nest here after the chain of nightmares came. More disturbingly, the tunnel could be home to something that had entered the waking world much earlier. Humans did a good job of either closing or containing those gates that opened within the borders or in the vicinity of population centers, out of necessity, but no one bothered or had resources to do the same in the wilderness. Provided, most gates manifested near places where a lot of people lived. But not all. Somewhere inside the tunnel, they could potentially meet an abomination that had been dwelling here for decades, or maybe even half a century. Surely, there was also a possibility that there were no nightmare creatures inside, and they're completely safe. Honestly speaking, the chances of that were equally high. Unconvinced, Sonny walked to the front or the convoy, past the massive form of the rhino and stopped near the sentries. Up ahead, a long stretch of the tunnel was illuminated by the headlights of the Apk. He stared into the darkness beyond. After a while, Sonny looked down and let out a heavy sigh. That does not bode well. He could not see anything. Not in the sense that there was nothing ahead, but rather that he could not see through the gloom that enveloped the tunnel, which could mean only one thing: that this place was not shrouded in shadows, but instead drowned by true, pure, elemental darkness. Chapter 931. Rival of light. True darkness was different from light and shadows. Shadows existed in places where light was obscured or could not reach. If the shadow was vast and deep enough, people mistook it for darkness. But all it truly was the absence of light. True darkness, however, was more than that. It was an elemental force of its own, one that was both independent opposed to light. Instead of a simple lack of light, pure darkness was its rival. And since light and shadows always went hand in hand, it was also the enemy of shadows, strange as it may sound. That was why Sonny suddenly felt the cold touch of unease when he discovered its presence. True darkness was exceedingly rare and mysterious. He had only encountered it once before in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, where it had been born of and controlled by the cathedral's guardian, the Forsaken Knight, the bastard that had gutted him like a pig. In fact, that unfortunate encounter had been the fault of the darkness that the fallen devil wielded. If not for its veil, Sonny might have not allowed the Black Knight to get so close. That was because his eyes, which were capable of peering through any shadow, were as blind in true darkness as that of a mundane human. Sonny had not seen the approaching forsaken night in the shroud of darkness, and now he could not see into the depths of the tunnel. Worse still, the fallen devil Ott, the ruined cathedral, had only controlled a modest amount of true darkness. Here in the tunnel, however, there was a whole ocean of it. Sonny grimaced. Well, here goes the hope that there are no abominations inside. He remained near the sentries for a minute or two, then turned around and tiredly walked back to the Rhino. We'll rest here for a few hours. The convoy was not in any condition to continue to Noviog anyway. The vehicles needed to be repaired and the wounded had to receive treatment. People desperately needed rest, pills. What good would it do to leave the tunnel before the deceiving cloud moved on? They had to wait until the swarm passed through. Sonny was exhausted as well. Entering the Rhino, he fell on one of the seats in the lounge area and closed his eyes. Why do I feel like we jumped out of the frying pan straight into the fire? Nothing good ever came from going underground. Every time Sonny had, something nasty had been waiting for him there. His distrust of underground passages and tunnels was only rivaled by his dislike of the sea. At least the tunnel seemed dry. Scowling, Sonny tried to empty his mind and concentrate on circulating what little essence he had left through his body. No matter what came next, he had to be ready. Samara was recovering from utterly depleting her essence, and Quentin was busy healing the injured soldiers. Kim and Luster were performing field repairs on the civilian transports. The Sleeper was creating a new batch of poisoned bullets to replace those expended during the flight from the devouring cloud. Sergeant Jeer's ammunition reserves were at a point where each round had to count. Only Bell and Dorn had nothing to do, which was why Sonny chose them to accompany him on a scouting mission. He wanted to find out how far the exit from the tunnel was, or if not, then at least explore a long stretch of it before leading the convoy forward. Nobody knew how long the tunnel was. There were a lot of them cut through the mountains in the Antarctic center, where the terrain was too uneven to build straight roads. Whenever a road met a mountain outcropping that was too wide to go around, though, people had often chosen to simply burrow through it to create a convenient shortcut. As a result, the length of tunnels varied greatly, from several dozen meters to 10 kilometers or more. Most of them had been created during the dark times. Later, when the constant winds, environmental cataclysms, and the descent of the nightmare spell had reduced human population and concentrated it inside a small amount of vast and easily defended cities, most of the mountain roads went out of use and were abandoned. So, there was no information on the tunnel. It could have been only a few hundreds meters long, or stretched forward for a dozen kilometers. Considering the local terrain, Sonny suspected that the latter would turn out closer to the truth. Summoning the cruel sight, he glanced at Bell and Dorn. "Are you ready?" They nodded. "Yes, sir." They were standing in front of the Rhino. A few people were looking at the three irregulars, but only Professor Obel approached to see them off. "Be careful, young people. Places such as this can be quite dangerous. Don't use any memories or abilities that have to do with fire, too. Now that we are underground, it would be all too easy to burn all the oxygen away." Sonny looked at the old man with a bit of tension hidden behind his outwardly confident expression. "Anything else we should know?" Professor Obel thought for a moment. Then SHNLG. Many of these tunnels went through several rounds of additional excavation to serve as bomb shelters during the latter stages of the war between the but those names probably won't tell you much. Suffice it to say, you might find that the structure of the tunnel is not as straightforward as one might expect. Sonny sighed. "All right, we are going then. LFWE aren't back after 2 hours. Well, I am not going to lie. If something manages to kill me, then all of you will probably die soon too. So there's nothing much you'll be able to do at that point." He tried to force out an encouraging smile, failed, and simply turned around. Carrying luminous memories, Sonny and his people walked past the nervous sentries and dove into the darkness without looking back. Chapter 932. Blinded Sonny had grown accustomed to using his shadows to scout ahead in dangerous situations, explore the world around him, and discover hidden threats. However, this time, he could not, simply because the shadows were as blind as him in the embrace of true darkness. Walking deeper into the tunnel, he instantly felt tense and incredibly vulnerable. Things were even worse than Sonny had thought. Not only was his sight suddenly limited to a mere single point of view, not only could he not see anything outside the narrow circle of light created by the luminous memories like a more human, even his ability to sense the shapes and movements of shadows was crippled. Because, of course, no shadow existed within darkness. That unique part of his perception had become so ingrained into him that now that it was gone, Sonny felt blinded. It was as though he suddenly lost his eyes and ears. The whole world seemed strange, unclear, and muddled. The sudden change was so severe that he almost lost balance. Damn, Belle and Dorn, who lived their whole lives like that, did not seem to be disturbed. Sure, they had somewhat come to rely on the ability to see in darkness that Kim often shared to them, but not to a degree where it became their second nature. Sonny, on the other hand, he was disoriented and felt utterly exposed. How horrible! Grimacing, he gripped the shaft of the cruel sight tighter and continued walking. The blade of the somber spear did not shine yet, instead absorbing some of the light produced by the lanterns of the irregulars in case he needed it in the future. The tunnel was wide enough for two vehicles to pass each other without brushing sides, and utterly empty. Nothing but impenetrable darkness filled its silent expanse, and so their steps echoed, reflecting from the cold stone walls. Sonny glanced at Belle and Dornwill, a bit of displeasure. He was walking as noiselessly as usual, trained to remain unnoticed by the long months of hunting down powerful abominations in the Dark City. However, the two fighters of the melee vanguard were not versed in stealth, and their equipment was not suited for it either. Way to announce our position to everyone and everything. I have a bad feeling about this. Although many nightmare creatures possess some way to perceive the world in the absence of light, he was still used to being the one to stalk his prey unseen. Now, however, the roles were reversed. Sonny was at the mercy of whatever creature it was that hid in the darkness, and there had to be something there without a doubt. True darkness, after all, had not come from nothing. What kind of ghastly horror will I have to fight this time? They carefully moved forward, sticking close to the wall of the tunnel. A few minutes passed, then a dozen. What Sonny feared the most did not happen. Nothing attacked them, and there were no collapsed sections of the tunnel's roof that could block the convoy's way out. However, there was also no sign of exit. The tunnel simply stretched forward, seemingly endlessly and completely empty. After a while, Sonny managed to shrug off his discomfort and adjust to having his perception severely crippled, as well as he could. It was still deeply disturbing, though half an hour passed without them encountering any threats. How far do you think we have walked, Belle? Dorn thought for a moment. The giant man shrugged. 3 kilometers, maybe less. A deep frown appeared on Sonny's face. 3 kilometers was not a small amount. Of course, there were far longer tunnels out there. The floor also seemed flat and did not slope neither up nor down. Still, it was strange that they had not been attacked yet. Keep your eyes open. The small scouting squad continued forward. After a while, they encountered a small opening in the wall of the tunnel, leading into the depths of the mountain. The narrow branch, too, was drowned in true darkness. Standing near it, Sonny thought that he heard a distant hum. However, a moment later it was gone, chased away by Dorn's voice. This must be one of the additional tunnel shafts that Professor Obel spoke about. There's probably a whole network of them inside the mountain, excavated to house the population in case of a nuclear strike. Bell scratched the back of his head. Who uses nuclear bombs to kill people? Aren't bioweapons far more effective? Sonny looked at him darkly. I'll tell that to Europe. At that moment, Dom cleared his throat. Actually, Captain, they used both nuclear and bioweapons in Europe. Oh, well, it was not like Sonny had received a good education. He had barely known that places other than NQSC existed before the fateful conversation with Master Let. In any case, he had to decide whether they should explore the side branch of the tunnel or continue forward along the main one. In the end, he chose to stick to their current path. He did not really care what was out there, the old network of abandoned passages. As long as the convoy could drive past and reach the exit, Sonny did not have to know. They walked and walked and walked. And nothing happened. At some point, the lack of terrible nightmare creatures lunging at them from the darkness started to disturb Sonny more than the possibility of a sudden attack. This is too eerie. Eventually, 1 hour mark passed without them finding anything, not the source of the true darkness, not the nightmare creatures that might have made a nest in the tunnel, and not the exit. There was not even a hint of it. Stop! Sonny frowned as he looked forward. There was nothing but darkness ahead. In the end, he sighed and turned around. The scouting mission was both a resounding success and a resounding failure. They did not find any active threats to the convoy, but they also failed to conclusively prove that there were none. In any case, the time he had allotted for the scouting mission was up. Let's head back. Now his best choice was to lead the convoy forward and hope for the best. Despite the lack of nightmare creatures or of anything, really, inside the tunnel, Sonny felt very uneasy. Chapter 933. Darkness at the end of the tunnel. Braving the silent darkness, they retraced their steps and arrived back to the collapsed entrance at the tunnel after a long and tense hour. Nothing dangerous happened on their way back, and the convoy seemed to have fared well in their absence too. The uneventfulness of it all was deeply disturbing. Hiding his concern, Sonny glanced at the dark walls surrounding them. The battered vehicles stood motionlessly, their wheels resting on the cold asphalt floor. Here and there, people could be seen resting or hurrying to complete various tasks. I don't like this. Frowning, he headed toward the hatch of the Rhino. The people he needed to hear from were already gathered there, ready to report the state of things. As Sonny passed the sentries, one of them suddenly called out to him. "Captain Sunless, sir." He slowed down and gave the soldier a dark look. "Yes." The man hesitated for a few moments. His face was still, but his tired eyes were full of some unknown, intense emotion. "Outside, L was part of the rear vehicle's crew. What you did for us back then, near the end. You really saved us. Thank you, sir." Sonny stared at him blankly for a bit, then turned away with a scoff. "I am in charge of this convoy. These are my vehicles and you are my people. No one takes what's mine, especially without paying a price. Do you even know how much a vehicle like that costs?" With that, he shook his head and walked away. What a weird guy. The irregulars, as well as Sergeant Gier, Professor Obel, and Bate were waiting in the command suite of the Rhino. Sonny received several reports, which slightly improved his T-nude. The convoy had lost 1 civilian transport and 1 military vehicle as the result of encountering the devouring cloud. Luckily, it did not affect their logistics too adversely. After sacrificing the mobile infirmary to accommodate the displaced refugees, all they had really lost was a bit of firepower. The remaining vehicles had all been patched up and ready to move. Sergeant Gier sighed. "We don't have a lot of ammunition left, sir. Additionally, our reserves of drinking water are also severely reduced. We discarded a lot of it to lighten the load on the transports before the swarm arrived. It should not become a problem in the next several days, but after that." And he waved a hand dismissively. "Don't worry about water. I have a literally endless source of water." He remained silent for a while, considering the options. They could either pass through the tunnel or remain where they were and try to dig their way out when some time had passed. Both options were less than ideal. It all comes down to how long I want to remain in the tunnel, it seems. The first option would allow the convoy to escape from underground sooner, if all went well during the drive to the opposite exit. The second option would force them to stay inside for much longer but did not demand diving deeper into the chilling darkness. Neither was free of risk. Curses. In the end, Sonny just really disliked the idea of staying in the eerie tunnel even a minute longer than it was necessary. He sighed. "Start the engines. We're leaving." A few minutes later, the rhino came to life and rolled forward, slowly gaining speed. The beams of powerful spotlights installed on its roof cut through the darkness, forcing it to flee and cling to the walls of the tunnel. The civilian transports and the military vehicles followed, staying close to the massive apk. The darkness flowed back and devoured everything once again behind them, making it seem as though the convoy was traveling inside a small, fleeting, fragile island of light. Sonny climbed to the roof of the rhino and stayed there with Saint, staring into the darkness with a grim expression on his face. He was still blind to everything that was happening outside the small bubble of light, which made him incredibly nervous. Where is it? Where is the source of all this darkness? When will it attack? Minutes passed, but just like during the scouting mission, nothing happened. The convoy rolled forward with modest but constant speed. Meter after meter of old asphalt disappeared under the wheels of the rhino, and the stone walls seemed to move past them, vanishing into the darkness. The tunnel was silent, with only the passing of the human vehicles making any noise. From time to time, side passages opened up to either left or right of the convoy, making Sonny especially nervous. All these paths sloped down, leading deeper underground. He was prepared for something to lunge at them from the darkness. But nothing did, nor them. We don't need to set foot in those passages. We just need to reach the exit and escape this dreadful place. Just like that, an hour passed, and then another and another. The tunnel continued to stretch forward, seemingly endless. The more time passed, the deeper Sonny's scowl became. After a while, he finally left the roof of the rhino and dove back into its interior with a dark expression. Walking up to Luster, he ground his teeth and said, "That's enough. Stop the convoy." Luster glanced at him questioningly, then shrugged. The apk slowed down and then stopped. The other vehicles followed suit, and soon the whole convoy came to a halt. Sonny left the rhino and stood still for a few moments, staring at the weathered asphalt. Sergeant Jeer and the members of his cohort soon approached from the direction of other vehicles, while Luster, Professor Obel, and Bate exited the rhino through the hatch. Saint walked over to the edge of the roof, looking at them from above indifferently. Most of the gathered people had grave expressions on their faces. Noticing the grim mood, Luster blinked a couple of times, then turned to Sonny. Captain, why did we stop? Is there a problem?" Sonny looked at him silently. "Yes, there is a problem, you fool, can't you tell?" Luster scratched the back of his head. "What, is there a nightmare creature ahead?" Sonny sighed, then looked up. "No, there's nothing ahead, that's the problem. We've been driving for about 7 hours, correct?" "What was our average speed?" The young man hesitated for a moment. 30 kilometers per hour, sir." They had not rushed and kept a modest speed to be able to react in case danger appeared front ahead. Sonny nodded. "That is more than 200 kilometers of going straight forward, and yet there is no exit. Do you see the problem now?" Luster's eyes suddenly widened. "Oh well, if you put it like that, it really is weird." Sonny gritted his teeth. "It's not just weird. If there was a tunnel of that length in Antarctica, it would have been the longest one in the world by far. Everyone would have known about it." Luster paled a little, then studied everyone's faces. "How come no one did then, sir?" Sonny looked down and shook his head. "There is only one possible answer. This tunnel. Something is very, very wrong with it." Chapter 934. No way out. There could not have been a tunnel that stretched under the Antarctic center for hundreds of kilometers. Not only would a structure like that be a miraculous feat of engineering, but far too many people, especially the Army strategist and someone as knowledgeable as Professor Obel, would be aware of its existence. However, no one had been. Sonny remained silent for a while, then looked at the old man. Professor Obel simply shook his head. "I am afraid I can't explain," which is not too surprising. After the nightmare spell descended, there are many things in the world that science, or rather, our limited scientific understanding fails to explain. Sonny sighed. Great. What was he supposed to do now? It was clear that the laws of nature were either broken or worked differently inside the tunnel. Space was not behaving as it was supposed to behave. Or maybe they had simply traveled to some strange pocket dimension that was filled with nothing but true darkness. Maybe they were all under the influence of another mind hex. Maybe they had all been devoured by the swarm of brood beasts and were now condemned to an eternal purgatory. Who could tell? Sonny cursed silently, then wrapped all four shadows around the undying chain to ramp up its mental protection. Nothing changed. The oppressive darkness did not disappear. If anything, it seemed even more foreboding now. He closed his eyes for a moment. All right, let's not panic yet. Sonny looked around, then walked to the wall of the tunnel and struck it with his fist. A startling bang rolled through the tunnel, echoing in the darkness. In the place where his steel gauntlet had landed, a small impression appeared, with a net of cracks spreading from it through the cold stone. "Get back into your vehicles." Everyone followed his instructions without asking questions. The convoy continued to move forward. However, this time, Sonny made it stop after 10 minutes and left the rhino alone. Wrapping the shadows around his body, he activated the Light Eater enchantment of the cruel sight to illuminate the path and ran back into the darkness. Moving much faster than the vehicles had, he soon reached the point of the previous stop and studied the cracked section of the wall, then made his way back. The convoy moved for another 10 minutes. After that, Sonny commanded them to put the vehicles in reverse. The tunnel was not wide enough for the rhino and the civilian transports to turn around and drive back. After a while, he gave the order to stop. This is bad. His seemingly erratic actions, of course, had not been without a reason. Sonny already knew that it was possible to go back to a previously visited spot inside the tunnel. Bell, Dorn, and himself had walked for around 6 kilometers during the initial scouting, and then safely returned to the convoy. The first stop he had ordered was to make sure that the same principle still applied. Indeed, he had been able to return to the marked portion of the wall from 5 kilometers away. The second stop was to test if something would change with more distance, and it bad. They should have long seen the imprint of his fist and the net of cracks around it, but there was none. At some point in time, somewhere between 5 and 10 kilometers of separation, the mark had disappeared without a trace, which was very, very bad news for Sonny. It meant that they could not return to the collapsed exit from the tunnel. The way back and the second option he had of escaping to the surface did not exist anymore. Staring into the darkness, Sonny felt a cold shiver run down his spine. If he had led the scouting party a few kilometers further, would they have been separated from the convoy forever? Would they be doomed to wander the darkness alone for the rest of their lives? He had come close to disaster without even knowing it. I was lucky. One of his worst fears had become reality. Sonny was more than capable of fighting against enemies that he could strike down, even if their strength seemed overwhelming. However, he was as powerless as the rest against circumstances like the one they found themselves in right now, against threats that were both unseen and unexplainable, dooming those who encountered them silently and without warning, simply by existing. Against threats like that, he needed someone like Cassie. Sadly, she was far away, probably preparing for the war between Valor and Song with the rest of the Fire Keepers. Damnation. He looked at the stone walls of the tunnel, then at the battered vehicles of the convoy. There were almost 400 people in them that he had promised to rescue. Was he going to become a liar? Sonny tilted his head a little, then blinked. Wait, what nonsense am I thinking about? I have always been a liar. There's nothing for me to become. Lai took a deep breath. No, no, it is all right. I'll find a way out. After all, he did not need to understand the nature of the trap. He just had to break it, somehow. Sonny rubbed his face, glanced at the darkness one last time, and gestured for Luster to continue driving the rhino forward. Before anything else, they had to make sure that there was really no limit to the strange endlessness of the dark tunnel. The convoy traveled through the darkness, traversing kilometer after kilometer. More hours passed with nothing changing. Then some more. Eventually, an entire day was gone. Slowly, a sense of dread was spreading through the exhausted refugees and the mundane soldiers. Even the irregulars seemed tense. Sonny commanded everyone to stop and make camp. People needed rest, and nothing would improve if they persisted forward despite everything. As the soldiers started cooking food and arranging sleeping places for the civilians, he walked some distance away from them and called Sergeant Jeer over. Jeer jogged to where Sonny stood, half swallowed by Darlutes, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Yes, Captain, did you need something?" Sonny lingered for a few moments, looking back at the convoy. Then he looked at the sergeant and said, "Yeah, I have 2 questions for you. How much food do we have left? And how long will the fuel cells of the transports last?" Chapter 935. Unmoored while the people of the convoy were settling in to rest, Sonny observed them with a dark expression on his pale face. Finally, he winced and headed back into the rhino. There the irregulars were waiting, unsure what to do. It was not like he had answers either, but Sonny had to decide what their next steps would be. He hesitated for a few moments. "Luster, Samara, and Dorn, go to sleep and report our situation. Perhaps Army Command has some idea about what we are dealing with here." Despite the ominous nature of the dark tunnel, things weren't as bleak as they seemed. The convoy was cut off from the first evacuation army in terms of actual support, but information still flowed between the cohort and their superiors. Somewhere in the government databases, there had to be a hint on how to escape the endless darkness. Even if no one had ever encountered me at source before, people would have clashed against something similar in the past. If not, Sonny would venture into the dream realm himself and seek out Cassie. With her powerful divination abilities, she was his best bet. More than that, he could transport food and other resources from the ivory tower with the help of the covetous coffer, so his people were not going to starve. For now, time was not their enemy. They just had to find a way to solve the puzzle and escape. He sighed. Unless something changes for the worse. To any case, there was no point in panicking yet. Sonny watched as 3 of his soldiers climbed into the sleeping pods, then sent the rest to keep watch over the refugees. The oppressive veil of darkness that muted his senses was still there, grinding on Sonny's nerves. He was tired, too. At least there is no call here. In fact, this was the first time in a long while when Sonny did not hear the call at all. Everywhere else in the Antarctic center, it kept whispering quietly into the ears of awakened, but here in the dark tunnel, the whispers were gone. Lai was not sure if that was a good sign or a bad omen. "We'll see soon." Ordering his shadows to observe the temporary camp, Sonny climbed into a sleeping niche himself. Things were going to get better after he slept. If nothing else, his reserves of essence would be somewhat replenished. That alone was enough to make him feel more confident. That night, Sonny had a nightmare. He dreamt of the ditch that he had crawled into after being gutted by the forsaken night, and of cold, overflowing darkness. That was an unpleasant surprise, since he had grown accustomed to sleeping peacefully. Ever since the Kingdom of Hope, his dreams were usually guarded by nightmare. If a bad dream appeared, it was promptly destroyed or subjugated by the shadow steed. But now that nightmare was himself slumbering after receiving wounds, Sonny was left without his protection. Too bad. Feeling less rested than he would have preferred to, Sonny went to the command suite of the Rhine and studied the monitors to get a glimpse of the convoy's camp. Everything seemed to be in order. The shadows would have woken him up if anything happened, but it was nice to make sure. He lingered for a while, then walked over to the kitchen area to brew himself some coffee. Some time later, carrying a steaming cup, Sonny returned to the living area and leaned on a bulkhead. With nothing else to do, he simply stared at the closed panels that hid the sleeping niches. The awakened he had sent to the dream realm were going to return soon. Finally, when his coffee was almost gone, one of the panels slid away, revealing the insides of the pod. There, Luster slowly opened his eyes and looked directly at Sonny. Then the young man flinched back with a startled expression on his face. "Sea Captain, what are you doing here?" Sonny silently brought the cup to his lips and took a sip. "I am drinking coffee, fool. What does it look like I'm doing?" Luster opened his mouth, then closed it. He seemed to be very confused. "No, I mean, what are you doing in my citadel? How did you get here? That doesn't—" Wait. He finally looked around, realizing that he was inside the rhino. However, Luster's confusion only grew. "That is not my citadel." Sonny frowned, studying the young man's expression. "Why would you think that you are inside a citadel?" Luster blinked a couple of times. "Well, that is how things work, right? You go to sleep in the real world and are sent to the dream realm." "Don't tell me." Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. "So what you are trying to say is that you did not return from the dream realm. You fell asleep in the waking world and woke up in the real world." Luster let out a nervous laugh. "Ha, that's impossible. Awakened don't stay in the real world when we sleep. But also, yes, the last thing I remember is settling inside the pod." "Sir." The corner of Sonny's mouth twitched. It seemed that the impossible had just happened. An awakened fell asleep without being transported to the dream realm. Luster's son had remained in the dark tunnel. So did the souls of Kim and Samara when they woke up shortly after. The result was the same. They had been confused and startled. None of the three had managed to reach a citadel. That is not good at all. Without saying much, Sonny reached within himself and tried to sense the familiar pull, the pull of his anchor in the dream realm. Usually, as long as he concentrated on the anchor, he would initiate the process of traveling across worlds. However, this time there was nothing. No matter how hard he searched, his soul scented devoid of the dream realm's pull. His connection to the ivory tower was gone, just like the call. Suddenly cold, Sonny glanced at the sea of darkness surrounding the fragile island of light where hundreds of refugees were trapped, shivering as they slept. What the hell is this place? Chapter 936. Anything that can go wrong. I should have known that something like that would happen. During one of his conversations with Professor Obel, Sonny had learned of a thing called Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. He did not know who Murphy was and why that person had been in a position to establish world-governing laws, but their veracity was hard to dispute. Perhaps that Murphy had been a bit of a tenacious cockroach himself, to come up with such an undeniable rule. In any case, that was exactly what had happened. Everything had gone wrong. Sonny had hoped to receive information and resources through the dream realm, but now that hope was destroyed. The strange nature of the endless tunnel prevented Awaken from traveling across worlds. He had not even known that something like that was possible. Damnation. Instructing the members of the cohort to keep the news to themselves, Sonny hesitated for a bit and then gave the convoy an order to break camp. They had to continue moving forward. At that point, he did not expect to reach the exit. However, Sonny still needed information. The tunnel was not looping on itself, as yesterday's experiments had proved, so there had to be some other type of magic involved. E suspected that it was spatial in nature, but had to observe more to come to a reliable conclusion. The Rhino rolled forward, and the civilian transports followed. Once again, they waded through the silent darkness, cutting it with beams of light. Stone walls flew by. and since their surface always looked the same, it was easy to imagine that the convoy was not moving at all, and was instead stuck in place, cursed to repeat the same moment in time over and over again. The only thing that broke the monotony were the foreboding entrances to the side passages that occasionally appeared from either left or right. Sonny knew that the most logical solution would be to try and explore them instead of stubbornly trying to reach the exit of the main tunnel. However, he felt reluctant to do so, at least for now. It was as though everything was forcing him to make that decision, which was exactly what sent his paranoia into overdrive. It's almost like something is trying to lure us deeper underground. Curse it. The side passages were too narrow for the rhino to pass anyway, and he was not going to abandon the app unless absolutely necessary. Sonny did pay the side passages a lot of attention, though. As he studied the entrances and the darkness that shrouded them, a small hint of suspicion appeared in his mind. Apart from that, he was not remaining idle, even if it might have looked like that to the rest of the people riding inside the rhino. Throughout the next day, Sonny remained in his chair in the command suite. He did glance at the screens from time to time, but rarely. Mostly, he just moved his fingers in a strange way, making it seem as though they were performing a complicated dance. At some point, Bate couldn't stay quiet anymore and asked in an irritated tone, "What on earth are you doing? Are you trying to cast a magic spell or something?" There was deep unease and fear hidden behind that annoyance, though. Sonny smiled. "Actually, that is exactly what I am trying to do. I am an amateur sorcerer, you see." The young woman scoffed. "Fine, don't tell me. I guess you finally lost your mind." But Sonny had told her the truth. Although she could not see them, he was actually weaving strings of essence between his fingers. At that point, Sonny was proficient enough to not cut off any of his fingers in the process, like he had in the Red Colosseum. There was not even a single cut on them. However, creating strings of shadow essence, not to mention arranging them into an actual weave, required a lot of time, concentration, and most of all, of essence itself. That was why he had not been able to practice weaving a lot, if at all, after disembarking in Antarctica. The chain of nightmare was too dire and hectic, and demanded too much of him to waste those precious resources on unnecessary things. But now, things were different. By the end of the second day inside the tunnel, Sonny was able to create enough strings to turn an object into a memory. He needed a bit more for what he wanted to achieve, though, so he continued with the task through the night. On the third day of traveling through darkness, when people turned quiet and fear spread through the convoy like a plague, he produced Weaver's needle from the covetous coffer, as well as one of the transcendent soul shards he had stored there before. Any shard would have worked, but Sonny only had these at hand. The needle glowed with soft, golden radiance. Using it to create the basic weaves, he began the process of turning it into a memory. Doing so was relatively easy for him, since he had done so many times in the past. This time, however, there was an especially thorny part of the process. Sonny had learned how to name memories through their weave at some point, but each rune took time and additional strings to create. Learning how to weave runes had not been easy either, and had required both a good understanding of weaves and a deep knowledge of the runic language the spell used. He could skip that step, of course, in which case the memory would be simply called by the spell, but Sonny was going for something else this time. In the end, he tiredly put the needle down and let out a shaky breath. Both Professor Obel and Bate were staring at him with curiosity. The old man had not wanted to break Sonny's concentration before, but now he finally asked, "Young man, I am sorry, but could you perhaps explain what you were doing these past 2 days? I must admit it looked quite bizarre in the start, but now we are both very intrigued." Sonny smiled. "Ah, I was preparing to send a message." With that, he dismissed the needle, which disappeared into a rain of golden sparks, making both Professor Obel and Bate blink. Then Sonny summoned the runes and looked at the list of his memories. Visible only to him, the runes shimmered in the air. Sin of solace, bitter cusp, stilled scream. And then the last one, memory. I am stuck in an endless tunnel full of true darkness. How the hell do I get out? Asked Cassie. Memory rank transcendent. Memory tier I. The corner of his eye twitched. What an ugly sight. I'll definitely rename it later. Chapter 937. Exchanging messages. The memory Sunny had created was, of course, a message to Nephi's. The shadow bond that connected them was an innate ability of his aspect, and as such, existed outside of the spell. It did not matter that the convoy was isolated from the dream realm. Their tenuous link remained active. Sunny knew it because he himself was still able to see Neph's runes, so she should have been able to see his as well. Well, that's done. The only question was how soon would Nephi see the message, and how long would it take for her to come up with a response. Sunny suspected that he was going to have to wait for a while. Morgan's warbow proved that Forgemasters of Clan Valor were capable of naming the memories they created. However, he did not know how high Changing Star's standing in the Great Clan was at the moment, and if it was possible for her to charge them with forging a specific memory for her, let alone do it quickly. In any case, he was sure that she would come up with something. Nephi's was a frighteningly resourceful person when she needed to be, kind of like Sunny himself. It won't be fast, though. With a sigh, he glanced at Professor Obel and Bate. The message is sent. Now we just need to wait for a response. The convoy continued its meaningless march. Hour after hour, the small column of vehicles drove through the overflowing darkness, their sense of time and direction slowly disappearing. The dark tunnel was just too eerie, inexorable, and unchanging. Everything there seemed like a strange, foreboding dream. From time to time, one of the vehicles would break down, forcing them to stop for quick repairs. The Rhino was operating on an advanced Spelltech engine, which meant that its fuel was soul essence. Luster was more than capable of keeping the app moving indefinitely. The military vehicles had primitive Spelltech batteries serving as a backup energy source for their hybrid systems, so he was able to help the soldiers too. The civilian transports, however, were entirely mundane in nature. Their fuel cells were immaculately designed and possessed a vast charge capacity, but were going to gel exhausted sooner or later. Although it did not seem like it, Sunny knew that the convoy was on a clock. They drove for the rest of the day and then made camp. The next day went by in the same manner. Sunny spent it on the roof of the Rhino, staring at the entrances to the side passages that would sometimes appear in the stone walls of the tunnel. By that time, they had traveled more than 1,000 kilometers inside the tunnel. If this place was abiding by the laws of nature, the convoy would have been passing under Erebus Field, their final destination, right about now. With no mountains to climb and no nightmare creatures to fight, only the straight road and no obstacles ahead, the distance that Sunny had hoped to cover in weeks was traversed in a few days. He doubted that it would translate to the same amount of covered ground in the real world, though. 2 days after he had sent his message, Nephi's finally responded. Sunny had actually not expected to receive an answer so soon, but there it was. He habitually summoned the runes to check on Neph, and then blinked a couple of times, noticing that the list of her memories seemed much longer than it had been before. Ever since Changing Star joined hands with Valor, her soul arsenal improved by a lot. There were certainly benefits to being an adopted daughter of a great clan, so she would occasionally receive a memory or two. It seemed that she was being provided with a constant stream of soul shards as well, even if their influx had slowed at some point, most likely to hide the fact that Nephi's possessed multiple cores. I am not envious at all. Yeah, I am not regretting my decisions, even a little bit. Sunny maimed at the dismal walls of the dark tunnel, then at the battered convoy, the desperate people who clung to what little warmth they could find inside the ramshackle vehicles, and sighed. Then he looked back at the runes, which showed that Nephi's had gained 15 new memories in the span of a couple of days. Even if she was being nurtured by a great clan, that was too many. Frowning, he read the names of the new memories. Faint glimmer, ire hearth, nebulous veil, dire warning, haunting Eversong, eager cut, altar of denial, rust reaver, testament of malice, and 6 more. None of them seemed to have been created by the forgemasters of valor. Sonny scoffed. Clever, smiling faintly in the darkness, he read the first letter of each memory in order. What he ended up with was a concise message. Find heart, cut, run, find heart, cut, run. The meaning was quite clear. He had to seek out the heart of the true darkness that drowned the tunnel, destroy it, and then run as fast as he could. The first 2 parts did not promise anything good, but the last one was downright ominous. Sonny did not know what Cassie had seen or learned, but she would not have included the word run if the consequences of destroying the mysterious heart of darkness were anything short of terrifying. However, how was he supposed to find it? And if that thing was so frightening, how was he going to destroy it? Really now, would it have killed them, to be more specific? He shook his head with a bitter expression. Well, it must have not been easy to scrounge up 15 new memories, let alone ones with names that could be arranged into a simple cipher. So, Sonny thought that he should be thankful. Yeah, thank you kindly. Regardless of how he felt, the course of action was rather clear. As Sonny stared at the walls of the tunnel that flew by, a dark entrance to a side passage appeared in view. What little of it could be seen showed a narrow road that sloped down at a steep angle. He quietly grimaced. I guess I won't be able to avoid crawling deeper underground in the end. How unexpected. Chapter 938. Food delivery. The convoy had stopped once again. This time, however, there was one significant difference to the place Sonny had chosen to set camp. It was situated near one of the side passages, which they had avoided at all costs in the past. Currently, the irregulars were gathered around the dark entrance, staring at it with gloomy expressions on their faces. Sonny did not look too enthused either. After a while, he sighed and glanced at his subordinates. Have any of you noticed it? They looked at each other, not sure what to say. After a while, Dorn spoke in a somber voice. What exactly were we supposed to notice, Captain? Sonny silently shook his head. In the past few days, he had been observing the side passages attentively as the convoy passed them, trying to see if there was a pattern to when and where they appeared. The tunnel looked to be endless after all, so it seemed that there was an endless amount of these branching paths too, which was a bit weird. In the process of observing the side passages, a sinking sense of suspicion took hold of his heart, and by now that suspicion was all but confirmed. He frowned. Well, I don't blame you, it's pretty hard to notice. Then Sonny pointed at a particular spot on the stone wall of the tunnel, right where it made way for the open chasm of the entrance to the side passage. There's a small protrusion there, and on the opposite side the stone is chipped near the floor. There's also that crack over there. They stared at the spots he showed, not quite sure of the meaning of these small, barely noticeable features. What about them? Sonny lingered for a moment. Nothing, really, in and of itself. But if you watch closely, you would have seen that these exact imperfections are present at each of the entrances we passed in the last couple of days. The first one we saw during the initial scouting had them, too. With how rough the walls of the tunnel are, it is only expected that there would be nothing smooth about the side passages, but still, exact cracks, at exactly the same spots at hundreds of entrances. Don't you think it's strange? Luster stared at the chipped portion of the wall, then scratched the back of his head. I don't get it. Did someone leave these marks on purpose? Sonny shook his head. No, what I am trying to say is that there are no hundreds of entrances. There's just one entrance and one side passage, repeating over and over across the tunnel. All these entrances we saw were the same and lead to the same place. The irregulars paled. After a long stretch of grim silence, Bell finally spoke. "So we are being invited somewhere." Noticing his carefree smile, Kim shivered. "More like being lured somewhere, don't you think?" The swordsman just shrugged. "Well, an invitation has to be alluring, right? Otherwise, no one will come." Kim stared at him with a deadpan expression for a few moments, then turned to Sunny. "So what are we going to do, Captain?" Sunny echoed Bell's smile, making her eyes widen slightly. "What else? We are going to answer the invitation, of course. Sure, it all seems like a dreadful trap. After all, the damned tunnel more or less left us no choice but to try and explore the side passage. It's an ingenious food delivery system if you think about it. The food delivers itself. We are the food in this metaphor, of course, and we are going to deliver ourselves to whatever it is that's waiting underground." Bell's eyes glinted. "And then we eat it instead of it eating us." Sonny cleared his throat. "Right. That's the plan. We are going to try to only be eaten a little, at the very least." Something told Hint that his plan did not sound too encouraging to the LR regulars. He coughed. "Also, I have it on good authority that we will have to get the hell out of the tunnel as soon as the thing trapping us inside is found and destroyed. So, we will split into two teams. One team will go down. The other will remain with the convoy and make sure that all vehicles get to the surface." The irregulars looked at each other, trying to guess who will be assigned to which team. Luster was their best pilot, so he would have to remain with the Rhino. Samara's aspect was less useful in narrow spaces, so there was no point in taking her deeper underground either. The rest of them, that was the question. Quentin looked into the darkness and then asked calmly, "So who is going to accept the invitation, Captain?" Sonny glanced at him with a dour face. "Ah, that's easy. I am going to take a look underground while all of you will stay with the convoy." The members of his cohort immediately protested. "It's too dangerous to go alone, Captain. Someone has to watch your back. Please reconsider." Sonny listened to them for a while, then waved a hand. "Shut up, you idiots. Do I look like a hero to you? If I could take you with me, I would. Hell, I'd take a whole army. However, none of you can traverse the distance fast enough to return to the convoy in time. I can, though," he sighed, remembering one of the recruits he had decided to pass on. The guy who could create rifts in space. That aspect would have come really handy right now. However, there was no time to regret past choices. He was very happy with his cohort too. "Plus, I am not going alone. I am taking Saint with me. What did you think that I'd risk my hide it she wasn't close enough to save it?" The LR regulars grumbled for a bit, but eventually accepted his decision. Captain's echo was truly powerful. A master and an ascended demon couldn't handle the source of the unnatural darkness. Then the members of the cohort would not be of much use there anyway. They were not an ordinary master and an average echo either. Sonny gave a few more orders, making sure that the convoy would be fine in his absence, then called Saint and returned to the mouth of the side passage. The two of them faced the darkness, remained still for a while, and then silently dove into its cold embrace. Damnation. Chapter 939. In the belly of the beast, the side passage was full of impenetrable darkness, too, flowing around Sonny as it turned him blind and deaf. The blade of the cruel sight was shining with a soft radiance, creating a small circle of light around him. That light seemed to be struggling against the tide of chilling blackness, making it appear more absolute. The walls of the passage were much closer to each other than that of the main tunnel, its roof lower, and the circle of light was even narrower still. All of that made Sonny feel extremely claustrophobic. He walked forward with a resentful expression on his face, feeling the floor slope downward beneath his feet. If there was one thing that reassured them, it was the silent silhouette of Saint, who was by his side. The taciturn demon moved with her usual indifference, wielding the sin of solace in her hands. Together they descended deeper into the belly of the mountain. "Curse it! Damn it! This is such crap!" Sonny was, unsurprisingly, very nervous. There were a lot of things for him to be nervous about. Not only was he willingly walking into a trap of an unknown but immensely powerful nightmare creature, he was also surrounded by true darkness, the element that directly countered most of his abilities. Not only that, but he also found himself in a strange situation. Most awakened possessed at least one luminous memory. Those were usually both cheap and easy to get, so everyone had some sort of enchanted item to serve as a lantern in their arsenal. However, Sonny had never needed one, so he only had the cruel sight. Its light eater enchantment allowed the somber spear to absorb light and then expel it. After months spent in the darkness of the polar night, most of the sunlight that it had devoured in the past was long gone. What little remained was supposed to last him a few hours. But what if he failed to complete his mission by then? Sonny brought several chemical flares with him, just in case, but he really hoped to not get a chance to use them. Additionally, he had to leave one of his shadows with the convoy. Surrounded by true darkness, he could not turn into one to swiftly travel across the network of tunnels, but he could still shadow step back to one of his invaluable helpers. That was why Sonny had ventured into the depths of the mountain alone, hoping to escape whatever disaster waited ahead in an instant. So, a quarter of his power was gone as well. Right now, Gloomy Shadow was with Saint, Creepy Shadow was augmenting the cruel sight, and the haughty one was wrapped around his body. The five of them were a fearsome quintet. Nevertheless, Sonny did not feel confident. The odds were just stacked against him too much. Whatever. What's the big deal anyway? It's just a creepy, inescapable mountain full of true elemental darkness, which apparently has a heart, a piece of cake. Saint turned her head a little and stared at him, the ruby jewels of her eyes glowing with cold crimson light. It was only then that Sonny noticed that his teeth were chattering. He forced out a weak smile. What? It's really cold here, you know. Indeed it was. Steam escaped from his lips and his voice echoed off the stone walls, traveling far into the narrow passage. Sonny grew quiet, not wishing to announce his position to anything that might have been hiding in the darkness. They continued to descend, soon arriving at an intersection, which was drowning in darkness. It was the first one of many, just as Professor Obel had said. There was a whole network of tunnels excavated during the dark times here, meant to serve as a bomb shelter in case of an all-out war. The tunnels cut deep into the mountain, creating a strange labyrinth. Sonny was sure that there was some logic to how they were arranged, but the intent of the engineers that had built this place escaped him. If anything, the system of passages and chambers cut roughly in the stone seemed random and disorderly, almost organic, and of course each was consumed by darkness. At this depth, Sonny started to feel as though the darkness was moving around him, flowing through the tunnels like blood rushing through colossal veins. He shivered. Calm down, damn it. Find the heart and destroy it. What if it was not a metaphorical heart but a quite literal one? Gritting his teeth, Sonny continued forward, faced with the complicated maze of passages. He navigated through it following a simple principle. Each time they arrived at an intersection, he chose the path that led further down. For now, this method seemed to be working, since the surrounding darkness seemed to have become thicker and flowed faster. After a while, he started to hear a strange hum, low and distant like a quiet whisper. It reverberated through the cold stone, echoing and growing more persistent as Sonny ventured deeper into the network of tunnels. Struggling against a sense of vast, primordial fear, he glanced at Saint, and then stubbornly continued walking. Soon, Sonny arrived at a dead end. Or rather, what should have been a dead end. The tunnel he was following came to an abrupt stop, but the wall in front of him had collapsed. Or had been shattered, at some point in the past, revealing an entrance to something that looked like a natural cave. He hesitated for a few moments, then climbed over the pile of rubble and entered the cave. It stretched forward, twisting and turning, growing so narrow that Saint had to fall back and now walked behind. The dark passages had changed from those cut through the stone by human tools to being rough and uneven. The floor rose and fell too, making moving forward hard. If Sonny had felt as though he was in a maze before now, he had completely lost his sense of direction. All he knew was that he was still moving down, and that the darkness was flowing past him with increasing speed. The nuclear hum was growing louder and louder. By then, Sonny had been completely overcome by an irrational feeling that he was not traveling through a network of caves, but instead crawling through the veins of a bizarre, colossal, terrifying creature. If it really is alive, then I don't want to know what kind of creature it is. Just as that thought flashed through Sonny's mind, the radiance of the cruel sight's blade suddenly flickered and was instantly extinguished. All that was left was utter darkness. Chapter 940, Heart of Darkness L. Damned, knew that this would happen. There was a scratching sound in the utter darkness, and then a stream of bright scarlet flame shot out of a chemical flare. Rising it above his head, Sonny looked at the narrow cave, which was now flooded with dim, ominous red light. The darkness retreated for now, but it seemed ready to pounce on him at any moment. Feeling his heart beating wildly, he glanced at Saint, who still stood behind him unfazed. Turning away, Sonny grumbled, "Well, what did I expect? She was born in the underworld of all places. I bet Saint is feeling right at home in this misbegotten darkness." He remained motionless for a few moments, getting accustomed to the blood-red gloom that surrounded him. Then Sonny hit his lip and took a step forward. "Let's go. We still need to find the heart." The cruel sight was not supposed to burn through its reserve of absorbed light so soon. The chemical flare, which was supposed to burn for at least 15 minutes, stuttered and drowned in just 5, forcing him to ignite a new one. It was as though keeping true darkness at bay exhausted any source of light faster than it should have been possible. And the deeper into the mountain they went, the more pronounced that discrepancy became. Curse it all! Sonny had dreaded reaching the heart of darkness, but now that he was literally burning through his flares at a concerning speed, he couldn't wait to find it. Sadly, it turned out to be harder than he had thought. The human-made tunnels above had an obvious direction, but the chaotic network of caves was both harder to traverse and all over the place. Sometimes, he would follow a path downward, only to end up climbing for a while. Other times, descending deeper into the mountain only made the distant hum grow quieter, which told him that he was getting further from his goal. In the end, Sonny abandoned all pretense of knowing what he was doing and chose where to go randomly, relying on his intuition to show him the way. Soon, he discovered a new pattern. The passages where the darkness seemed to flow faster were the ones that fell correct to him. Armed with that knowledge, he hurried forward, knowing that there was not much time left. Time had lost all meaning, and Sonny only measured it by the amount of flares he had burned through. When there were only 2 of them left, he finally reached his destination. The walls of the narrow passage he was following suddenly disappeared, and he found himself in a vast, spherical cave. One end the dim red light, he could see dozens of similar dark holes opening into it, each leading to a different natural tunnel. However, Sonny did not pay them any attention. All he could look at was a giant orb of jet-black stone that floated in the center of the cave, burning darkly with the crimson reflections of the flare's fire. The darkness. The darkness flowed through it, or maybe was born from it. The hum he had heard came from the orb, like a rustle of waves that were imprisoned within it. Suddenly, he felt a terrible chill spread through his body, whatever that black sphere was. He knew that it was not something any human was supposed to see. "Cut! Run!" Sonny goopled. He couldn't believe that no one was guarding that thing. Then again, there was nothing guarding his own heart either. If something managed to crawl into his chest, it would find his rib cage empty of defenders as well. Maybe not if Bloodweave had to say anything about it. Sonny stretched his senses outward, checking if his connection with the fourth shadow still remained. It was there, albeit strangely muddled. Nevertheless, he knew that he would be able to use Shadow Step to get the hell out of the dark cave after destroying the Heart of Darkness. No time to waste, then. His second-to-last flare was about to burn out. Stepping forward, Sonny chased all hesitation away from his mind and thrust the blade of the cruel sight forward. It struck the side of the black orb and slid off its surface without leaving a scratch. Sonny froze. The sound of the spear hitting polished stone seemed deafening, and when it died down, was it just him, or did the tuna coming from the sphere grow a little louder? Glancing at Saint, he felt cold sweat rolling down his face and whispered, "Help me with it, will you?" The taciturn knight remained motionless for a moment, staring at the sphere with a hint of subdued emotion. Then her eyes suddenly flared, the flames inside them turning darker. Saint did something strange. She took a step forward and handed him the sin of solace. Confused, Sonny grabbed the hilt of the jade giant, feeling the infuriating whispers assault his mind. Pathetic. He frowned, surprised at the sudden thought. Was it a thought? At that moment, Saint took another step forward and unsheathed her broken stone sword. The jagged line of its shattered blade flashed through the darkness and sunk into the black surface of the sphere to the hilt. A small crack snaked its way up and down through the surface of the orb. Suddenly, the bum became almost deafening. What? Then, the giant orb suddenly burst open, releasing a tide of darkness that washed over Sonny and Saint, throwing him back. He fell on the cold stone, feeling something rustling against the steel of the undying chain. The flare was swiftly extinguished. In the last split second that it burned, Sonny saw what the darkness released from the sphere was, and understood what the hum he had heard represented. It was not the rustle of the waves. Instead, it was the rustle of countless tiny feet scraping against the shell of the black sphere from within. The flood of darkness that had escaped from the cracked orb was actually myriads of tiny beetle-like creatures that were now swarming over him like a river, already shredding the transcendent metal of his armor. Worse still, the tide of them was still flowing out of the broken sphere, rushing into the dozens of passages leading out of the cave like a flood. The sight of it was both terrifying and bizarre. No matter how large the shell of black stone had been, the mass of beetles it released and was continuing to disgorge was many times larger than what could possibly fit inside. At this rate, the whole mountain was going to be filled with them in mere minutes. Ah, so that's why she told me to run. Feeling a sharp pain suddenly pierce his side, Sonny belatedly realized a dreadful fact. He needed to enter a shadow to use Shadow Step. And with all light gone, there were no shadows left in the true darkness of the flooded cave. Chapter 941. Time to run. Sonny was buried under a moving carpet of dark beetles. His armor was being chewed through, and a few of them had already gotten inside somehow, their razor-sharp mandibles sinking into his flesh. Sea crap. For a moment, his thoughts were scattered, but the sudden pulse of pain cleared them. Blinded, Sonny shuddered and tried to move his hand to cover the eye slits of his helmet's featureless mask. It was too late. One of the insects had already crawled through. Since Sonny could not see anything, he only realized it when something cold and slithering brushed against his nose. Ella instantly closed his eyes, and a split second later, a sharp pain pierced his face as one of his cheeks was torn open. A repulsed hiss escaped through Sonny's lips. Jerking his head, he felt the beetle fall down and then caught it with his mouth, crushing the bastard between his teeth. It felt like chewing on steel, but the resilient shell broke with an appalling crunch, filling his mouth with sharp fragments and an indescribably bitter taste. Arg! Finally, he managed to free his hand from underneath the mass of beetles and covered the eye slits with it, then struggled to stand up. Sonny managed to rise to his knees, but at that moment, a new wave of beetles smashed into his chest, throwing him back down. It felt as though he was drowning. A crushing weight of the endless river of creatures pressed him down, making it hard to breathe. With each second there were more and more of them, and the weight grew more unbearable. In the dark cave, the seething darkness that consisted of countless myriads of tiny insects was rising like a tidal wave, already flooding most of the tunnels. The uninterrupted surface of wriggling black insects was slowly crawling higher and higher, the shards of the broken sphere already disappearing beneath them. The rustling HTTM of tiny feet scraping against stone turned into a rumbling roar. Then, a hand in an armored gauntlet broke through the surface, the chemical flare grasped by it igniting with intense scarlet flame. Growling, Sonny pushed himself through the squirming mass of dark beetles and managed to rise to his feet with a stagger. Even standing, he was waist-deep in the rushing river of the black shells. As several of them continued to bite into his flesh, he briefly looked around. It took him a split second to take in the sight of the underground cave, which was painted crimson by his last flare and swiftly drowning in the tide of darkness. He had already dismissed Saint, so now all that was left for him was to run. Damned bugs! Why did it have to be bugs? The flare in his hand stuttered, the stream of red flame it was spewing rapidly growing shorter. But before it died, he already dove into the shadows, disappearing from view. The fluttering flare fell into the mass of dark beetles and was instantly swallowed by it, the last hint of light disappearing from the hidden cave. Perhaps forever. Back in the main tunnel, the convoy was nervously waiting for something to change. Everyone was already loaded into the vehicles and waiting for the captain to return. Minute passed after minute with no news of hint. The ever-present darkness remained the same. Inside the Rhino, Luster was sitting quietly in the pilot's seat. Professor Obel and Bate were in the lounge area, discussing something among themselves. The young woman glanced at her communicator, then took a medicine pack from her bag. At that moment, something fell from under the roof, and a familiar figure crashed into the floor, shattering one of the robust alloy chairs in the clangor of metal. All they saw was the battered surface of the bleak armor and a mess of limbs. Rolling over his shoulder and jumping to his feet, Sonny wasted a second to catch his balance and then jerked his head sideways to look at Luster. "What the hell are you waiting for? Drive. Go as fast as you can, now." In the next moment the whole mountain shuddered and streams of dust fell from the tunnel's roof. Luster's eyes widened and he sent the app forward without asking a single question. If the captain was shouting, things were seriously bad. Bate and Professor Obel both rose, startled by Sonny's sudden arrival. "What?" He threw a hand in their direction. "Stop, don't get closer." As the Rhino rolled into the darkness, swiftly accelerating, the rest of the vehicles promptly followed. Inside the app, the undying chain disappeared into a rain of sparks, leaving Sonny half naked. His pale body was covered with small, ugly lacerations, but there was almost no blood in sight. Several tiny black insects fell to the floor and were promptly and viciously stomped to death by him. Nevertheless, even after disposing of the beetles, Sonny did not look relieved. Instead, he paled even more and then bent over, vomiting a mouthful of dark blood. Bate took a step forward, looking around in search of a medkit with a worried expression on her face. "What is going on?" Sonny bared his teeth in a growl. "I said stay back." With that, a strange stiletto appeared in his hand. Its blade was long, narrow, and seemed to be forged out of ghostly glass. Without hesitating even for a second, Sonny sent both the young woman and the old man into a momentary shock by turning the stiletto against himself and plunging it into his chest. "Hey, what are you?" A startled yelp escaped from Bates' mouth, drowning Sonny's own groan. "Ah, damn it." He twisted the moonlight shard in the wound, causing an ugly grimace to appear on his face, and then pulled the stiletto out. Impaled on it was the body of a strange beetle with a jet-black carapace, its shell broken, crushed, and smeared with blood. The tiny creature had almost reached his heart. A few moments later, and Sonny would have been in a sea of trouble. He stared at the dead insect for a few moments and then shivered. The mountain quaked again, and a net of cracks appeared on the roof of the tunnel just ahead. Sonny looked through the windshield of the speeding Apk and inhaled deeply, not paying attention to the pain. Time to run. Chapter 942. Tide of Darkness. Ah, it hurts. Sonny had escaped the dark cave fast enough to not be eaten alive, or even to a serious degree. Just as he had joked, he ended up only being eaten a little. There were a few bites on his body and one on his cheek. The most serious wound by far was the one he had inflicted on himself to get the last beetle from under his skin. The moonlight shard had cut deep, but, guided by his steady hand, missed both his heart and anything else that was important. Still, it stung. Not that Sonny had time to pay it any attention. The rhino was speeding forward, almost flying through the shuddering tunnel. All around it, the darkness was rippling and shifting as if out of control. It felt like the thing they were inside of, whatever it might have been, was convulsing. Not exactly in the throes of death, but maybe in agony. Sonny was pretty sure that the blow Saint had delivered to the black sphere was not fatal to the unknown being, since he never heard the spell announcing a kill. The source of the true darkness was not destroyed, just damaged. Or maybe set free. "Captain, that is new." Hearing Luster call out to him, Sonny looked forward and saw an unfamiliar shape appear from the darkness. It was a rusted frame of an old personal vehicle, which they had never seen before. The implication made a pale smile appear on his face. "It's broken." The strange anomaly that had been keeping them inside the tunnel seemed to be no more. They were actually moving forward instead of traveling endlessly through a never-ending sea of darkness. Destroying the black sphere had really broken the binding. He let out a shaky breath. If he had not received a message from the outside, things might have turned out differently. Sonny would have ventured into the side passages eventually, but probably without leaving one of the shadows behind. Even if he did, he would have definitely taken the rest of the irregulars with him. Then they would have died. Actually, he still struggled to believe that everyone survived. For now, we're not out of the tunnel yet. Suddenly cold, he looked at Luster and said, "Top speed, get us out of here." The rhino flashed past the rusted vehicle, pushing it aside with its ram. The rest of the convoy followed, and soon they could feel the floor of the tunnel starting to slope up. That had not happened before, so Sonny took it as a good sign. Sadly, good things had ended after that. The mountain seemed to be coming to life around them. It shook and trembled, more and more cracks appearing on the walls and the roof of the tunnel. At some point, one of the walls collapsed just as the last vehicle passed it, and a flood of something dark and soothing flowed into the underground passage. Sonny shuddered, realizing that it were the beetles. The tide of them rushed into the tunnel like a river of black liquid. However, that liquid was behaving as if it possessed a maleficent sentience. Instead of spreading in every direction like water would, it seemed to deliberately rush in pursuit of the convoy. Up ahead, a deep crack appeared on another section of the wall, and a few tiny bodies fell from it on the road. Crap! All Sonny could do was pray that they would pass the swiftly growing crack before the stone wall shattered. Somehow they did. At that point, it seemed like the whole tunnel was ready to collapse. The civilian transport struggled to keep up with the rhino, climbing up the quaking road. Behind them, the endless flood of dark beetles was gaining speed, swelling as new streams of them poured in. Dust and pieces of stone were raining from above. But ahead of them, in the distance, a circle of dim light appeared. The exit. It was still night outside, but at least there were the stars, the ghostly flames of the aurora, and maybe even the moon. Although small, the difference between the true darkness of the underground tunnel and the mundane darkness of the outside world was apparent. They almost made it. No, they're going to make it. Sonny gritted his teeth as he watched the distant exit approach while the tunnel was breaking down around them. Just a bit more. Just a little bit. Finally, the rhino shot through the round opening, escaping into the chilling cold of the polar night. The vast expanse of the black sky appeared above, looking more beautiful than ever. Sonny grinned triumphantly. Then his grin disappeared. Finally able to see, he sent his shadows to take a look outside and studied their surroundings. The tunnel had led them quite high into the mountains. Behind them, the stone slopes were cracking and breaking, with giant boulders rolling down into deep gorges with deafening noise. Rivers of darkness were flowing out of the mountain, all twisting to take aim at the escaping convoy. The damned beetles were continuing to pursue them even now. In fact, the wide streams of black insects seemed more like limbs of a colossal being than swarms of tiny creatures. They stretched and slithered, looking like giant tentacles, very much like those that Sonny could create himself, but on a much, much larger scale. He felt a sudden chill spread through his wounded chest and belatedly summoned the undying chain back. Their battle might not have ended just yet, but how could he fight something like that? No, their only chance of survival was to run. Even Cassie had said that he had to run, so that was what Sonny planned to do. Luckily, the fleet appeared to be a little bit faster than the flood of darkness. "Oh crap!" Hearing Luster's shout, Sonny felt the rhino come to an abrupt stop. It was so violent and sudden that he was thrown off his feet, while Bate and Professor Obel grimaced in their seats, secured in place by durable straps. What is he doing? Has that bastard lost his mind? Before even standing up, Sonny commanded his shadows to look away from the approaching tide of black beetles and try to see what had made Luster stop. What they found made him utter a curse. Damn it all. Right in front of them, there was a vast canyon that seemed so deep that it might have as well been bottomless. There was a long, wide vehicle bridge connecting the two sides of the canyon. Sadly, the bridge had collapsed at some point in the past, maybe decades ago. Now, all that remained of it was a piece of broken road that hung over a dark abyss, and Rhino had stopped precariously just a few meters away from the edge. Chapter 943. No Way Forward, Curse It. Sonny stared at the dark abyss of the canyon, his mind empty. A second passed in stunned silence, then another. Finally, he turned around and looked back, as though capable of gazing through the armored hull of the Rhino, which he was, in a way. There, behind the heavy aft, the other vehicles of the convoy had hit the brakes, barely avoiding slamming into each other. They were crowded on the mountain road, snow dancing in the narrow beams of the headlights. And behind the convoy, the flood of darkness was rushing forward, stretching its tentacles in their direction. They had maybe a minute before the mass of dark beetles reached the rear vehicle. This time, Sonny was not going to be able to protect it. He might manage to destroy hundreds or even thousands of the ghastly insects, but it would be like a drop in the ocean. None of his attacks would be able to deal the titanic wave of darkness any serious harm. Especially because, as Sonny suspected, the beetles were not technically alive. Not only did he not hear the spell announcing the kills while slaying the few that had crawled into his armor, but the mere fact that the damned creatures traveled with him through the shadows meant that they were somehow akin to inanimate objects. Sonny was only able to carry those with him through Shadow Step, after all. What good would it do to kill a bunch of bugs that were not even alive to begin with? "Captain, what do we do?" Sonny glanced at Luster, then said in a hoarse voice, "What else? Run. We have to run." Then he silently disappeared into the shadows. A moment later, Sonny was standing at the edge of the broken road, looking into the bottomless abyss below. The biting cold of the polar night caressed his skin, and the strong winds instantly tried to push him down. Behind him, the tide of black beetles was devouring the cracked surface of the road, getting closer and closer, and the mountain continued to quake, erupting with a flood of darkness. The canyon was somewhere between 100 and 200 meters wide, with steep vertical slopes that stretched far, far down. There was no secondary road to skirt its edge or descend to its bottom, only the broken bridge and the vast schism separating the fleet from the opposite side. Sonny gritted his teeth. There was not much time to think, so he did the first thing that came to his mind, without even stopping to consider if it was possible to pull off. If it was impossible, he would just have to change that. His essence surged, coursing through his veins with tremendous speed, and then flowed outward. His face paled as his eyes turned into two pools devoid of any light. Just as the darkness disgorged by the mountain moved, the shadows covering its slopes moved too. The deep murk drowning the deep canyon boiled, rushing upward. Two black pillars suddenly broke through the snow covering the sides of the shattered road and rose into the sky, growing taller and taller with each second. At the same time, the tide of shadows rushing from below reached the edge of the broken bridge and bent, freezing for a moment above the bottomless canyon like a wave that was about to break. But instead of breaking, the shadows continued to spread forward and solidify, as if forming a dark path above the abyss. If there was no bridge for them to cross, Sonny would just have to build one of his own. Arg! He was expending so much essence that his soul felt as if it had come under strain. However, instead of slowing down, Sonny doubled his efforts. On the far side of the canyon, two more pillars rose, and another surge of shadows stretched into the air, growing meter after meter to meet the first one. Long tentacles of darkness shot from the tops of the pillars, turning into unbreakable chains. From them, dozens of smaller chains fell, fusing into the black surface of the growing bridge. Sonny was not concerned with how much essence he had, however. He was worried about the structural integrity of the hurried construct and the speed with which he would be able to connect the two parts of it. There was not much time left, but there were very few people in the world who knew more about forming connections out of chains. After all, he had spent so much time in the ruined Kingdom of Hope, traveling from one island to another across the heavenly chains that bound them together. Chained together, inseparable, and stronger for it. There was probably some philosophical lesson to learn from it all, but Sonny was too preoccupied to care. With a groan, he stepped aside and waved to Luster, who was staring at him through the windshield of the Rhino. "Drive." The young man looked at him with wide eyes, then glanced at the eerie black road that hung above the abyss, connected to nothing and only supported by dozens of swinging chains. Then, with trembling hands, he sent the app rolling forward. Its massive wheels soon abandoned the cracked asphalt of the broken road and touched the black surface of the shadow bridge. The manifested path of shadows shook slightly, but held. It bore the full weight of the Rhino, and then that of the next vehicles that drove onto it. And then the next. Soon, the whole fleet left the solid ground and entered the aerial road built by Sonny. He grabbed the metal handle on the hatch of the last vehicle and allowed its momentum to pull him with it, then climbed onto its roof and crashed down on the cold alloy. After several seconds, Sonny glanced back at the approaching wave of darkness. It was already so close, too close. Somewhere ahead, the Rhino almost reached the end of the growing road of shadows. The ABC was moving faster than Sonny was capable of making the bridge manifest itself. But luckily, the second part of the path was already close. The two sides of the black bridge connected and fused with each other just a few seconds before the massive Rhino rolled over the invisible seam and continued to speed forward without pause. Soon after that, Luster let out a shaky breath as the wheels of the Rhino touched solid ground on the other side of the canyon. Sonny was feeling like he was on the verge of fainting, but forced himself to remain absolutely focused. Behind him, the myriads of dark beetles were already crawling across the shadow bridge. The wave of them were almost halfway across, putting so much pressure on the chains that a few of them were on ready to snap. Bastards! It was at that moment that the vehicle he was riding on shuddered as it passed between two tall black columns. Looking back, Sonny grinned. "This is a toll bridge. Pay up or die." On second thought, just die. With a quiet groan, he released the mass of shadows that had followed his will, allowing them to return to their natural immaterial form. A sense of profound reprieve almost sent him stumbling off the roof of the moving vehicle. The shadow bridge suddenly turned ghostly, collapsing into shapelessness, and then dissipated into the night. Myriads of dark beetles plummeted down, and even more of them continued to flow front the slopes of the battered mountain, plunging into the abyss of the canyon like waterfalls of pure darkness. But the fleet was safe. It continued moving forward, putting more and more distance between itself and whatever it was that had dwelled in the network of old tunnels. Sonny let out a heavy sigh and then sprawled eastlessly on the roof of the military vehicle, looking at the distant tapestry of cold stars. No more tunnels, damned ever. I hope. Chapter 944. Safe and relatively sound after the ominous mountain disappeared from view, hidden by the snowy slopes and darkness. The mundane darkness of the polar night, not the unfathomable true darkness that they had just barely escaped from. The convoy finally came to a stop. Around them was the familiar landscape of the Antarctic center. Deep in the mountains, they were temporarily protected from the wind by an overhanging cliff, and had reclaimed a wide area that was somewhat fit to serve as a campsite. The vehicles needed to be checked after the recent mad dash, and the people needed time to come to their senses. Pits. They had no idea where they were. Sonny had to scout the area, determine their location on the map, and come up with a route forward. He also needed to make sure that there were no swarms of nightmare creatures close by or heading in their direction, and do 1,000 other things. I don't want to. Creating a bridge of shadows had cost him a lot of essence, but the mental strain had been far worse. Sonny felt tired and lazy, but he had no choice except for to get busy right away. Rolling off the roof of the military vehicle, he landed on the snow side and sent his shadows to explore. By then, the members of his cohort and other people had already emerged from their transports. Some went about establishing a camp and searching for good watch posts, while some headed toward him with complicated faces. Pretty soon, he was surrounded by the irregulars. A few of them looked relieved to find him safe and relatively sound. Others were mostly full of questions. Luster, who had witnessed more Titan than the rest, was the first one to speak. "Captain, sir, that was something else." Sonny simply nodded in agreement with the young man for a change. Luster hesitated for a few moments, then asked cautiously, "But, what was it exactly?" He stared at Sonny and added in a suddenly hoarse voice, "I don't mean that amazing bridge you made, I mean the other thing, the one that almost gobbled it up." Sonny did not answer for a while. Eventually he shook his head and looked south with a dark expression. "I do not know." He had a few ideas, though. The being that had dwelled in the old tunnels was too vast and powerful to be a simple nightmare creature. It reminded him a lot of the crimson terror of the Forgotten Shore. So, perhaps, it was also a terror, one that had gone into a slumber to evolve into a Titan. Or maybe a Titan that was in the process of evolving to a higher rank. Or maybe it was a creature that had entered the process of evolution, only to be devoured from the inside by a different, more insidious abomination. In any case, Sonny was certain that he and Saint had messed the whole process up somehow and even lived to tell the tale. Speaking of Saint, he wondered if Sight was all right. The damned beetles had not seriously wounded him, but she had been standing much closer to the eerie black dimension, whether it was a heart, a harrowing egg, or a chrysalis, when it burst open. Sonny had not seen his shadow since. He was also curious why her broken stone sword had managed to harm the sphere when the cruel sight failed. Sonny knew that Saint was not destroyed since he had felt her return back into his lightless soul after being dismissed, but she might have sustained severe damage. Sonny gave several orders to the irregulars, checked on Professor Obel, and then found a quiet place to find out. Somewhat nervous, he summoned Saint, but nothing happened. Damnation, just as I thou. Something was not right. The taciturn demon's absence felt different from how it usually was when wounded shadows slept in the nurturing black flames, repairing themselves. He almost could not feel her at all. Concerned, Sunny Dove, into the soul sea, stared at the four dark suns of his shadow cores for a few moments and then summoned the runes. Shadows, Marble Saint, Soul Serpent, Nightmare. The runes describing the serpent were lifeless, indicating that it was outside his control. Saints, however, appeared normal. He concentrated on her name and read. Shadow, Marble Saint. Shadow rank ascended, shadow class demon. Everything looked normal. However, at the very end of the field of shimmering runes, a new string of them appeared. Sunny's heart skipped a beat. Marble Saint is evolving. What? He remained motionless for a while, then sighed. So that's how it is. Leaving the soul sea, Sunny looked up, breathed in the cold air of the polar night, and smiled crookedly. He was both happy and despondent. Saint had risen to a higher class once before, after slaying the Forsaken Knight. Back then, she had ripped a strange dark jewel from his chest and ate it. Then, his shadow, who had been an awakened monster at the time, disappeared back into his soul to enter the process of evolution. Saint must have gotten something from the dark sphere as well. Sunny was elated to know that she was evolving once again, wondering what form his shadow knight would assume and what power she would gain. However, he also remembered that last time her evolution to a higher class had lasted for more than a month, robbing him of her support throughout the civil war in the Bright Castle. This time, too, he would be left without his strongest aid for a while. Saint must have known that too, so this time she did not return into his soul core of her own free will, instead choosing to remain in the waking world to assist him. However, Sunny had dismissed her himself, not knowing what that would entail. He sighed. Well, there was no other choice anyway. That was the only way to get her safely back to the convoy. And now, the safety of the fleet was laying squarely on his shoulders and his alone. Rest well, Saint. You deserved it. When she returned, her powers would undoubtedly be much greater. Sunny was going to need every bit of that power to survive the rest of the Antarctica campaign, but for now, he would have to lead the fleet the rest of the way to Erebus Field without his faithful shadow. I better get busy then. It would not do to have Saint return only to see that we are still stuck somewhere in the mountains. No, not at all. We're both going to be ascended devils, so I'll have to work hard to, not be overshadowed by my own shadow. He looked down and let out a bitter sigh. Again. Chapter 945. The road ahead. Somehow, almost everyone in the convoy was still alive. Looking at it from the roof of the Rhino, Sunny felt both burdened and surprised. He had not really expected to get this far into the mountains without suffering severe casualties. Was he supposed to feel proud of himself? Let's try to keep it this way, then. By now, his shadows had already climbed the nearest peaks, allowing him to observe the surrounding area. The tunnel they had escaped from might not have been endless, but as it turned out, it was actually quite long. More than that, it cut straight through the mountains instead of meandering its way around the gorges and canyons. As a result, and due to the previous days of travel, the convoy had managed to cover a lot of ground and was more than a third of the way to Erebus Field. Sadly, the good news ended there. That is troubling. Sunny glanced at the screen of his communicator, then climbed back into the interior of the app and opened the map of the Antarctic Center as a projection in the command suite. They had reached the edges of the section that he had marked back in the abandoned bunker. From here onward, all Sunny had to go on was the stock map, which was not very detailed and outdated on top of that. The battle between the Saints and the Titans had changed the topography of the entire region, and there were the effects of the chain of nightmares itself to consider, too. Of course, he could always repeat the process and update the map with the help of his shadows again, which was exactly what he had been planning to do, and why his mood was currently so foul. With a sigh, Sunny started to put new marks on the projection. Soon, The position of the convoy was surrounded by a sea of red lines and symbols that stretched far to the north, with barely any green in between. Damnation! The path ahead was going to be rough, to say the least. They must have been relatively close to the place where the three saints of the first evacuation army had battled the winter beast, the Goliath, and the Whispering Legion, eliminating the latter titan. The resulting earthquake had destroyed a good chunk of the mountain range and made a mess of the surrounding area. Sonny was trying to come up with a way to get the convoy through that mess, but it seemed all but impossible. Most of the roads were destroyed, and those that remained were buried under heavy debris. Avalanches, landslides, and rockfalls were everywhere, reshaping the landscape. The damage was much worse here than Sonny had expected, and there were nightmare creatures, of course. The whole area was seething with them, and he had already spotted at least 24 active gates, with more probably hidden from view by the overturned terrain. Sonny was not sure if the Rhino would be able to make it through, let alone the civilian vehicles. No matter how hard he tried to find a safe route, there seemed to be none to be found. His mood turned dark. After a while, Sonny decided to get a fresh pair of eyes to take a look at the map, or better yet, several. He ordered the irregulars to gather in the apk and invited Sergeant Jeer as well. Professor Obel was already there, so Sonny simply asked the old man to join him in the command suite. Soon, everyone arrived, and an improvised strategy meeting started. The result was about as disturbing as Sonny had expected. No one seemed to have a good idea on how to proceed. Dorn was currently pointing at a certain point of the map. If we can use our echoes to lead the nightmare creatures deeper into the gorge, we might be able to drive past this gate without being swarmed by enemies. From there, we can follow the auxiliary road to the pass and get some breathing room. Samara shook her head. Even if we manage to avoid the nightmare creatures, you are overestimating the civilian transports. Most of them won't make it on this extremely rough terrain. We are already struggling to keep them from falling apart, and this whole stretch of the mountains is basically a high-intensity obstacle course. She sighed, then looked at Sonny with a somber expression. There is one more thing everyone is forgetting about too: fuel cells. They are not exhausted yet, but going through a gauntlet like that will put them under strain, which I don't think we can afford. Driving through the mountains is one thing. Driving through this disaster zone is another. Sonny frowned, then glanced at Sergeant Jeer. Can't we improvise something to charge the transports up? The soldier hesitated for a few moments. Eventually, he sighed. We can cannibalize the military vehicles if need be. The power systems are not exactly compatible, but with the help of awakened Kim and Samara, some sort of converter can be rigged. The soldiers can join the refugees inside the transports. But apart from the obvious loss of defensive capability, there are other factors against that solution. We are not too high on energy reserves ourselves, and the transports are much more power-hungry. So it won't be a drastic change. Maybe a difference of another 100 kilometers or so in this cold. Sonny let out a heavy sigh, thinking of other solutions. There were all kinds of wild ideas in his head, like hitching one of the transports to Nightmare and letting the black steed pull it like a mundane drudge. The Rhino could manage one too. Hell, with a proper harness, Sonny would probably be able to pull one of the transports himself. That would be a sight to behold, he grimaced. Join the army, she said. You will earn lots of contribution points, she said, curse it all. Was that why he had become an officer? To be strapped into a damned yoke and pull a wagon like a glorified ox. The idea was ridiculous anyway. Sure, it was theoretically possible to pull the civilian transports in case they lost power, but what about heating? What about light? How would the civilians survive hundreds of kilometers of traveling through the mountains in the middle of a polar night without those things? At that moment, Luster suddenly spoke. There is an option that we are all overlooking, isn't there? One that is not only viable as far as terrain is concerned, but will also get us to Erebus Field within a day. The others looked at him with confusion while Sonny's face darkened. The young man smiled sheepishly, then added, I mean, I know that it's risky, but it's right under our noses. With that, he pointed at the map. There, at the very edge of the mountains, a thick red line was stretching far north. The Coastal Highway. Chapter 946. Scenic Route, the Coastal Highway. That damned thing. Sonny was, of course, aware that traveling by means of the highway was an option. An incredible option, even, considering that the highway was wide, flat, kept in good condition, and stretched most of the way to the very northern edge of the Antarctic center as it skirted the whole landmass between the mountains and the ocean. But that was exactly the problem with it. Built along the coast, it was both awfully close to the water and utterly exposed. Here in the mountains, they were hidden from most of the prowling nightmare creatures by the terrain, and could use it to their advantage. Out there on the coast, nothing would be protecting them from the hordes of abominations, both those on land and those hiding beneath the waves. Sergeant Gier and the other survivors of the initial, much larger convoy could attest to the horrors of the coastal highway. They had barely escaped it once, losing most of the transports and every member of their awakened escort in the process. Indeed, the soldier looked incredibly tense at Luster's suggestion. With all due respect, you don't know what you're talking about. That place. It's a death trap. A handful of us managed to survive a shorter journey across the highway than what you are proposing, and even that was by some miracle. Luster scratched the back of his head. Yeah, but your situation back then was different, Gier frowned. How so? The young man looked at him with surprise. I mean, isn't it obvious? You didn't have the captain with you. What? Sonny stared at Luster for a few moments, dumbfounded. Did the fool finally lose his mind? However, Sergeant Gier's reaction to the ridiculous response was out of his expectation. Instead of mocking Luster, the soldier looked down and cleared his throat in embarrassment. Well, that is true indeed. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but I am not a miracle worker. I am afraid of the coastal highway, too. There was a reason for why he had chosen a much longer, much more arduous journey through the mountains, after all. Even if the highway offered a convenient path to their destination, it held a much higher risk of running into something that none of them was prepared to handle. From hordes of nightmare creatures akin to the devouring cloud to the damned terror that had slaughtered every living soul at Low 49, to countless other horrors no one knew about. Even running into a titan was not out of the question. The winter beast was being contained somewhere in the north by St. Tyrus, but the location of the monstrosity that Army Command had designated as Goliath was currently unknown. Nothing was stopping the bastard from showing up the moment the convoy got stuck in the open. However, traveling through the mountains had turned out much more dangerous than Sonny had anticipated, despite his habit of always expecting the worst. By now, he had successfully managed to lead the convoy into pretty much every possible terrible situation that they had been supposed to avoid by not choosing the highway. With the path ahead so close to being impassable, and the civilian transports falling apart on the steep, unreliable mountain roads, the more dangerous route was starting to look more and more attractive. Kim sighed. Sorry, I hate to agree with Luster, but there are about 600 kilometers between us and Erebus Field. That is if we go straight, of course. If we have to maneuver through the mountains and circle around them in search of passable roads, fighting nightmare creatures as we go, I doubt that many of us will make it, she sighed, then threw a tentative glance at Sonny. If we descend to the coastal highway, however, and go at full speed, we can cover these 600 kilometers in a matter of hours. Of course, this is a huge risk, but isn't it an even bigger risk to stubbornly push forward through the mountains, if it means staying in the wild for days, maybe even weeks more? Sonny winced. Kim was somewhat right. The coastal highway was dangerous, but so were the mountains. They were teeming with nightmare creatures of all sorts and were too hard to navigate in the wake of the earthquake. There was also the matter of time, which no one except for Sonny and perhaps Professor Obel seemed to be aware of, since they were not looking at the bigger picture. And the bigger picture, from what he could tell, was not looking too swell. The First Army was not earning any victories against the tide of abominations. Instead, its position was gradually worsening. Those additional days and weeks Kim had mentioned were much more important than she knew, for more than one reason. Sonny sighed. In the end, both choices were terrible. Remaining in the mountains was a bit safer, but also a bit hopeless. Trying to charge the coastal highway was much more dangerous, but also offered a much more realistic chance of salvation. It was like rolling a die. "Do I feel lucky today?" He remained silent for a long time, then deactivated the projection and looked at the people gathered in the command suite. Everyone tensed, waiting to hear his decision. Sonny tiredly rubbed his face. "Prepare the vehicles to go all out. I want them to be able to keep their top speed for at least 6 hours without ever slowing down. Do everything you can. I don't care if the transports completely fall apart and explode after that, just make sure that nothing breaks down on the road. Either way, it will probably be their last ride, so prepare well. We will be taking the scenic route along the coast." With that, everyone was suddenly extremely busy. Getting the convoy ready for a high-speed charge across the coastal highway was not a small task, especially considering that it was most likely going to turn into a rolling battle. Sonny was one of the few soldiers that had nothing much to do, so he simply went outside and stared at the night sky, with a full moon staring back at him like a giant blind eye. A few meters away from him, the lone sleeper of the convoy was busy applying black venom to whatever bullets Sergeant Jeer's soldiers had left. He was also doing the same to his arrows. Suddenly curious, Sonny called out to the young man, "Hey you, what do you think? Will we make it?" The sleeper looked up at him with wide eyes. He was apparently not expecting to be addressed by the captain. "Sir, yes sir, without a doubt sir," Sonny chuckled. "That's the spirit. Oh right, I was meaning to ask. What is your name anyway?" The sleeper stared at him blankly for a few moments, then looked down and whispered under his nose, "Got him it." "What the hell really?" Sonny frowned. "What was that?" The sleeper flinched. "Oh sorry sir, it's just that. I have already told you my name like 20 times. It's my flaw sir, everyone seems to forget." "Huh," Sonny scratched the back of his head. "Well, all right as you were then." "What a strange flaw, not the worst one to have though." He left the sleeper alone and walked forward, stopping in front of the rhino and looking ahead. Then he started stretching his muscles. The road ahead was desolate and enveloped in darkness. This is going to be a wild ride. Chapter 947. Highway to Hell. The small convoy turned west, rolling down a narrow road that descended from the mountains and eventually met the coastal highway. The Rhino was moving at the front of the column, with 4 remaining civilian transports following it and the 3 battered military vehicles guarding the rear. This was Sonny's siege army for the next 6 hours or so. The 3 armored vehicles at Sergeant Jeer's disposal still had some ammunition left, just barely enough to last them the rest of the way to Erebus Field, provided that their charge across the highway would be as dire as Sonny anticipated. The civilian transports were not only flimsy, but also lacked any kind of integrated defense systems to ward off the attacking nightmare creatures. However, they were protected by something far more lethal, the irregulars. Samara was already setting up her rifle in an improvised gun nest on the roof of the rearmost transport. To allow the awakened sharpshooter complete freedom in picking off targets from distance, Quentin was by her side, his sword and shield ready to strike down any nightmare creature that would dare to get too close. Kim was on the roof of the next vehicle, with a dozen magazines of charged rounds prepared in advance for her carbine. The nameless sleeper was keeping her company with a bow and a quiver of poisoned arrows. Bell and Dorn were protecting the last two transports. Both had memories capable of ranged attacks, but neither was a proficient marksman. Their main job was to prevent abominations from attacking the refugees directly. So, knowing that they would probably have to move around the roofs of their assigned vehicles a lot, the two fighters had neglected modifying the vehicles with any kinds of protective emplacements. All four transports had been prepared for the charge as well as the soldiers could manage. There were plates of armor and alloy spikes welded to their sides, as well as makeshift rams attached to their fronts in a pale imitation of the rhino. And lastly, there was the heavy app itself. Since Saint was gone, Sonny was sitting on its roof instead, holding Morgan's warbow in his hands. Despite the howling of the chilling wind, he did not feel cold at all, fueled by adrenaline. His body was encompassed by the dull steel of the undying chain, the dying wish hidden beneath its sleek breastplate. He was ready for battle, traverse the highway as fast as possible, killing anything before it had a chance to approach the convoy. That was the plan. Not that Sonny really expected everything to go according to it. Blackie and Abomination were running ahead of the column, serving as the vanguard and forward scouts, while Nightmare was still slumbering in the depths of his soul. The Dark Courser was already sufficiently healed to be summoned, but Sonny was holding back on calling upon him until things inevitably went south, which they will. I just know they will. Descending the mountains was easier than trying to push through them, so it did not take long for the convoy to reach the final stretch of the road before the coastal highway. The terrain had turned much smoother, and then entirely flat. Finally, the beams of light shooting from the rhino illuminated the wide expanse of weathered concrete, and the dark waves rising and falling not too far behind it. The highway was wide enough for 10 apps the size of the rhino to drive side by side, but a section of it was separated from the main thoroughfare by a thick barrier. Behind it, closest to the mountain slopes, a railway stretched both north and south, meant to carry armored trains across the landmass. That still left them enough space to maneuver, but also placed the convoy closer to the ocean. The full moon shone in the black sky, drowning in the undulating lights of the ghostly aurora. The highway was utterly empty and basked in the pale moonlight. All of it, the dark slopes of the mountains, the wide expanse of the road, and the black waves beyond it looked eerie, ominous, and foreboding. However, Sonny had no time to appreciate the ambience. That was fast. A few hundred meters ahead, the two echoes had already caught the scent of nightmare creatures hiding in the darkness. Unfortunately for them, very few things could hide from Sonny's gaze in the gloom of the polar night. Even before Abomination had a chance to lunge at the dark shapes laying on the road, a black arrow fell from the sky, piercing the head. At least Sonny thought that it was the head of a monstrous centipede that seemed to have been resting on the concrete. You have slain an awakened beast. A moment later, the echo's powerful jaws crunched on the chitinous carapace of a different abomination, while Blackie jumped on the third, trying to copy the ferocious attack of the larger hound. A second arrow helped him finish the job. Without slowing down, the rhino plowed through the corpses of the massive centipedes, tearing them apart and clearing the way for the rest of the convoy. Sonny felt the app vibrating as it gradually gained more and more speed. The coastal highway seemed to be in good shape despite the recent earthquake, so nothing was slowing them down. For now, at least, it seemed as though they had a chance of making it to Erebus Field in a timely fashion. However, he could already see more nightmare creatures in the distance, their frenzied eyes slowly igniting with dangerous flames as the lights and the noise of the convoy attracted their attention. There were unclear shapes moving on the slopes of the mountains, too, rising from the darkness and starting to descend toward the highway to intercept the column of human vehicles. Much more disturbingly, The black waves continued to murmur to the speeding convoy's left as they continuously assaulted the shore, coming and going without showing any sign of a harrowing threat hiding beneath their dark surface. That lack of movement filled Sonny with much more unease than the swiftly approaching silhouettes of murderous abominations. Whatever it is that is going to show up, just show up already. There was no response. Gritting his teeth, Sonny turned away from the ocean and raised his bow. Chapter 948. Dire Marathon. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures who had apparently decided to take a nap on the flat concrete surface of the coastal highway. Bestial maws opened in vicious snarls, sharp mandibles dripping with viscous saliva, jagged claws, curving bone scythes, and various implements of death that Sonny did not even know how to describe. All of it was flying toward the convoy, drawing closer and closer with each second. The faster the vehicles moved, the faster the abominations converged on them. Damnation! Sonny was standing on the vibrating roof of the Rhino, drawing Morgan's warbow time and time again. In a short span of time, he had let loose a veritable rain of arrows, slaughtering at least a dozen of the approaching nightmare creatures. His muscles were already protesting the unforgiving pace, but augmented with all four of his shadows, Sonny knew that he could keep the same rate of fire for much longer. The battle was only starting anyway. Although the menagerie of monsters rushing toward the convoy seemed ghastly and dangerous, these were only the dregs of the chain of nightmares. They were the lone stragglers or small packs of abominations that had broken away from larger swarms and hordes, and as such, did not pose a real threat. For now, they were also only attacking the column from the front. Very soon, Sonny and his people would be surrounded and forced to resist attacks from all directions. To postpone that, Samara finally opened fire. Most of the nightmare creatures on the highway were obscured from her by the other transports and the wide shape of the Rhino, but she had a clear shot of the mountain slopes and the abominations that were rushing down the treacherous surface of the icy stone to attack the convoy from the side. A shining slug flashed through the air, and one of the distant silhouettes ruptured, mangled remains sliding down the steep slope. Even before the echo of the first thunderous shot dissipated into the cold air, the powerful rifle was already humming with electrical whine once again, charging to spit another devastating round. I'm not fast enough to kill all of them. For now, Sonny was conserving his essence. He was only using one of the active enchantments of his mighty bow, soul arrows, which did not demand a lot of it. The dying wish was also inactive, for now, since there was no need to draw the attention of abominations away from the civilian transports yet. He considered summoning the strike of thunder for a moment, then decided against it. Their charge toward Erebus Field was going to be a marathon, not a sprint. They had to be frugal with how to spend their power and resources. Instead of laying waste to the approaching nightmare creatures with a strike of lightning, he picked the most threatening ones and concentrated on taking down these high-priority targets first. Abomination fearlessly dove into the mass of enemies, tearing them apart with ruthless determination. Since there were very few fallen creatures among this first wave, most were much weaker than the massive Echo. Blackie, however, was in danger of being slain if he was not careful. The smaller hound separated and dashed to the edge of the highway, concentrating on attacking the outliers of the rushing mob. So far so good. Sonny killed most of the nightmare creatures that could seriously threaten the Rhino, but at that point, the App was already only meters away from the swiftest of the attackers. Moving at its top speed, the enormous bulk of the Rhino smashed into the lunging abomination, practically pulverizing it into a cloud of crimson haze. The second creature crashed on the concrete with an arrow in its eye, and then, the convoy was in the thick of the disorganized crowd of nightmare creatures. Some of them were quick enough to change direction and dash toward the civilian transports. The others were too slow and allowed the column to flash past, then wasted precious seconds to stop, turn around, and hurry to pursue the speeding vehicles. The turrets of the military vehicles barked, sending poisoned bullets toward those abominations that were fast enough to catch up with them, and ignoring the rest. It was not their goal, nor was it realistic, to slaughter every single nightmare creature across 600 kilometers of the coastal highway. But then again, there was no need to. They only had to kill those that the convoy could not outrun. Samara continued to fire her rifle, choosing to concentrate on the more powerful targets, just like Sunny had. On the next civilian transport, Kim was using her carbine to cut down those that managed to get close to the column, while the nameless sleeper was sending one arrow flying after another. Bell was using a small throwing hatchet that gruesomely sliced the abominations apart, and then magically returned to his hand. Dorn was armed with a set of iron javelins that seemed to hit much harder than they were supposed to, even with his prodigious strength. The convoy cut through the first wave of nightmare creatures, leaving broken bodies and bleeding corpses behind. Its defenders continued their barrage, finishing off those nightmare creatures that were now gaining on the column from the back. Sunny rotated his shoulder and winced slightly, then knocked another arrow on the string of his bow and froze for a moment. Peering into the distance, he tried to evaluate the situation. His face darkened. Curse it! A few hundred meters ahead, a stream of nightmare creatures was spilling on the highway from the mountain slope, and ever further away behind them, the whole width of the road was blocked by a dark mass of monstrous bodies. This time it was a proper swarm, one of many they would have to fight their way through, most likely. Sunny studied the swarm for a split second, then quickly glanced at the ocean. At least the dark waves were calm for now. With a contemptuous sigh, he sent the arrow flying in the direction of the mountain slope, and then drew his bow again. This time, his fingers were illuminated by the furious light of a caged lightning. Chapter 949. Moving slaughterhouse. As soon as the strike of thunder flashed through the darkness of the polar night and burst into blinding arcs of electricity, decimating the center of the swarm, Sunny spoke into his communication device. Wedge formation. He had created a rift in the middle of the mass of nightmare creatures, but it was not enough to clear a path through the blockade. There was the flanking force spilling from the mountains to worry about, too. The abominations were already dashing toward the convoy, bits of broken cement flying from beneath their sharp claws. The fastest and strongest one, however, suddenly collapsed, a golden arrow piercing its throat. Behind the rhino, 2 military vehicles and 2 civilian transports accelerated and left the column, assuming positions on both sides of the convoy. From above, it would have looked like a wedge with the apt taking the point, while the other 4 vehicles formed its wings. The purpose of that formation was very simple, with the massive shape of the rhino not blocking their view of the road anymore. Both the military vehicles and the awakened on the roofs of the 2 civilian transports were free to target the swiftly approaching swarm. Samara's rifle thundered, and Kim's carbine cracked, sending a rain of bullets into the mass of abominations. 2 turrets joined the fray, clearing a path for the convoy to charge through. Sunny continued to let loose arrow after arrow as well, taking down the most threatening of nightmare creatures. Just a few moments before the column reached the swarm, the 4 vehicles veered back and returned to their positions, hiding behind the bulk of the speeding rhino. Here we go. The ram of the app plunged into the mass of bodies, both dead and alive, with a violent shudder. Pieces of flesh flew aside as it cleaved a bloody trail through the mob of nightmare creatures, allowing the rest of the convoy to follow. They made it through, even if just barely. However, all was not well. More than a few abominations managed to lunge at the lead vehicles from the sides. 2 or 3 were clinging to the front of the Rhino, and several more had crashed into the Bells and Dorn's civilian transports. Their claws were already tearing into the alloy. The more heavily armored Rhino received a few ugly scars, but was still holding. Sonny swiftly drew his bow, finishing off the unwanted passengers. Behind him, Bell dashed toward the edge of the transport's roof and struck down with his hatchet, severing the abomination's limb before it had a chance to rip through the makeshift plate of armor and allow the beast to climb inside. There was a nightmare creature on the other side of the transport, but its body had been caught by the spikes welded along the frame of the civilian vehicle, so it did not manage to rip through the hull before one of Dorn's javelins took it down. The giant man himself dealt with an abomination that had leaped at his transports by pulling it down mid-jump with his aspect ability. The creature hit the cement surface of the road instead of crushing into the side of the vehicle, and was promptly crushed by its wheels. The weight of the transport, loaded with close to 100 people, was not enough to kill an awakened monster, however, so although it was severely injured, the abomination still tried to get up. Before it could, the next transport rolled over it, and then the next, ending the creature's life in a string of sickening crunches. Just a few moments after crashing into the swarm, the convoy was through. The turrets of the military vehicles instantly turned around, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the fastest of pursuing nightmare creatures. Samara's tungsten rounds and Sonny's arrows took care of the most resilient of the enemies, while Kim was hurriedly reloading her carbine. The nameless sleeper had almost emptied his quiver, so he was busy summoning the spent arrows back. The thinned-out swarm was falling behind, but there were already new enemies appearing from the darkness ahead. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Sonny spun to face north again and drew his bow. This is going to get old fast. Surrounded by bloodshed, the convoy continued to devour kilometers as it sped across the wide highway. The battle never really stopped, instead stretching into one continuous, moving slaughterhouse. Even if there had not been too many nightmare creatures near the coast at the start, the lights and noise of the charging column mixed with the smell of fresh blood, attracting more and more of them from the mountains. All that ever changed was the intensity of combat. Sometimes the defenders of the convoy only had to repel disorganized mobs of strugglers, killing them off before the abominations could launch an attack on the vehicles. Sometimes a true swarm would appear to block off the road, forcing them to fight their way through while sustaining minor damage and desperately trying to prevent anything from getting to the refugees. Despite it all, the vehicles were in a good enough shape to remain operational. For now. The Rhino was covered in scars, and its ram, as well as the whole front section, had turned slick with blood, making it look like an infernal machine of morbid carnage. The civilian transports had chunks of flesh stuck on their spikes, with deep grooves left behind by the claws of abominations decorating their sides. The barrels of the turrets on the military vehicles were glowing red, steaming as the chilling darkness of the polar night cooled them down. The people were starting to get tired, but, prepared to give it their all to reach the destination, continued to perform their duties with stalwart determination. The highway itself was changing as well. The further north they moved, the more nightmare creatures and the more signs of sustained damage there were. Wide cracks appeared in the concrete, and the column had to maneuver around broken vehicles and carcasses of massive abominations from time to time, the latter picked clean to the bone by other monsters. Killing the enemies before they reached the column was getting harder and harder because of these obstacles. At some point, Sonny tensed as he noticed an especially troublesome obstruction blocking off the road ahead. His face darkened. What now? Chapter 950. Derailed still some distance from the convoy, the whole width of the highway was blocked off by something that looked like a tall wall of alloy. It was surrounded by a scene of pure mayhem, with torn pieces of metal and massive chunks of concrete laying on the road in a chaotic mess. Sonny scowled, trying to make sense of what he saw. After a second or two, he uttered a silent curse. Ahead of them, the barrier between the thoroughfare and the railroad was shattered to pieces. The object he had thought to be an alloy wall was actually the roof of a train carriage laying on its side. One of the armored behemoths must have been derailed here at some point in the past, turning a whole section of the highway into a nightmare of broken concrete and mangled alloy. Damnation! Sonny had ridden an armored train once before, so he knew how fearsome these moving fortresses were. What could have even destroyed an alloy beast like that? He wasn't sure that an earthquake would be enough to derail one of them, even though it was the most reasonable theory he had. In any case, Sonny had more pressing problems than guessing the fate of the crashed train. The convoy was not allowed to slow down. The fragile equilibrium they had been able to create was all dependent on the assumption that the column would keep moving. If they lost speed or, even worse, were forced to stop, there would be no escape from death. They would simply drown in nightmare creatures. Sam and Quentin make the echoes fall back to the rhino. Then he closed his eyes for a moment and reached forward with his senses. After becoming a master and before coming to Antarctica, Sonny had received no opportunities to test the limits of shadow manifestation in combat. Now, he knew that his ascended ability was more powerful than he had thought. So, he was going to call upon it again. Before the convoy reached the wreckage, the shadows on the slope of the mountain came to life and flowed forward, forming long tentacles. These tentacles tore through the alloy of the overturned carriage, taking hold of it, and then pulled the massive structure aside. A deafening sound of metal scraping against concrete filled the air. Come on! Come on! The carriage was moved just far enough to create an opening for the approaching rhino. The app pulverized several chunks of the concrete barrier with its ram, clearing the road, then maneuvered to the side and slid past the mangled alloy structure. Behind it, the highway was revealed to be in terrible condition, so it took a lot of skill to navigate the rhino past the mess of broken metal. Luster was just the man to do it, though. He masterfully avoided all the serious obstacles and rammed through those that could be destroyed without ever slowing down. The rest of the vehicles weren't as large as the app, so it was not too hard for them to follow. Several abominations crawled from the wreckage to lunge at the convoy, but were swiftly pierced by arrows and poisoned bullets. Soon, the convoy left the field of debris, but instead of being relieved, Sonny only gritted his teeth. Obscured by the remains of the armored train, there was another swarm of nightmare creatures ahead of them, this one much larger and dangerous than all the previous ones. Worse still, since they were late to discover it, there was not much time to thin the abominations out with ranged attacks. The convoy was under real threat. Got him it! Sonny briefly glanced at the black bow in his hands, knowing that just its power alone was not going to be enough this time. The situation was dire, which meant that it was time to call the cavalry. He considered summoning Nightmare near the rhino and stylishly jumping into the saddle from the roof, like he had seen cool heroes do in webtoons, but then decided against such theatrics. It was not that Sonny was not capable of landing on the back of a galloping horse from a moving vehicle. It was just that Nightmare's saddle was a memory, and had to be hoisted on the black steed by hand each time he was summoned. By now, Sonny was capable of riding his horse without a saddle, but using any kind of melee weapon effectively without stirrups was more or less out of the question. Stirrups were essential to mounted combat, insignificant as they might seem. He sighed. I guess I'm just not cool. With that, Sonny summoned Nightmare directly onto the roof of the rhino, simultaneously calling upon the sin of solace and the overpriced saddle. Soon, the fearsome black stallion was standing in front of him, looking forward with ferocious crimson flames burning in his eyes. Nightmare snarled, revealing 2 rows of metal fangs that resembled those of a wolf. It seemed that he had plenty of sleep, and now hungered to tear some abominations apart. Moonlight glinted on the dark surface of the courser's adamantine horns. "Don't you worry. You'll get a chance to rampage in just a few moments." Sonny swiftly put the saddle on the courser's sable back, fastening it into place. Just at that moment, Samara's rifle barked, sending a shining round flashing into the darkness. A chorus of bestial howls was the reply. He cursed, grabbed the hilt of the sin of solace, and jumped into the saddle. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, sensing insidious whispers assault his mind. Today they seemed especially clear. He took a deep breath, then looked forward and sent Nightmare charging. The black steed lunged forward, jumping from the roof of the rhino in a tall arc. Inside the apk, Luster flinched as adamantine hooves thundered right above his head, and then craned his neck to stare at the swift shape of the leaping steed. "Ah, what the hell?" He paused for a moment, and then added in a stifled voice, "Damn majestic." Plummeting toward the mass of abominations, Sonny gripped the hilt of the sin of solace tighter and poured essence into the dying wish, activating its soul enchantment. "Let's teach these bastards the meaning of true fear, Nightmare."